the show.
Let's do it. All right. Great to hang with you on Sport and Spice. We will see you next time.
Bye.
ABC News. Good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Disability advocates have reacted furiously to the government's move to rein in spending on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Political reporter Stephanie Delzell has more.
The government's announced it will implement an annual growth target of 8% for the total cost of the scheme by 2026, arguing the NDIS is currently not sustainable. Under the current trajectory, the cost of the NDIS will reach $97 billion in 10 years. But if the scheme achieves just an 8% growth instead, the NDIS will cumulatively save more than $50 billion over the next decade. Disability advocate Ellie Marchelier says it amounts to a cut.
It's a target to reduce the spending.
The government is also spending $720 million over the next 4 years to try to make the scheme more efficient.
Police say a body found in Melbourne's southeast is believed to be that of missing Wantirna woman Sarah Weatherstone. Her parents have made repeated public appeals for help in finding the 28-year-old. She was last seen leaving a factory alone in Narre Warren more than a month ago. Police are preparing a report for the coroner, but say the death is not being treated as suspicious. A senior bureaucrat representing Victoria's child protection system has agreed the system has shamefully failed First Nations children. Today's Uruk Justice Commission hearing examined the treatment and overrepresentation of Indigenous young people in state care. Last financial year, 1 in 10 Victorian First Nations children were in care. That's 22 times more likely than non-Indigenous children. Department of Families, Fairness and Housing government witness Argiri El Sandratos told today's hearing the government has failed.
I accept the significant level of shame that we have openly acknowledged. I accept that we have failed many children and young people.
Police are appealing for dash cam footage after a road rage incident in Melbourne's east that left a young woman who was already relying on crutches in hospital. Jesse Thompson has more.
A 25-year-old woman sustained a broken nose in the attack, described by police as one of the worst road rage incidents they've encountered. The woman had been driving through Baldwin North at about 6:30 on Wednesday night when a male driver in a black hatchback verbally abused her. She eventually confronted the man, but he punched her 5 to 6 times in the head as she tried to crawl away because she had a broken leg and was using crutches. Police are trying to identify the male driver and his vehicle. He's described as being tanned in his 20s with a stocky build, short black hair and about 175 centimetres tall.
A judge has accepted arguments from former Liberal staffer Bruce Lehrmann that he was unable to commence defamation proceedings against 2 media outlets within the usual 12-month deadline. Patrick Bell reports.
The federal court has granted permission for Mr Lehrmann to sue Network 10 and News Life Media over interviews with Brittany Higgins in which she detailed her rape allegation. Mr Lehrmann told the court he was given legal advice not to pursue the claims until after the criminal matter was resolved. Justice Michael Lee has rejected arguments from the outlets that messages from Mr Lehrmann to his then-girlfriend at the time of publication contradicted his claims. The court is considering whether or not the defamation trial will involve a jury. Mr Lehrmann has maintained his innocence and there have been no findings against him.
James Corden has signed off from his US late-night talk show after 8 years. His final show featured the likes of Harry Styles and Will Ferrell, who smashed the Late Late Show host's desk. President Joe Biden also made an appearance on the program, sending a video joking he was surprised Corden lasted 8 years in any job. Signing off, Corden urged US viewers not to give in to people who are trying to stoke differences across the country. In sport, the AFL has confirmed this year's AFL women's season will start on the first weekend of September. It falls on the bye round of the men's competition before the start of the finals. The clubs will be able to start pre-season in a month's time on May the 29th. To the weather now for the state. Tomorrow, cloudy with scattered showers in the far east. Showers falling as snow above 1,500 metres. Partly cloudy elsewhere with isolated showers in the south easing. For Melbourne, a possible shower tomorrow tomorrow, a top of 16. Sunday, sunny, 17. Monday, partly cloudy, 19. It's currently 13. ABC News.
25 Harrison Avenue, 1pm.
I was getting messages from someone written on the Ace of Diamonds.
What messages?
Maybe I'm supposed to help you or something.
I need help. 45 Edgar Street, midnight.
Are you here to save us?
An unlikely hero on an unlikely mission.
Tell me, who's behind this?
From the author of The Book Thief.
Sometimes you just have to play the cards you're dealt.
The Messenger.
I like a mystery.
Starts Sunday, May 14 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
What a game.
It's got everything.
It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool.
On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
With a talk from 55. Hello. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Goey, chest down, goal!
Something big is coming.
Goes for home, he's got it! Phenomenal finish!
Something big is coming. Something big is coming.
Fires, goals, brilliant!
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end.
Step up in the big moment.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This is a fantastic game of football we've got here.
The big time spot, his drop punt, is pure! He's pure!
Here they come.
What a finish!
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant!
He goes! He goes!
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
His heart up against the boundary on the right. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season! Checks up, Vincent home! You cannot teach that! Brings it back superbly!
Has a shot in the pocket. He is smoking tonight.
That's around the body. Sensational goal!
And that's what brings fans through the game. 40 out. What a superstar.
Goes for home. They're red hot.
Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle.
It's high. It's long. It's straight.
Uncovered Goldstein. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
Ross Lyon back at St Kilda. There's barely been a misstep in the march to top spot after 6 rounds. St Kilda on top of the ladder with a 5-1 record. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, an Ollie Florent drop punt fell short, and it's turned their season around after 1-2 out of the gates. They've strung 3 in a row together. They find themselves at 4-2 and right in the mix as we try to establish a bit of early season hierarchy tonight with 2 teams with an impressive winning record through the first 6 rounds of the season come head-to-head, St Kilda and Port Adelaide. The whole gang's here for a Friday night. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, Kelly Underwood to call the footy alongside me. My name's Corbin Middlemass. There is no late change. The 2 subs, Marcus Windhager for St Kilda, and for Port Adelaide, it's Riley Bonner. We're going to start straight down on the boundary line. So before we've had a chance to say good day to everybody, because we have a very special guest, the coach of the Port Adelaide Football Club, Ken Hinkley. He's alongside Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Ken has been good enough to join us. We'll see how we go with this audio issue, Ken, but Melbourne's weather's really turned it on for you. A bit of cold and flu in the camp, and I think especially with you, unfortunately, before tonight's game.
Yeah, we're not too bad. I mean, I've been a little bit crook myself last couple of days, but you know, we've got a couple of support staff, but that's just what happens at this time of the year.
3 straight wins, the confidence is growing. Is this a perfect test for your boys Friday night against the ladder-leading Saints?
I think they're all perfect tests. Every round of AFL football is a test. For us tonight, it's just another opportunity in a long season that we've just got to come out and give our best, and hopefully at the end of the night our best will be enough. But we also know that in this competition you may give your best and it might not be enough, but that's the reality of AFL.
Talking about tests, 4 years it's been since you faced off with Ross Lyon. Do you like the challenge taking on Ross, who is coaching, you would have to say, absolutely at the top of his game at the start of this season?
I don't know whether I like the opportunity, but, I embrace the opportunity to go against Ross. And I have started our football together as 17-year-olds at Fitzroy, funnily enough. And, we've spent a long time in the game and a long time different journeys. And I always admire the way he coaches his team. I just love the way that he gets roles done and played. And, he makes it really difficult for the opposition every chance he gets. And, there's a bit more to St Kilda than just defence. I think everyone's just, defence is working at the moment, but there's a bit more to him.
Ken, it's great to have you. I'll send you up to our coaching legend, Nick Malthouse, up in the box, who has a few questions for you.
G'day, Ken. Congratulations on the start, mate. I think a lot of people just hope you do very, very well. You're such a great bloke for football.
Thank you,
and you have been for a number of years. Kenny, as you know, you missed out last year. Every side has to improve to get to have a stretch into the 8 if you possibly can. Your team, tell us the change. Tell us why you think you're a better side.
I think we're a different side, Mick. I don't know, better's a tough one because before last year we'd had some really strong years of performance and really consistent years. But this year, last year we got caught out a little bit. We had our start of the season wrong. Now, this time last year we were 1-5. This year we're 4-2. So that for a start is a fair bit different for us. It gives us a chance in the season. And the second thing for that is that we're emerging as a team again around the ball a little bit. We've got some different people in there now with certainly some younger inside mids playing there and playing in a different way than we have in the past. We've been pretty big-bodied midfield most of the time, and now we've got a little bit more agility in there, and we're certainly, exploring in our front half a bit better than we have in the past.
Ken, is that exactly what you just said in terms of the big bodies? Those big bodies are big bodies early, they're big bodies late, so they'll always stay there. The young players, they are light, they are exciting, they can have ups and downs that are quite severe. How do you go about keeping those players? I don't mean their mind. I think it's more about the body. Over a long journey, we've got 23 weeks before we get to the finals. Is there enough players to go through the centre to protect those rosy types and those sort of players coming through?
Yeah, I think we have, Mick. I mean, but the proof will be in the pudding, as you said, is that there's a lot more to go yet in this season. So at the moment, it's been okay, but we have still got, Drew, Wines, Boak, who are still playing a lot of time through the midfield as well. And then we also got a bloke like Powell Pepper can come in and play there. He's 100 kilo inside mid when we need him to be to take and share a bit of that load. I think we've got real comfort in the fact that we've got a lot that can go through there, but we've streamlined it a little bit more with what we want in there at this part of the season, and I think that's been really important.
Yep.
Kenny, flowing on, I suppose, from that younger group as you're talking about in the middle of the ground, you do coach a team and live in a town that is very passionate about their football team. How do you get those young guys to block out that external noise, whether it be really good noise or not so good noise, and keep them focused on the job they need to do?
Lingy, I'm going to answer it really honestly. I'm going to answer it with, I've asked them, or I expect them now to embrace it a bit more and accept it and be a part of your life, because social media is so big, and in Adelaide, it's, football is so big. So if you're going to try and avoid it, I think it's an impossible thing to do. But I think you've got to be able to at least embrace parts of it and go, you know what, I've got to be able to filter what's real and what's not. And I think our young group are really mature enough to deal with that. I mean, Jason's a great example of that when he's been coming back to Adelaide and had to deal with a fair bit. But Zach and Connor and Xavier Dersman, Miles Bergman, there's such a lot of young blokes out here that you can't hide them from it. The world's now full of it, so don't hide them from it. Just teach them to use it best.
Love the honesty, Ken. Love that answer. You mentioned Jason Horne-Francis. He described you as a father-like figure dealing with the form and the booing in the recent months. How, as a mentor, do you handle the Jeremy Finlayson situation when he's obviously dealing with the trauma of his wife's terminal cancer battle?
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate one that Jeremy and Cal's over here tonight to watch the game, and look, she's in really good spirits and in really good health at the moment. So, Jeremy, we just support him as much as we can. We support the family, not just Jeremy and not just Cal, but there as a family are going through that battle, and at the moment, there's a lot of optimism around how that's going for them. So all we do is let Jeremy come out. He knows he's got a commitment to play football and to play football the right way. But we bring him out here on game night and allow him to have that freedom of space and the ability to express himself as a footballer. And I think he does get, is it fair to say he gets 2 hours without all the thoughts? I'm not sure, because football consumes a lot of your thoughts, but I'm sure inside there is thoughts. But I think he gets a bit of freedom for a couple of hours, and I think Cal gets a lot of freedom out of watching him play.
Ken Hinkley with us on Grandstand AFL, so close to the bounce. No late change between St Kilda and Port Adelaide. Ken, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Just to pick up on the thread around Jason Horne-Francis. You spoke so passionately about the way he was treated a couple of weeks ago. It's his first time on the road tonight, obviously, since you made those comments following the game against the Bulldogs in Gather Round. Are you apprehensive as to how he's going to be treated here tonight by the opposition fans?
No, I've asked. All I've asked is that people treat him with some respect, and I think anyone who plays the game, we should treat them with respect. We get the tribal part of football, and for people to say that you sign up for that, you pay up for that, you don't actually. We signed up and paid up for a lot of things in the past that we don't do and we don't accept today. And I think football is always going to have a bit of passion, and I'm trying to take passion away. I don't want our best young talent to get scared of playing the game because of what happens outside the fence.
Good answer, great answer. Ken, just on your forward line, Dixon in and a couple of forwards, or Georgiades, of course, we know he's done his knee, and a couple of forwards out. Is it restructure your forward line? I know you've really hit upon a winner with Burn Jones going to the forward line with a bit of class and a bit of grunt and that sort of stuff. Is your forward line changed at all?
Yeah, not too much, Mick, because, tonight's a little bit different than last week. We started with Todd. Now, Todd's out tonight with concussion, but we've got Charlie and Lordy who play a very similar brand of football. They're both very combative footballers, albeit one's very mature and one's very young. They play a similar style, so that might be a little challenge for us tonight at times where they perhaps run into each other and belt each other up a little bit, but that's what they may or may not do. But I think the reality is we survive on contest in our front half and then the ball on the floor if we have to, and we're happy to go to work in that space. So I think we'll have challenges. I said that to the guys. Tonight won't be perfect. It'll be far from it against St Kilda, but as long as we're prepared to stick at it.
Yeah, well done.
Ken, just lastly on your form line. So you've obviously had 3 in a row now. Kick landing short from Ollie Florent. Then you've had the win in the wet against the Bulldogs and a win over West Coast last week. How do you think, obviously we're about to find out, but how do you think you're going overall through 6 rounds?
If you give me 4 and 2 at the start of the year, I'd take it. That's how I think we're going. So I'm not sure how we're going for the rest of the year, but I know we're going okay at the moment.
And they were 5-1 last year, and they ran into you, and you pipped them by a point.
Yeah, we'll take 1 point again tonight. That's all we'll take. So I'll happy to take 1 to get 4.
Well, Kenny, you are coming up against a team that is, as you said, it's not all about defence, which we traditionally think of the Ross Lyon teams. But I have played against Ross Lyon coach teams, and they do suffocate you, and they do keep coming at you and get in your face. How do you get your guys to keep being bold and brave and taking that game on through that swarming defence?
Yeah, I think the challenge of that, Lingy, is if it's not in them now, it probably won't be in them tonight. So I'm not going to get much change out of them, I think, in the game tonight other than what they're familiar with now. And my job as a coach is to make sure they're familiar enough with the way they like to play and need to play to win. And against St Kilda or against any team, that doesn't vary for us that much.
Ken, we've spared you all the sort of usual lines that I'm sure you've got prepared and the contract talk and all the rest of it, but I'd hate to think you'd walk away from this interview and thought, gee, the boys didn't ask me about the opportunity that I've just re-signed a contract with Port Adelaide. There's no news or anything during the week, is there, that we need to be brought up to date with?
Yeah, no news, guys. My news will be August or later, and that's what we've said as a footy club, and I've got such great confidence in our footy club that we'll handle that situation when we need to.
Ken, your time's greatly appreciated. Thanks for stopping by for a chat.
Thanks, guys and girls.
Ken Hinkley with us on Grandstand AFL, so close to the bounce. Port Adelaide 4-2 up against the Saints 5-1, and of course round 7 of the AFL Premiership season starting tonight.
He's pretty relaxed, isn't he, before the game?
He is. He always is, though, a little bit.
Right.
I'm biased. I absolutely love him because of the relationship we have and the fact that he was a brilliant assistant coach during Premiership years. I love forever that he has this intensity and this demand of real excellence and pursuit of excellence combined with a really relaxed care around be yourself, be the best version of yourself, take the game on if you've got the skills, back yourself to do what you do best. I'm going to expect certain things of you as a player, but within that, I'm happy for you to be a little bit creative in there, and you know what the best thing for the team is, so go and deliver it. And that's why so many of his players respond so well to him when he asks them to do something.
We always want a crystal ball in this game of Aussie rules football, and it's pretty much, it's black and white at Port Adelaide. If he makes the finals, they'll re-sign him. If he doesn't, that's the end of Ken Hinkley's era. And he's spoken then about, they'll make a decision once they know whether they'll make the finals or not. It's as simple as that. But have you heard the whispers that I've heard, Cameron Ling, that there has been a link to Gold Coast, and that Gold Coast maybe, and it's so, I hate doing this because it's disrespectful to Stuart Dew. He had to endure it last year when Alistair Clarkson was looming as where did he want to land and what club did he want to go to. And now Stuart Dew would be well aware of these rumours as well.
Well, given Ken's previous role at the Suns, and they obviously think very, very highly of him, unfortunately, that comes with the territory. It's a really bad part of the role, which Mick can probably talk to better than I can. If you're not winning games, that your spot, your job, is going to be linked to other people. And if there's a really clear line with that link to Ken Hinkley previously worked as an assistant coach at the Suns, if he was to lose his job at Port Adelaide, bang, that 1 and 1 equals 2 there pretty quickly in a lot of people's minds. That comes with not winning. I think... Even just park the Suns for a sec, Cal. If Port Adelaide were to move on from Ken at the end of the year, you would have a number of clubs kicking down his door to get his services either as senior coach immediately or a senior assistant coach. He's just too good a coach to be lost to the coaching caper for long.
It's interesting that he seems such a popular figure in the footy world, and it sort of reminds me a bit of Rodney Eade, that if you haven't got the currency of a premiership, that it pays to be a really good bloke, that he was on side with a lot of the media, and so the criticism for him or the attention probably wasn't as harsh as what it was on other people, but he's got 2 finals wins in really his last 9 years as a senior coach, Ken. And the criticism of him is going to be that he's such a good bloke and the players love him and they buy in. But the obvious whack on him is that they're too much of an emotional team. So he's emotional in the way he goes about it, but can you play on that level each week when you're constantly asking people to do that rather than it be more about sort of method and system and whether he has that?
Well, it depends what you believe in the journey. So the 2 iterations of Port Adelaide where they got so close in that prelim against the Hawks, and then the little mini rebuild on the run, traded players out and brought in the likes of Butters and Rosie, etc., and then they go again. Did they play above themselves in both of those runs? Were they actually a 6th to 8th team who made prelim finals and therefore played above themselves, or were they this supremely talented team who couldn't get the extra step to the grand final and they should have? I probably subscribe a little bit to the fact he gets the most out of every single player he coaches, and therefore he helped them be better than they probably were on the list.
3 preliminary finals for Ken Hinkley, and in the opposing box tonight is Ross Lyon with 4 grand finals, including the draw against you. But yeah, so you just, it's a fine little line, isn't it?
Kel, what goes through your mind during a day before you get here? It's quite incredible. It's funny because I was thinking about the same thing, just looking at the teams and thinking, how many times does a player let you down or the team let you down at a vital moment? You've got all the things in line, you've busted your guts to get the game style in place, and for some reason or other, mojo's not there on that day and it walks out on you, So, the other thing you think about is how hard it is to make the 8. How hard it is to make the 8. Now, there's 10 will miss out. Now, there's probably 5 or 6 already you can count out. But it's going to be a run for 5 that'll make it, and the other 5 or 6 that are going to try to get into that 5th down to 8th. Then it's how hard it is to make the prelim and win a prelim. Then it's how hard it is to win a premiership. That's why it doesn't matter how much you win a premiership by. It's the journey to get there. And I've seen some massive wins, but it's the hard. It might have been one win that got you over the line to get you in that position. So it's damn tough.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, our grandstand AFL experts, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy, and Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. We'll go inside the St Kilda camp shortly. Lenny Hayes is going to stop by for a chat. There's no late change between the Saints and the Power. St Kilda at 5-1, Port Adelaide at 4-2 on the season. So a bit will reveal itself tonight, I'm sure, to start round 7 of the AFL Premiership season. Big story during the week is clearly the gathering storm around what's happening in Hobart this weekend. So Anthony Albanese is on his way down there. There's expected to be an announcement this weekend of which a $240 million commitment that Tasmania were looking for into a redevelopment of that Macquarie Point precinct, which would include a new stadium. And Kel, that's obviously the trigger point that'll follow for a new stadium, which is conditional for Tasmania's bid for the 19th licence in the AFL.
So no one's confirming anything today, but I can tell you that the Prime Minister was in Launceston today announcing a $65 million redevelopment of the stadium down there in Lonnie. Clubs had a 3 p.m. hookup with the AFL today, all in just obviously told about the Tassie latest, and it's been flagged a start date in 2028. So we're awaiting maybe confirmation of an announcement by the Prime Minister and Gillon McLachlan tomorrow in Hobart.
Kel, can you answer one thing for me? So this was contingent, or the possibility of a 19th licence was contingent on the stadium deal. What's the process that still needs to make it happen? So the Commission's clearly got to want it and agree to it, but do the clubs have the final say on this whole thing, and what's the majority they need in the vote?
The presidents have a vote on this. Is it 75%?
No, it's two-thirds.
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds have to vote it down.
Yeah.
So if the AFL recommends it and the Commission says, hey, we want a 19th team in Tassie, what do the presidents think? They need 12 presidents to say no.
And the most vocal was the Gold Coast president, who's no longer there at the moment. He stepped down a month ago.
My maths isn't great. They only need 7 presidents then to
go to
okay it.
Yep. And then it gets over the line, which, given there's more than 7 clubs that are getting a handout from the AFL when it comes to obviously operating business, I'm sure if the AFL taps them on the shoulder and says, by the way, you're voting yes, they'll be voting yes.
What are your thoughts, guys? Is it yes? Are you putting your hand up for it if you're a president?
To me, I'll be very brief. There's a number of things that I really worry about. Is that 19 will not stay 19. That'll be a 20. So where's the 20th? Well, okay, everyone says maybe Perth. Well, that's fine. There's two sides over there that have been in grand finals, and one team has won premierships. Going further north, or even Canberra is, well, we'll see. Is there enough good players? Chris Scott seems to think so, only if they reduce list. Well, don't tell West Coast to reduce their list. They'll be playing feeding it. They'll be playing the doorkeeper and the water boys, honestly, because they run out of players. I don't know whether there is not enough good players right now for 18 teams. And what we're going to see is a deterioration, but we'll also see, and this is going to be what makes... And I know I keep bringing this up. What makes the EPL so good is the 3 bottom sides will fall out and 3 from the English League will come up. We will have a perennial bottom 4, and we'll have a top 8 that will probably have the same teams in there all the time, while you've got the rules that are currently in place, trades and God knows what else, and the money things, and we're going to have a deterioration in the quality of the game. We're going to still see the Nick Dacos go out there and dominate.
Is it a chicken and the egg theory, though, that maybe there's not as much talent coming through Tassie because they haven't got a team down there that kids to aspire to, and so it sort of all goes full circle?
All due respect, Mick, I feel like, that was the same debate with the AFLW and expanding it to 18 clubs. It feels a little narrow-minded to me because... like the AFLW expansion debate, are you prepared to sacrifice the quality of the game in the short term for the betterment of the game in the long term?
Where the players are killed.
But it's not about just quality right now. It's about the 4 Tasmanians were drafted last year, 1 the year before that, 0 the year before that.
Kel, there hasn't been a side in there ever, and yet they've produced 4 legends. And I can go through any year that I was playing, would produce 4 or 5 Tasmanians that would go straight into the 12 Victorian sides.
Isn't it about creating opportunities and creating depth and using that money for grassroots football in Tasmania?
Well, forget grassroots. The AFL are absolutely immune to grassroots. They have got no idea about grassroots. If you want to go through figures in Australia, grassroots, they are letting so many people down. Sure. The increase in numbers is women. Don't worry. The sides are reducing. The number of players are reducing. And have a look at the quality of the bottom 6 or 7 sides from 15 up to 25 feeding. Wouldn't get a game in a I can tell you where.
My concern is similar to Mick's path, because right now in an 18-team competition, Hawthorn, West Coast and North Melbourne are below par. Like really a million miles off right now.
But you're always going to have teams that are below par. You're always going to have
teams. Why should you have that, though?
Because you're always going to have a bottom team. Like Chris Scott said, that there's 44 max at the moment. I don't understand. Why couldn't you get it down to 40?
Well, you're not going to take their best 4, are you? You're going to wipe off the bottom 4.
Is it Brisbane Bears revisited?
And spread it out across 19 teams. And I agree, potentially 20 teams. that quality spread across 20 teams, I worry about that. I think we saw a drop-off after GWS and Gold Coast came in, that you weren't topping up those clubs who were nearly there with really high-end talent. That went to the Giants and the Suns.
Imagine the young boys and girls that are going to go and watch this Tasmanian team play, and then that they get developed, they get the opportunities. There's booming population. We're going to see it with women.
It's been 500,000 for 50 years, Kel.
No, in general, I'm just saying. There's more. You're creating more opportunities for players to play in the competition.
It's all great. They're going to be 50 when they start. Tasmania only attracts great people, So come on, I think you're really going back to front there.
Good discussion. Tasmania is set for a big announcement this weekend. The full game preview next.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy with you wherever you go. Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy!
Going camping?
Take the footy!
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy!
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL
Incredible grab!
and the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, live and commercial free.
He bounces it through!
So whatever you're up to,
Take the footy!
take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back, Cal.
Oh, footy's back, baby. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
Ross Lyon with his second chance at St Kilda. He's barely had a misstep and their march to top spot on the table after 6 rounds. Meanwhile, for Ken Hinkley, it's his last chance at Port Adelaide, the off-contract coach. Between them, they have 25 years of collective coaching experience, both still chasing that elusive premiership. We're a quarter of the way through the season, a chance to establish a bit of early season hierarchy tonight, the Saints and the Power. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. You can catch us through ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and of course streaming through the ABC Listen app for the first time in 2023. There is no late change here at Docklands tonight. Riley Bonner is the sub for Port Adelaide, and Marcus Windhager is the sub for the Saints. So St Kilda have the same 23 that were victorious last week against Carlton. St Kilda and Port Adelaide, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy for you. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, our Grandstand AFL experts, and Tim Hodges on the boundary. Roof's on. Which is good news given the fact that it is pretty wet and damp outside on this Friday evening in Melbourne with round 7 about to get underway, Cal.
Never thought I'd say this, Corbin. I can't wait to see Ross Lyon's stingy Saints tonight. This is a legitimate Friday Night Lights match. The best defensive group in the competition after the first 6 rounds under Lingy's old teammate Corey Enright, who's the assistant coach, the defensive coach back at St Kilda. So Wilkie, Battle, Sinclair, Patton, Howard and Stocker. They've conceded 100 or more, about 100 points less than the next best team after 6 rounds. And the next best team is the reigning premier, Geelong. However, 5-1, story of the year so far. 5-1 last year. They ran into Ken Hinkley's Port Adelaide. They got beaten by a point. Last year they got to 8-3 and they were already thinking finals and talking 1966. And then there was that second half fade out. So what's the crystal ball? What's going to happen this year, Mick? Is this a very different side under a very different coach?
It certainly is a different side, and it is under a different coach, and they are playing different football. There's no question about that. They are same as last year, numbers-wise. I think that can be confusing. I think you said 8-3, and look, I don't want to steal Lingy's thunder, but when I had them in the 80s, he said there's no way known, and that was before they were 5-1. So, but they are a bit different. They are a bit different because I think they're more structured. I'll take nothing away from the coaching because I know how tough the coaching field is. They will get King back at some stage, and they will if they can get their side on the ground and stay on the ground. We had a big discussion on air and off air. The numbers in AFL football are dreadful at the moment as far as top quality players go. Most of it is if you can keep your best players on the ground, you've got a decent chance of making the 8. You might win every game, but you get a good team. But if you lose players, particularly if you lose your top end players, you can't just say, oh, well, that's the structure, we will bring players in and they'll fill it in, because you're bringing in players that aren't the same talent.
Is that what makes St Kilda's achievements so meritorious, given the guys they've had unavailable?
I think it's good. I think the test will be over. Look, I don't want to say round 11 or round 15 or whatever. I want to see if they can maintain that ability to get back and forth, and still maintain it midway through the year, because that's when you're starting to get a bit tired.
I was interested in Nathan Buckley's comments during the week, actually, on Fox Footy, where he said Brett Ratton can look at this and say, I left this team in great shape, which I was interested as a voter draw, given the fact that Collingwood are flying, and when Nathan Buckley obviously finished there, their team was 17th, and Craig McRae comes in and all of a sudden the team is a point away from playing in a grand final the following year. But I found those comments really interesting, that for all the praise everyone's given Ross Lyon, there's not too many people that are looking at Brett Ratton thinking, this is the continuation of what he established.
Yeah, well, I've got to say, look, I thought Brett did a terrific job. And you know my comments, and I know Lingy knows my comments. I thought the front door was open all the time. And the front door to me is down the corridor. I thought St Kilda were done unmercifully through the middle of the ground, even when they were winning those games. And that when you play the best sides in the competition, that's where you're going to get touched up. The opposition, the poorer sides can't take the toll through the middle. The best sides will just destroy you. At the moment, the defence through the middle is better. So it's very hard to compare those coaches, quite frankly. And as much as I would like to think that you've got to praise the previous coach, you do, for effort and everything else, but they are playing differently.
I want this to be a positive take on Ross Lyon, what I'm about to say.
Okay.
Because I
feel like there's a butt coming.
No, there's a butt coming. He has taken this team, and Nick's right. He has slammed shut that nice, easy little door that you could take against the Saints last year.
Mick always used the word unzipped, which I thought was perfect.
Unzipped. I recalled many conversations we had last year when even the Saints were going along nicely, and they're rubbish. They were rubbish last year. He has got every single player understanding what they need to do in a given situation as they come out here onto Docklands ground at the moment. The Saints and the Saints fans are loving it. He's got every player playing his role, which he does so well. He has a defensive mechanism in place, which is excellent. I get all that. They're first in defence. They're still ninth in attack for me. Now I go and look at the really good teams in the competition. I'm looking for a balance of top 5 of each to be really, really good. Melbourne, second in attack, 6th in defence, and pretty close to obviously top 5. Pies, 6th in attack, 3rd in defence. The Cats, 1st in attack, 2nd in defence. That's the balance you want in a team. Now, St Kilda can still achieve that, no worries at all. But I reckon I was expecting them to play a better defensive style than what they did last year. But I'm not seeing that much from an attacking perspective that's really got me getting carried away about them right now.
Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL. The Saints have just run out onto the ground. The first team there, the same 23 that beat Carlton on Sunday. We can dip inside the St Kilda camp. One of their assistant coaches, Lenny Hayes, is alongside our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, it's awesome to be joined by an old ABC colleague of ours, Lenny Hayes. Great to see you back in the Saints colours. There is a real vibe around this St Kilda team. Are you feeling it heading into what is a massive opening round 7 clash?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, Tim. Look, it's been great. It's been a great start, and we don't get too many opportunities on Friday night, so no doubt, the boys are all pumped up, and so's the whole club for this one.
In your heart of hearts, did you really even contemplate to think it could be going as well as it's going 6 rounds in?
Oh, it's a tough question. I mean, when you're involved in footy, you don't tend to look too far ahead. So and Ross is big on process, and I think in pre-season when we saw a few people start to go down and we knew our injury list was mounting, it was a little bit, and because a lot of us are new, we weren't too sure what to expect. But look, the players have really dug in. They've done all the hard work. They've bought into the messages from Ross and the rest of the coaching staff, and we're getting the rewards. But, we're under no illusions. It's a bloody tough competition, and another tough opponent tonight.
We were just mentioning before watching the warm-ups, everyone's remarkably happy. Like, every single player, staff member is smiling. Is it? I don't know if that's weird, but it's probably, you're on the top of the ladder, so it probably says a lot about it. But it's just a happy club right now.
Yeah, I think it comes with a bit of clarity of role, and obviously the boys are playing really well. We haven't been perfect, but just the effort's there, and I feel like the camaraderie amongst the team's strong, and And obviously, you know, when you are getting some results on field, the rest of the club feel good about it too. So hopefully we can keep it rolling.
And the coaching staff, right from the top with Ross Lyon, everyone looks cool and calm and collected, which is not really a Ross traditional trait, is it? I mean, do you feel that he's different, or is it just the fact that you're playing particularly good footy?
Oh, I'm glad it looks that way, because it's not always feeling that way. But no, look, there's always challenges in every game and throughout every week. There's different things that get thrown at you. But I think, you know, Ross has got so much experience. He's, you know, got David Misson at the club, and there's, you know, obviously even in the coaching staff, we've all sort of had experiences at other clubs. So we feel like we're still working through it and working each other out a little bit. But we're coming together well, and so far so good.
It's awesome you joined us so close to the bounce of the ball. Just before we let you go, what is concerning you most about the opposition, about Port Adelaide heading in just a few minutes away?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a young midfield who are really explosive, you know, and can really hurt you if given time and space. And then, you know, Dixon back in, Finlayson, Rioli up there. They've got some real threats. And then you're throwing Alir down back. So across every line, there's some threats. So we're going to have to be at our best tonight.
We thank you so much. Great to see you again. Good luck tonight, Lenny.
Thanks, Tim. Cheers.
There you go, Corbin. Awesome for Lenny Hayes to join us so close to the bounce of the ball.
Absolutely. Thanks, Hodgie, and thanks to Lenny Hayes as well. One of the nice guys of footy, now part of that coaching group. And what a group it is too. With
you try playing against him and say that he's a nice guy.
It's much easier to say from up here.
I was so
Give us some stories, Lingy. Come on.
I was so disappointed once I finally got to know him post our careers that he was such a good bloke. 'Cause I wanted to hate him. I made a little mistake one day when I was a younger player. Nick Riewoldt had made a big lead. He'd got a break on Matty Scarlett. Scarlett yelled at me to block his run. And all I thought of at the time, being young and in the moment, was belt him in the guts. I copped the week for it out of it. Lenny Hayes was the closest one to me, and he saw it happen. I found out just how nasty Lenny Hayes could be. I deserved it, mind you, but Lenny came for me. He protected his teammate like that. Brilliant player, brilliant competitor. You're right. One of the great people in footy, but one of the fiercest competitors I've ever come across.
You know, one of the ironic things about football is that sometimes when you look at a match committee, the recruiting people, you've got one based in Melbourne, one in Sydney. They've looked at the games and they've gone, Sydney have gone, we want Hayes. Go again. New South Wales one was Victoria. So you got Sydney got Bolton.
Yep.
And St Kilda got Hayes. Both fantastic footballers. They could have easily lived in their own state because they had the same sort of, look, it's amazing how they thought in those days.
It's an amazing coaching group too. So you've got Lenny Hayes, Rob Harvey and obviously Corey Enright as part of that group. And Ross has spoken a lot and praised them a lot this year. So you talk about the evolution of a coach, and the criticism of him in the past was he doesn't delegate enough. What does his support staff do? He hasn't got an all-star sort of coaching group, and yet at St Kilda, they've got some high-end intel that they've been able to assemble, a lot of coaching experience from other clubs.
And he's gone for Saints people, hasn't he? So Hayes, Goddard, Harvey. Was that always important for you as a coach?
No.
It's an interesting approach, I thought. He's gone for Saints greats.
You've got to think about this. In the last 20 years, name a coach that played at that side that won the premiership.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any.
No, you're right. I think there might have been one.
Who?
Was it? I can't remember. I remember this
I'd
stat.
almost go 30 years and say it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think that's happened. From Lee Matthews in 1990,
Paul Roos would have been the only one.
Okay, he started for Troy.
He started for Troy.
He still played for...
I reckon he was the only one.
Only one.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's 30 years or 40 years or 30 years. Yeah.
Yep.
So you learn more about your game. Our game is... You've got to look at our game and go, where's the growth come from? Because you can't go overseas and study AFL football. You go overseas and study technique of coaching and the games of rugby, soccer, basketball, ice hockey, whatever you like. But here, you're at the unfortunate thing is at 30 I was coaching at the top level, and at 60 I was coaching at the top level, the same level. So it's not as if I could go to Europe and go, okay, I'm going to coach the Munich, Yep. So that's your growth's got to come from underneath.
I just want to set this up as a subplot, which is obviously going to unfold throughout the night, and Jason Horne-Francis is at the centre of it. Brendan Goddard works as part of our team on Grandstand AFL. He was with us last Saturday night down in Geelong. He also holds a role as a development coach at St Kilda. And we touched on Jason Horne-Francis coming to town, obviously the second-year number one draft pick. Brendan Goddard, a fellow number one pick, as to how we'll be received here tonight.
Well, I find it very odd, a little bit, and disturbing. But also I think as the average man, you probably... The reason behind the booing is just to be controversial in a lot of ways. So it's a difficult situation. So I don't understand the booing of it from opposition teams that had no relevance or connection to North Melbourne and everything.
So if you're a St Kilda fan, you're heading
so
to
I'd
the footy on
encourage
Friday
all
night.
Saints supporters to grow up and just take it for what it is. So I'll be very disappointed, and I don't have a game day role, so I'll be there next Friday sitting in the crowd as a supporter. I'll be very disappointed if I was to hear St Kilda supporters boo.
And this was Ken Hinkley earlier tonight on whether he's apprehensive about how Jason Horne-Francis will be received.
All I've asked is that people treat him with some respect, and I think anyone who plays the game, we should treat them with respect. We get the tribal part of football, and for people to say that you sign up for that, you pay up for that, you don't actually. We signed up and paid up for a lot of things in the past that we don't do and we don't accept today. And I think football is always going to have a bit of passion, and I'm not trying to take passion away. I don't want our best young talent to get scared of playing the game because of what happens outside the fence.
Ken Hinkley on ABC Radio earlier tonight as part of our coverage.
Great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. Absolutely great stuff. And BJ's right, though, too. I'm baffled as well by why other clubs' supporters would boo Jason Horne-Francis.
They're sheep. That's why.
Yeah,
Sheep.
It's kind of stupid.
It started in round 2 against Collingwood at the MCG. That's
so
where. Well,
why
I
would
think
they do it?
I read it as an anti-Victorian bias, where he was a South Aussie that came to Melbourne. He lasted a year. He wanted to go home for various reasons, mainly family reasons. And I've seen that as you couldn't hack it here in Melbourne and you wanted to run home and live with your parents. And I see it as an anti-Vic sentiment because...
No, it's not anti-Vic. It's anti...
So?
No, you're on the money to one way because there's a lot of players... wasn't Perkins said... and he tampered with the draft saying this, I will not go if I have to leave Victoria. Yeah. Hello, I always say, cut your umbilical cord, for God's sake. You're giving me indigestion. It's a you're 18, grow up and get over the fact if you put your name down to be drafted, you're going to be drafted. That's what people are really dark on him, is the fact that he's gone from being a North Melbourne player to South Australia.
Yeah, that he's gone back home.
But it's not. He could have gone to the moon. It didn't matter.
Why are Collingwood fans booing him then?
Well, that's because what I don't understand.
No, but I reckon it's a universal thing to go.
Because they complained when Ginnivan got booed all last year, and then they're the first ones to...
Yeah, but the club can't always control the people in the grandstand. So I don't reckon...
Geelong did it. There was a little bit of booing, wasn't there? Who did they play? The Bulldogs. They played the Bulldogs. So the Bulldogs did it. So it's only been Victorian teams.
Yeah. So I guess the worry is to take it forward tonight and the leadership tool. What happens if he comes out here and he does get booed? How does Ken approach that with him to essentially say, this might just be part of your football life, at least for the time being?
Yeah, I don't know is the answer, but what I would hope and thinking I know Kenny a little bit is keep getting the footy. Keep getting the footy because you know what they'll quickly do? Get bored of having to do it 35 times a game and they'll go, oh, this isn't worth it, this isn't working, give up on it. It's sad that it would need to do that, but he would just say, keep giving the footy and probably tell a few of his teammates, feed him the ball. Feed him the ball. They'll get bored of this.
It does happen when you look, I've got to say, internally, it's a different circumstance, I realise, but my last year and a half at Carlton, I was booed every week to the point where then it couldn't go to the game. Right? Because it was water for ducks back for me, but then when you know it's hurting your family, I reckon this kid would know that if he's getting booed, his family would be hearing this, it would be affecting him more because of the family situation. And people, that's if they get a kick out of booing someone, well,
So has Ken done the right thing to speak in the manner that he did about
Absolutely.
it?
Yes,
too right.
Because no one spoke up in the hierarchy for Adam Goodes.
No.
And I mean, when it's personal, it's inappropriate.
Yes.
That's what I think.
Yes.
Yeah. People will say, "Oh, but booing is
Yeah.
harmless fun, and it's theatre, and it's all entertainment, and that's fine to a certain point."
Yeah,
but when it's personal, it's inappropriate, and it was personal for Goodes for various reasons, and no one spoke up soon enough.
Yeah.
What Ken Hinkley has done has shown true leadership.
Yeah, I agree with that. I still don't have a problem, by the way, with North Melbourne fans.
Correct.
Oh, correct.
So
Completely different.
once a year, if a player...
And we saw Ollie Henry
moves
do it.
clubs. Exactly.
And he stepped in, didn't he? He stepped in and said, bring it.
Yeah,
and that was theatre.
Spot on.
That's once a year, the theatre aspect.
And
that's
North
not every
will.
week.
And they won't forget it. They won't forget it either.
No, but that game, North and Port, is in Tasmania, unfortunately.
And look, even take extension to that. I don't know how many years ago that Gaff belted Brayshaw.
Yes.
But West Coast, Fremantle supporters never gaff off the hook every time they play.
Yeah,
so
he still gets booed.
He's spot on.
You can completely understand that.
Yeah, because if you see a player get transferred, even if he gets sacked and gets picked up by another club, he's fair game.
We're just about to have the toss of the coin here. So continuing a tradition which was started back in 2022, the Saints will take part in a cultural gift presentation for every home and away coin toss this season. So they've extended that invitation to all opposition clubs if they'd like to be part of it as well. So we saw that on display again here moments ago. Tim Hodges is in the front row of the grandstand. The seconds are counting down before the first bounce on Friday night for round 7. G'day, Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. This is a terrible start by me, but I'm in the front row and I couldn't see who actually won that toss. So there were so many players and photographers. So that's a boundary rider has had a clanger to start with. It is a wet and bleak Melbourne night outside. Thank goodness for the roof here at the Docklands. It's a bit chilly, but perfect conditions for footy. The cold and the flu has been through Port Adelaide this week. Ken Hinkley said he's suffered probably the most. Some of his staff and some of his players, who he wouldn't tell us those players, have had it. There was talk all day of a late change for Port Adelaide, but both teams were as named as selected. The subs for St Kilda, Marcus Windhager again. For Port Adelaide, it's Riley Bonner. The Saints hoping for around 25,000. I think we're really close to it. So a great Friday night crowd for this great game.
Horn Francis to start on the bench. Port Adelaide and St Kilda to get round 7 underway on Grandstand AFL. You with Kelly Underwood.
And it's Marshall up against Teakle. Teakle gets his hands to it, taking off after it, Marshall, but he fumbled it. Still gets a handball out, but it's stolen by Wines. Off to Dersma, the wingman, delivers it long. Charlie Dixon charges out. Lord stood in front of him. They went for the same ball. Here's a chance for Butters, one of their best players. He's stripped of the footy, and the Saints are able to emerge with it. And they've got it in the defensive 50.
Bradley Hill to Wanganeen Millera, who marks at half-back for the Saints.
Was that an umpire's whistle a little faulty then, Corbs?
I picked that up as well. Big leap on the wing from Mateus Filippo. Didn't touch the footy, so free kick Port Adelaide. Butters takes the advantage, sends the yellow Sharon inside 50. Turnover. Howard for the Saints. Hand pass to Stocker, away to Wilkie. And he swings a kick along the half-back line. And Mason Wood in his 100th game takes the mark for St Kilda. He goes short out the half-back for Marshall. Anyone tipping the upset? Anyone for Port Adelaide tonight?
I think it's going to be close, but no. Not for me anyway.
No, I'll go Saints just.
Just interesting, just 2 possessions from both wingers, Wood and Hill, right back in the back half. It just shows you that type of mindset.
So Marshall goes long down the line, across half-back, Port Adelaide with the turnover, and it's Butters who gets it off to Boak. Now the run of Bergman, unzipped straight down the centre, as Mick Moldhouse would say, trying to do that to St Kilda, but this time the new Saints under Ross Line. And the turnover mark at centre half-back for Howard.
That's 2 times now Howard's played up in front of Dixon, just not on the same page as the midfielder, who either needed to go longer with it or Dixon had to come up at him.
Gave it off to Stocker. Stocker kicks out wide to the City wing, and it's picked up by Wood. Little chip to Filippo, and then he stabs it. Silver service, Higgins on the end of it. He's going to kick from a slightish angle 50 metres out to the northern end of the stadium.
He's the go-to, isn't he? He's kicked all their goals.
He's 13 he's leading. Yep.
No King down there, so they've changed a system anyway.
So Jack Higgins from right on 50 to the northern end of Docklands. No angle, no problem. Saints strike through first. 1/6 Port yet to score after the first 2 minutes of play.
You can already see, Nick, when Port Adelaide won the ball, I think the kick came into the middle to Travis Boak. He gave the handball to Bergman, running through. That's what you need to do against the St Kilda pressing and the hard defence. But then that next kick is the most crucial one against the Saints. If you can get that right out over the back to a forward running towards goal, you'll kick a goal on them. Or you have a forward coming up at them, simple mark, make the defenders defend. If you turn it over where they did there to Dougal Howard, the Saints will just... Their confidence and their belief from that allows them to attack from there.
I know Charlie Dixon's only a young man, but he's a slow learner. I mean, he's 33, and he's played 10 yards on the first time and 9 metres behind the second time. I mean, why wouldn't he just come up and get it over the back even?
Saints by a goal. Crooked bounce in the middle. Umpire won't recall it, so play on. Bounce favours Marshall, wins it down. Crouch kicks out into space on the City wing. Owens collects, tackled straight away by Bergman. Ball rolls out of play and a boundary throw-in Right on halfway, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, so much talk this week about Andrew Dillon, the man most likely to replace Gillon McLaughlin as the game's CEO. Dillon and Gillon McLaughlin, who is a passionate St Kilda fan, sitting right in front of me with the umpires on the bench tonight.
Thanks, Hodgie. Teakle wins the hit out down to Dersma for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Rose. He does volleyball, spikes it forward, but straight to Steele. Hand pass to Filippo. His hand pass a turnover. Wines had it, lost it. Stolen away by Wood. Kicks in the middle of the ground, and Bradley Hill marks.
Could have gone on with it, and then he opts to stop. Prop. Take off towards the dock side. Gives it to Sinclair right in the bullseye. Driving kick. Alia's got front position. Couldn't take it in the air. Takes it at ground level, and then he's tackled. It's stolen by Higgins. Higgins can give it off to the runner Hill. He's charging at 50, and then he flicks it wide. And the kick has been marked by Membry on a tidy shangle in the left forward pocket.
St Kilda forward line is isolating themselves really well. That contest then, Jade Gresham stayed down, got dangerous, didn't end up winning the footy, but took a number of Port defenders with him. And that allowed, once they won the ball back, Membry was into space, Higgins was working into space. Just all working really hard to be a target for the kicker.
On the approach, Membry. 40 metres out. Tight angle up against the boundary. Now he steps over the arc, sends it on its way, and he's hanging that out to the left. So missing to the near side, 1-1-7. Port yet to score.
All over him at the moment, the Saints. So there's a few good breaks by Port, but they've coughed the ball up on the half-forward line.
Ryan Burton, who went forward last week with Marshall out injured, or injured during play, so kicked a couple of goals. Deep in defence here, takes the kick out, short to Houston. Goes long down the wing. Burn-Jones just knocks it forward. Ross, though, for St Kilda. Hand pass to Hill with speed. Trying to burn off McEntee. Hand pass at turnover. Comes to Rosie. Collects for Port Adelaide. He's high half forward. Kicks along the boundary line. Dixon dropped a sitter. Had it spent. Spills the mark. Howard paddles it along the line. Ross wants to keep it alive. Soccers it back inboard. Rosie's tackled and Hill walks him out of play. And a boundary throw-in right on the 50. There's no late change tonight. St Kilda have kicked the first goal. They're 1-1. Port Adelaide yet to score. 5.5 minutes in on Grandstand AFL.
Mick Malthouse, Charlie Dixon just missed 1 week with a jarred knee, and that right knee is heavily strapped. He's a little bit rusty out there so far.
Well, I don't think he injured his hands. And so he dropped that with his hands, Kel.
Three-time premiership coach Mick Malthouse joining on us, Grandstand AFL. So the ball's thrown back into play. We're at half forward here for Port Adelaide. And a couple of big tackles before it eventually spills over the line again. So we'll reset from exactly the same spot. 60 metres out from Port's goal. Kicking to the southern end. Twirling ball back in play. Teakle goes at it. Bodies on the line. Horne-Francis started on the bench, and there's the booze. It's the first time he's gone near the yellow Sharon this evening. And he's
stiff.
Been pinged for a holding, was it? And still, Jack Steele, the skipper, will take the free kick. There's a blood rule here. Hill is limping.
A bit stiff, Horne-Francis. He got it over the neck first.
So Bradley Hill, just a little scratch to his left knee, a little bit of blood trickling down. He's walking very slowly to the interchange gates.
I wonder if it's a stop. They may have done that because it's hard to think that you can actually bleed unless you've been, run into someone's stop from their boot or something.
So it wasn't a first disposal for Jason Horne-Francis, but the first time he's been near the ball, and a few Bronx cheers. We'll follow that story as the game progresses. So St Kilda now through Millera. Wanganeen Millera gets it up to Burns. Wanganeen Millera kept running, gets it back. He's got it on the broadcast wing. He sends it inside 50. Waiting at the back was Membry. Couldn't take the mark. Fires off the handball to Marshall. Marshall into the goal square. Alia launches and then just flicks it cleverly over the goal line through for a minor score. So it's 1-8. Port yet to score. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Cal, it looks like Brad Hill might have gone over on the synthetic turf. Looks like a carpet burn on his knee. It's ripped a lot of skin off, so they've actually taken him down to the rooms to patch that up.
Thanks, Hodgie. Dylan Williams with the kick-out duties. Finds Houston. Hand pass back to Williams. Goes long down the wing. Carries the pack. Dixon at the back of it. Burn-Jones coming through. Had a fresh air shot. Trying to soccer it forward. Stocker collects. Took on one tackler. Caught the second time up. Says play on. Saints work it out. Comes to Clark, to Patton, and then the kick across the half-back line finds Ross. He swings it to the opposite back flank for Wilkie, and a short kick to Ryan Burns. Goes along the boundary line, straight onto the chest of Membry. Just millimetres in it, carrying the fingertips of Williams. And Tim Membry comes up with the footy in front of the interchange gate. Second up after playing his first game of the season last week. Goes short to Patton. Plenty of white jumpers back for Port Adelaide. He lays it up to the hot spot. Horne-Francis competes in the air. No mark. Falls down in front of Clark. Kept it in front of him. Hand pass away to Marshall. Jams it on the boot. Ball in the forward pocket. Unkind bounce for Wood. Dersma collects, but backpedaling, running out of space. Hand pass away to Teakle. Big bump on Burgoyne from Sinclair. Wins it back. Hooks the kick inboard for the Saints, and Marshall takes the mark. Not 15, said the umpire. Play on. And we'll have a ball up as he's tackled immediately right forward pocket for the Saints.
Yeah, it's a good decision. There's no one knows that's 15 metres. He would have known that.
Right forward pocket. Marshall gets his hands to it. Tried to work its way down to Cordy. Now a tackle laid by Ross. Free kick against St Kilda, and it'll go against Steele. And here's Horne-Francis. Jason Horne-Francis has got it in the back pocket at the northern end. He launches his right boot, flares it wide. It was a 1-on-2. Teakle was the one. He goes and mops up, gets a handball away to Rosie, who's spinning and dancing and weaving on the city wing. And then he drives it long. Pepper strong in the contest. Did everything right, dropped it at the last minute, and now it's stolen away by the Saints. Clark to Howard. Howard can bring it out wider still, and they switch it. Wilkie to Burns, who's got it half back here on the dock swing, back to Wilkie, and then just shanks that kick. Pepper does it sit for him right in front of the interchange gates here. He can't pick it up. He's still going at it. He's got his head over the footy. Stripped of it in the end. Sinclair at the back. Picks it up. Loops it up to the skipper and Steele. And then Steele's able to eat up Gresham, who turns and pokes it into the pocket. Diving and weaving. Couldn't quite pick it up was Owens. Goes back. Here's a chance now for Butler. He zigs when everyone zags. His kick wasn't great. It's almost gone to the Port Adelaide player. It's not. It spills out to Wood. Mason Wood with a quick snap across his shoulder in his 100th game. Mark on the line in the right forward pocket. And it's been a mark taken by Cordy. It was messy, but they've crept closer and closer to goal. And now Cordy in the right forward pocket, 10 metres out. Wheels around and bangs it through. Saints are on fire early, 2-2-14. Port Adelaide yet to score. 10 minutes played under the closed roof here at Docklands.
Gee, Mick, I don't like this midfield battle right now from Port Adelaide's perspective. They are getting outworked right across the ground. Even when Port Adelaide mids are able to win the ball, it's a quick kick and no one's running to attack and create and take some ground. So therefore, even any of the kicks they go forward with are really shallow. So only making it either just inside 50 or just outside 50. St Kilda rebounding easily off the back of that. And it's just all about work rate.
It is.
Port mids not working hard enough.
There's two marks that have been dropped, really relatively easy marks. Both inside 50, maybe shots on goal. Didn't happen. But then the fumbling up after that too, there was just nothing clean about Port, whereas St Kilda are really clean at the moment.
First 14 points of the game for St Kilda. Free kick in the middle, Port's way, and Horne-Francis takes the advantage. Kicks inside 50, Pepper bowled over, gets to full forward. Dixon's there, bends over, picks it up, still for the power. Hand pass to Finlayson, kicks to the goal square. They let it bounce, it pitches, turns, still runs along the boundary line, and in the end, Dersma and Burns see it out of play, but it looked like it was just going to keep turning and arcing and running all the way back inside. Didn't want to go out.
That was great play by Horne-Francis. Really strong play. The kick wasn't perfect, but the actual play itself was terrific. Strong.
Dixon and Owens against the teenager from the boundary throw in. Dixon pumps it down for Port Adelaide. Stocker there. Tackled as he gets a kick away. Went straight to Dersma. 48 metres out. Pumps it back in the other direction and kicks it through. And the teal arrow puts her his first of the night. Port Adelaide on the board at last. After 13 minutes, Port Adelaide 1 straight 6, St Kilda 2-2-14. The Saints by 8 points, 13 gone.
Well, that passage of play from the centre bounce, with Horne-Francis being involved in the forward line, they were able to keep the ball in there. It wasn't a great kick that went wrong the face of the goal, but they had the numbers there, which is exactly what you were saying before. Before the previous times there was a loose football, St Kilda just outnumbered them. This time it was a Port that got hold of the footy.
And it helps when you get it deep,
Yes,
as you said.
yeah.
The kick after Horn Francis ended up deep. They get a boundary throw in, and then you can actually shift down the ground
That's
a little
right.
bit. Dersman's sitting in the perfect position where a winger should be.
Absolutely.
And nails a great kick.
Good player, Dersman. Went off the ball a bit last year. I think because of a couple of knee injuries he had. He's playing a lot better this year.
Brad
And
Hill back
injury-free.
in. And Owens into the ruck up against Finlayson. Slap down to Crouch, to Steele, to Wood, who kicks it straight down the centre of the ground. It's a bouncing ball. Who can get there first? Port Adelaide flicking it out was Williams. Charging through Horn Francis. He's got Crouch for company. He couldn't hit a teammate with that handball, and now it's flicked up to Howe. Howe, bouncing ball on the outer wing. A chance here, and he couldn't quite trap it, Rioli. Instead, it was Drew who kicks to a one-on-one. Dixon caught under it. He's got Howard, his former teammate, for company. Ball goes over their head. It stays in play. McEntee skies the ball into the left forward pocket. Charlie will go at it again. Got his hands to it. Here's a chance for Lord. Handballs backwards and eventually gets it to Drew, who throws it on the boot, but it's no one in the goal square. All St Kilda, and Wanganeen Millera is able to take off and run for the Saints.
We like that kick again. That could have gone out about 30 metres out. He had two players absolutely clear, and in football this day, you know there's players there.
Wanganeen Millera to Hill. He shares it with Jack Steele. It was quiet last week, the skipper, on his return from that broken collarbone. Just 7 disposals in the first half. Hill eventually kicks it long to a contest on the wing, punched away by the power. Hill's involved again, tracking the footy, and Dersma inadvertently soccers it out of play. St Kilda home game, of course, under the roof at Dockland, so in their traditional columns tonight, the red, white and black with the black shorts, and Port Adelaide all in white with the teal and black V. Pepper doing the ruck work along with Marshall. Comes down to Horn Francis. Hand pass forward into the path of Rosie, picked off by Wanganeen Millera. Hand pass to Ross, who's got it at half back for the Saints.
Ross kicks to the wing. Dersma floats in from the side. He put his legs up and he's hurt his St Kilda opponent in Marshall, who's down behind play. St Kilda emerge with the footy. Owens handballs back to Wood. He's got it right in front of the Saints bench. Dinky little kick. Crouch keeps it in play. Handballs over the top. Alir was there. He got his hands to it. He stole it and he keeps it. He tried to keep it in play. Handball then over the boundary line. But Dersma's hurt himself in that marking contest. He flew in, launched from the side right on this wing.
PCL
every day.
Mick, you just talked up Dersma and how he'd been in some good form as well.
That PCL every day of the week, that injury.
He need Marshall right in the sort of the hip, ribs area. That's why he was sore, but...
Here's Marshall down to Horn Francis. Been busy early. Hand pass away to Bergman for Port Adelaide. Kicks to centre half forward. Lord the target. Knocked away from him. Spills down to Junior Rioli. Ugly looking kick. Skids inside the forward arc. Desperate footy. McEntee able to get a hand pass out to Drew. Offloads to Wines, who shoots goalward but misses.
He wasted chance there. Wines had to be better.
He missed
He's an
everything.
experienced player. He had to flick that to Travis Boak, who would have had time and space to just nail a really simple goal on the run.
Out on the full, so no change to that score. St Kilda by 8 points after 17 minutes, and it's out of play again here. High half forward for Port. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just watching Xavier Dersman now, he's walking around the boundary. You just watched the doctor when he came off. I think they thought he was done straight away, and the doctor actually pointed to Riley Bonner, the sub, to say get ready. So he went running around the boundary, almost warming up. So now Dersman's just sat down, so they're going to have a look at him. So hopefully we'll have an answer soon.
So Ryan Marshall takes it out of that throw in and kicks it and hits up Gresham inside the centre square. Short little kick. This is Hunter Clark who takes the mark. There's a lead on. He goes in that direction, launching himself at the footy. Couldn't quite take it. But it's off to Higgins. Cordy couldn't take the mark. Higgins right on the goal line. That was almost something magic down there by Owens. It's a free kick. Owens on the goal line, tried to soccer it over his head. It was almost like a mid-air miracle. Instead, he gets a free kick. He's in the goal square, and he slots it through. Owens is on the board. 3-2, 20-1, straight 6. Margin 14 points.
Yeah, he was
first quarter.
Sorry, Cal. He was protecting the space and trying to shepherd that ball through so well then. Just forced Burton to, while he was trying to get something on it to touch it, to just have to pull Owens down. The umpire spotted it. Great use of the body by Mitch Owens. Sort of something out of nothing there for the Saints. Watching the replay, there wasn't heaps in it as far as the free kick goes, but Well done to Owens, working hard for that one. Gee, the work rate of St Kilda is much better than Port.
Yeah.
As soon as the ball was won through the middle, they just left their Port opponents behind.
It's how just spread, Lingy, isn't it? It's all to do with the spread. And it's okay to get the ball in close, but you've got to be able to spread today's footy.
Saints with the fast start. They lead it by 14 points. Marshall wins it down. Crouch falling to ground, knocks it out, but straight to Horn. Francis breaks one tackle. Caught the second time. Ball comes out eventually. Hump says play on. Winds to Drew. Kicks inside. And Butters takes the mark. Centre half forward for Port.
Corbs, this is happening all the time in games. Now that there are two umpires officiating the initial contest, the congestion, there is confusion. That should have been holding the ball.
Yep.
And one umpire went to pay it.
Yeah.
I reckon he thought the other umpire on the other side was going to pay it. Didn't pay it. Moments gone. Neither of them paid it. And the play moves on. It happens often in games. They haven't still settled into this four-umpire system yet.
And it's going to result in a golden opportunity. So the ball comes out when everyone else had stopped. Saints thought they had a free kick. And now Butters is shooting at goal from 40 out directly in front. And he leaves it out there. Misses to the left. The classy 22-year-old Zach Butters with a behind. So St Kilda 3-2, Port Adelaide 1-1. Ticking to time on here in the opening term.
Think of how many times you've seen this year already players stop and there be no free kick paid.
Yeah.
It's more than any other season.
Sinclair on the kick-in duties. He's taking it round the city side to Steele, the skipper, who's launched that off the side of the boot, out of bounds on the 4B. A free kick to Port Adelaide. Taking it is Mackenzie, short to Rosie. Anzac Day medalist last week, Connor Rosie. Back-to-back Anzac medalist, in fact, is a brilliant player. He drives it inside 50 in the Charlie direction. That's the Dixon direction. At ground level, there's a bit of a fight and a scrap on. Darcy Byrne-Jones kicks around the corner, hits up Charlie Dixon, who was playing in front of Howard. Now he's got it 54. Howard's about 51 out.
He'd want to kick it now. He had Junior Rioli flying
He's got
past.
the give off to Mackenzie, who's lethal with the left bomb. Launches out of bounds on the full. Trent Mackenzie.
He's given it to him a metre inside the boundary.
Across his body.
55, 60 out.
A left footer, a booming left footer. Bad decision.
Yeah, you got
Give the first one to Rioli.
Sinclair across the goal face to Wangadeen Miller with the free kick. Goes short to Wilkie. It's been in All-Australian form. Cal Wilkie with the first 5 weeks of the season. Goes short to Sinclair and short out wide to Wangadeen Miller. Now he's tackled or held up by Houston. And the umpire said, no, that's a mark. And then Houston says, you're kidding. And now it's 50 for dissent, but not a 50 for the original movement.
But Wanganeen Miller went. It should have been called play on.
So they have too much of an advantage of play with the ball.
Goes short
If they go, you've got to call play on.
Short to Sinclair, still in the centre square. Hand pass to Wilkie. Kicks out wide over the head of Wanganeen Miller. Well, he waited for Wood to go and get it. Ball comes out. Wanganeen Miller can't control it. And the Drew tackle, it's out of play. So a throw in here, 60 out from the St Kilda goal. The Power actually have a good recent record here at Docklands. They've won their last 7. 4 of those were in front of an empty stadium, so it's probably not quite as intimidating playing away from home in the COVID times. And they've won 11 of their last 12 against the Saints.
So boundary throw in it was at half forward there for St Kilda, but in the ruck contest, a free to Teakle.
Saints are murdering as far as possession rate goes.
Gave it off, and it was a wonderful smother. Teakle gave it off to Jace Burgoyne, who's one of a couple who's come into this team this week, and Burgoyne wound up with the right leg at half back for the long kick down the line.
Teakle has got to realise you can't just lumber off the line, telegraph to the entire world you're going to give a handball, because the guy on the mark is going to make up some ground.
Teakle wins it in the ruck against Marshall, but at ground level it's all St Kilda. Here's Owens taken high. Houston gives away the free. Right in front of where Tim Hodges is sitting alongside Andrew Dillon and Gillum McLaughlin tonight in the VIPs, Hodgie.
Xavier Dersma, good news. They've put an unbelievable amount of strapping on that left knee, and he's at the gates ready to come back on. So he looked gone about 5 minutes ago, so amazing work by the Port medical staff.
Owens kicks it to the top of the goal square. Here's a chance for Port Adelaide. Bergman. His handball's gone straight to Steele. Steele to Filippo. Over the top to Higgins. Top of the goal square. Always dangerous. Swinging around is Membry. Accepts the handball. Snaps the goal. And that's their 4th of the night, St Kilda. Lead is now 19 points. 4-2-26. In for the quick kill against the power. 1-1-7. There's 5 minutes to go in the opening term.
Well, there's a great lesson there. When you get the opportunity in the back line, you clear that football. Mucking around with hand passes, and I call them hope hand passes. There's some that, when you're in hope, you just pray that someone's on the end of it. You've got to get rid of the football. If you're under that much pressure, you get the ball outside your back 50. And sometimes, you know what? Put it out in the full. It's better than giving the ball 10 metres out for someone to snap over their shoulder for a goal. It's ridiculous to see if you can resurrect something like that.
Yeah, and if the ball isn't cleared, Nick, the 6 Port Adelaide players standing around doing absolutely nothing need to do something.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah. And outside, we're saying Kilda players lined up anyway.
It was a queue.
Jack Steele had 7 in the first half last week. He's had 9 in the opening quarter. We've still got a quarter of that to come. He's involved again here. Ross, hand pass to Jack Steele. The captain kicks the Saints out to that City wing. Owens knocks it inboard to Filippo. Breaks through a tackle. Hand pass knocked down. Wines for Port. Hand pass away to Butters. Floats a hand pass to Boak on that City wing. Short kick wanted Rioli. Intercepted. And Ben Patton takes the mark for the Saints.
Rioli's been disappointing so far. Really hasn't put himself in and around where the football's going to fall.
Here's Patton again. Kicks to a contest down at half forward. Hands on it from Burton. Spills out the back though to Aaliyah. Steps around Owen. Steps around Membry. Hand pass away to Bergman. He shoots a hand pass out wide to Wines. I think he got a bit of Bronx cheer there. Just got misidentified maybe as one of his blonde-haired teammates as Wines goes short down that boundary line and Burton takes the mark. City side of the ground. Defensive side of halfway. It is St Kilda by 19 points.
Bergman and Horn Francis do look the same. On the front page of the Adelaide Advertiser,
right.
Horn Francis, great debut for Port, and it was Bergman. So Port Adelaide's worked it across half-back from one side to the other. Dersma is on, and he's kicking and finding his teammate in Burgoyne.
I think he may have had a PCL before, Dersma.
Burgoyne launches long. It goes over the pack. Sinclair rushes onto it, top of the defensive goal square. Handball now puts Wilkie under the pump. Rioli charges through, grits the teeth. Wangani Miller wraps him up. He gets the handball out. Rosie is lurking. There's a tangle of arms and legs in there. Seb Ross is in there, so too is Steele. And the umpire blows his whistle to have a ball up 45 out, just inside the boundary line for Port Adelaide, looking for their second goal of the evening. Charlie Dixon in the ruck, stolen by Steele off his hands. Handballs back to Ross, assesses the options, skies it. Launching was Owens at the back. Alia's there at ground level. He's got Membry for company. Butters fires it out to Howe. Howe now has a bit of a dash, and then on the outside of the boot, the delivery looking for Finlayson. It bounced off his chest. Sinclair's got his hands on it. He handballs straight to Finlayson. Finlayson to Boak, who steps around a couple and goes for home. It was a laser-like boot kick from Travis Boak, winding back the clock. And that's their second of the evening and a much-needed goal with a couple of minutes to play before quarter time. Port Adelaide 2-1-13, St Kilda 4-2-26, Power trail by 13 points.
And it came, Mick, on the back, finally, of some work rate and some real, just hard efforts. You said about Rioli, this effort down here in the pocket. He went hard at it and he took the ball with him. He took 2 St Kilda opponents with him. They then scrapped and fought almost right across the 50 to finally get an opportunity. That's the sort of work. It's never going to be pretty when you're playing against a Ross Lyon coach team because they're getting numbers in your face. You've got to be prepared to work hard and be clean in a mess.
Absolutely. And you're right. He did take 2 St Kilda players down, so therefore the numbers evened up. That was a good call, though, Kel. That was a laser, wasn't it? He kicked Boak.
Saints by 13 points. Teakle wins the hit out. There's a free kick here. Marshall was... No, Horn Francis was held out of it illegally. So free kick for Horn Francis. This is his 7th disposal. He's already had 5 clearances. He goes short to Houston.
Must be some people in this crowd with really boring lives. They decide they need to keep booing him. He had nothing to do with your club.
Houston kicks inside 50. Aaliyah marks. That channel left half forward just drifted forward. And some loose checking from the St Kilda defence. He marks inside 50, uncontested, 45 from home.
That is an outstanding bit of play, that, from people who can't watch it on TV. That come from this side of the ground, just this side of the ground, to a centre half back running into a space that is unoccupied by anyone because no one expects it to go there. Beautiful kick and a great bit of play by Lira.
Hasn't kicked a goal for over 2 years. Aliyah with the set shot. His kick won't have the trip. On the behind line, Tinkle almost marked it. Throw a blanket over 20 players. Live footy still 3 metres out from the Port Adelaide goal. McEntee picks it up. Got a hand pass out. Burn-Jones hooks it over his shoulder but misses. Behind. 4-2 to 2-2.
Yeah,
St Kilda by 12.
This shouldn't come out quick if you're Port Adelaide. You've got to be all over them. Lock the ball in your end for a little bit, but they're going to... Oh, no, well done.
Comes
really
out
well
quick,
done.
Lingy. Came out quick, didn't it? Sinclair to battle back to Sinclair, and his kick was smothered.
Yeah, it was McEntee who got over there. They were about to exit that 50 too easily, and he got the smother on. Really well played.
Brilliant role player for Port Adelaide, just loving being in that team as the pressure forward. So boundary throw in inside 50 here for Port Adelaide. Dixon assumes the front position. Here's a chance for Horn Francis. He's tackled, he gets his handball away. Spills outside of the 50. Clark pounces on it. Gives it off to Higgins. They're running in waves now, the Saints. Ross toe pokes the kick. And Membry marks and wants to hold it up, bring it back inboard to Sinclair. He kicks an uncontested mark to Jack Sinclair. He's got it on the city wing. He keeps it low. The target down there was Clark. Clark wins it, not in the air, but at ground level. Gives it back to Sinclair. Skies it to centre half forward. Spoil from behind. Fired out handball. Here's the chance for Ross. Ross gives it to Hunter Clark. Clark then just pokes it into the pocket where Owens could maybe do his best work. Instead of wheeling around, he gives it back to Hill, and Bradley Hill juggles the mark. 3 bites of it. He was off balance, and he's taken a mark on a 45-degree angle, 45 metres out. Bradley Hill lining up to put the Saints 5th on the board and extend the margin back out to 18 points at the northern end. There's a little lead from Jack Higgins, Gresham rather it was, that poked out in the pocket. He gives it to Gresham. Gresham doesn't waste any time and curls it through for a major. Hill with the goal assist. Gresham with the finish. The Saints have got 5-2-32, Port Adelaide 2-2-14.
And Dersma, no good. He was on the mark there. Hodgie, he was just about to come to you then, Dersma, but he's been told to stay back on the ground.
I think they've told him the siren's about to go, but that's a bit dangerous. He just cannot get into a trot at all. You see him here on the Docklands wing trying to run towards the forward line. I'm not sure how much longer he's got left in this game.
No, as Gresham took off then and Dersma was on the mark, Dersma just couldn't go. As soon as the kick had gone through, he just wanted to limp his way to the bench, but he's got to stay out there for the last 6 seconds.
5-goal opening term for the Saints. They've trailed only twice this year at quarter time. They'll be playing from in front again. An 18-point lead. 5-2 to 2-2. Thump back in the middle. Teakle wins the hit out down to Ross. Quick hand pass away to Clark. He kicks to the wing, and that'll do us through one. And all the key ball winners involved for St Kilda. Sinclair with 13. They're all Australian in that opening term. What a year he's having. He's 4th in the coaches' votes as it sits at the moment. Got a perfect 10 last week against Carlton, and he's polling well in the ABC Footballer of the Year. So he's gone from all Australian to now, after 6 rounds, being in the mix for major individual awards. 11 for Ross and 11 for Jack Steele's second game back, while Horn Francis, who is copping the jeers again from a portion of the St Kilda crowd. He's had 8 disposals in the first term, but 6 clearances, 2 tackles, 2 score involvements. The start for Jason Horn Francis. On the scoreboard, St Kilda 5-2-32, Port Adelaide 2-2-14. The Saints by 18. 5 different goal kickers: Gresham, Owens, Cordy, Higgins and Membry for St Kilda. While for Port Adelaide, just the 2 goals, 1 for Dersma, 1 for Bogue. And Xavier Dersma had an incident at the 20-minute mark of that opening quarter. He leapt in the air, had his really kneed Marshall in the midriff, and as a result, hurt his knee more than it hurt Marshall's stomach in the process. He was sort of buckled over for a moment or two. Marshall's got up and played on, but Dersma has some concerns over his left knee. He did have surgery in the past, Mick, to a lateral ligament injury in his right knee early in 2021. So this is the opposite knee that Dersma has suffered an injury to here in this opening term. Other thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
For extreme entertainment, stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView. That's so cool. Extreme feel-goods with Ghosts, Ronnie Cheng, international student, and Summer Love.
Never hold back, kids.
Extreme funnies from the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
That means a lot.
And extreme good times with Starstruck, Peep Show, and Fisk.
Why would you say that? Yeah, I don't know.
It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
So cool.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Picked up by Wood. Little chip to Filippo, and then he stabs it. Silver service, Higgins on the end of it. From right on 50 to the northern end of Docklands. No angle, no problem. Saints strike first. Spills out to Wood. Mason Wood with a quick snap across his shoulder in his 100th game. Mark on the line in the right forward pocket, and it's been a mark taken by Cordy. It was messy, but they've crept closer and closer to goal, and now Cordy in the right forward pocket, 10 metres out, wheels around and bangs it through.
The boundary throwing, Dixon pumps it down for Port Adelaide. Stocker there, tackled as he gets a kick away, went straight to Dersma, 48 metres out, pumps it back in the other direction and kicks it through. Port Adelaide on the board at last.
Still to Filippo, over the top to Higgins, top of the goal square, always dangerous, swinging around his Medbury, accepts the handball, snaps the goal, and that's their fourth of the night, St Kilda. Sinclair's got his hands on it, he handballs straight to Finlayson, Finlayson to Boak, who steps around a couple and goes for home. It was a laser-like boot kick from Travis Boak, winding back the clock.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there for the opening term. St Kilda by 18 points. Concern for Xavier Dersma in the power camp. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Anything official, Hodgie?
It's official right now, Corbin, which is a huge blow for Port Adelaide. But from the moment he limped off, I think the doctors knew he was done. They tried their best to get him back out there, but when he went out there, he was just not able to get into a run with that left knee. It looks like a PCL, and the substitution has just been made. So Marcus Windhager comes in, Riley Bonner, comes into this game for Port Adelaide, and unfortunately Xavier Dersma comes out, and he'll probably have some scans over the weekend which will determine just exactly how long out of the game he will be.
Thanks, Hodgie. Just ahead of Mick and Lingy, Bruce and Fitzroy. Friday night, terrific team. Great calling combined with insightful analysis. Most enjoyable. Thanks, Bruce. Nice to hear from you. The SMS number 0437 774 774. And Lee in Glenorchy. This was a big talking point again in the opening term. Horn Francis with 8 disposals. I understand the booing of Horn Francis. He was a number 1 pick. He had a 2-year contract. Burnt the ruse by not playing to his potential, and a lot of football followers out there don't like him tearing up a contract just to go back to Port Adelaide. Tom Boyd was similar, but he stayed 2 years. Yes, I'm a Roos supporter. That's from Lee.
And Lee, not a problem at all with you being passionate about that. You are a North Melbourne supporter, and I am. Or if you come to the footy and he's playing against you, go for your life. Obviously within respect and reason, but you can boo. We said earlier, North Melbourne supporters, no worries at all. It's just the other supporters. I don't know why. Why would you do it?
What's his crime here tonight?
Exactly.
What's his crime?
Playing good footy.
He's not the villain here this evening.
No.
He's a teenager who's getting unfairly targeted. No reason to get booed here tonight. And when you speak to people at Port Adelaide, they say that he simply just didn't want to live in Victoria. He wanted to go home. He's got younger brothers and sisters. If he's not already a star, he hasn't put a foot wrong since he's joined Port Adelaide.
No, he's best tonight. He's clearly their best player tonight. He's had 6 clearances out of 8. I mean, and he isn't, well, if he's not he's a teenager. He's teaching them a lot of how hard you're supposed to work.
Well, would you mention it if you can, Hinkley, at quarter time, given what we heard in quarter number 1?
Well, but they've had it all year, so I'm not 100% sure.
Yep.
It's probably just on. I don't think the players are going to lift because of it.
Yep.
And because he doesn't need it. Have a look at his stats tonight. I'm amazed at these stats. If I can just say to the public that are listening, 128 to 82. That's St Kilda, 128 to 82. But inside 50s, I'm sure I'm reading it right, 10 to 12.
Yep.
So the Saints are going at 70%. Port are going at 33% on score ratio. It's a massive difference, and it's because of how you get your numbers organised.
Saints worst in the league, actually, scores per inside 50 at only 39% leading in, so they've been excellent tonight, given their season record. is pretty grim in that category, particularly for a 5-1 team. Second term underway. Saints lead the game by 18 points. First clean touch for Steele. Hand pass to Ross. Kicks to centre half forward. Owen's got a touch on it, but knocks it away straight to Houston. Kicks off the back flank to Powell Pepper, who takes the mark in front of the interchange gates. He rolls immediately. Kicks it hurriedly into an open forward 50. Couple of one-on-ones. Dixon crashes the pack and then wins the footy. Hand pass out to Rose. He's tackled, spun around by Howard, taken to ground. And the ump says ball up, centre half forward for the Power.
It's the tackle that you've got to be careful with.
Yes.
And I thought the Saints player was. Right at the death, he just held back a bit.
Oh, great
tap. Ruck tap from Dixon, straight into the path of Powell Pepper, and he can't finish it off.
Deserved better.
Oh,
wow.
Would have been right on the highlight reel, Lingy, and yet the drop punt from Powell Pepper across the face.
Two of their best players in Powell Pepper and Butters last term just missing right in front on the road. Early stages of a big game. Hurts.
Saints by 17, 1 minute into the second term.
Wanganeen Miller drives it long on the kick in. Down the city wing. Waiting at the back for it is Gresham. Can he break a tackle? He can't, but he still gets it fired away to Steele. Still had it, lost it to Powell Pepper. Wines puts his body on the line, charges in. And then the two Bulls in Ross and Powell Pepper are in a jump ball formation on the edge of the centre square. Dockside wing. Ball up. Marshall. Drew. Tackled by Steele. Can't get it out. Eventually does. Umpire says holding the ball. Play on advantage. So Seb Ross has got it. Draws the defender. Gives it off to Hill, who's streaming down and kicking it precisely to Gresham, who's marked right on the boundary, right on 50. Centering kick goes over the head of Cordy, and there's a free kick. It's going against Teakle.
We really don't know what else he's supposed to do. He's a big man. He's 207 or 8 centimetres.
Yeah, Filippo it is that gets it.
Yeah, just got the right arm around him, dragged him down. It was just, in the end, he got there. It was poor technique.
Filippo goes the set snap, which is out of bounds on the full. Interesting decision from the first-year player, the 18-year-old.
Nick and I have spoken a lot about the work rate of the Port Adelaide midfielder. The stat that's highlighting it, they're even on contested possessions, these two teams. St Kilda plus 38 on uncontested possessions. Just outworking the Port mids.
Williams goes long out to halfback for Port. There's a whistle on the play. Sinclair stops and it's a free kick for Marshall. So the Saints can go straight back inside 50 from 70 out. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Owens competes in the air, no mark. Falls down close to the boundary line. Burton knocks it to Houston. Hand pass away to Bonner, the sub, fresh on the ground. Gee, was he out of play? The boundary ump slow to arrive. Eventually the field ump says, yes, that's out. And the boundary throw in here, 40 metres out from the Saints goal. They're kicking to the Coventry end in the second term. We've had 3 balls go out of bounds on the full at that end already. So the one just before, and then Wines and McKenzie both miss shots to the Coventry end in the first term.
It's very windy here.
Oh, it's just a weird thing to note. St Kilda by 17.
Twirling ball back in. Owens takes it out of the tap. Once, twice. No one can bring him down. He eventually gets it off to Higgins, who was pushed it. He's got his kick away from one side of the pocket to the other. Membry sees it over. Owens, almost magic. Once tapped, twice tapped, 3 times tapped, running towards the boundary in that left forward pocket before he's eventually brought down by the Bull, the Brownlow medalist in Ollie Wines.
He's exciting, Owens, isn't he? He's a good size too.
And he's doing some ruck work here against Teakle. Won a hit out. Tracking it, Crouch. Hand pass away to Bradley Hill. Half forward, 50 from home. Hooks the kick inside 50. Membry goes up. No mark. Spoiled by Aaliyah, the 2 former Swans. Comes down to Gresham. Hand pass to Sinclair. Hooks off his left peg. Missing. Out to the left.
We'll just get the runner out for Port Adelaide in a sec. Ryan Burton has got to get off Jade Gresham. Gresham is torching him right now in this second term.
Well, they can swing a few things around there, Lingy, because a lot of it's not working.
Saints by 18 points. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Mick spotted it straight away with Xavier Dersma with a PCL. He strapped the ice onto the very front of the knee, so it's a telltale sign. It probably does look, unfortunately, like a PCL for the injured Port Adelaide player.
Kick in from Port Adelaide's been turned over straight away by St Kilda. It was a quick, hurried kick in the centre of the ground. Membry sliding in low and takes it directly in front at centre half forward here.
He'll benefit by the way the Saints are playing, Membry, because last year he was sort of caught out a lot, but they're using the corridor a lot more, and he works the corridor so well.
His opponent is Howe, standing directly in front with his back to the goals at the southern end, right on the arc, right on the paint. So Membry from inside that centre square. He'll need to thump it. He doesn't. He sees something he likes. It's a lead, and so he pokes it, and it doesn't hit up a teammate, but it ricochets the way of Hill. Spins around onto his left centering kick. Picked off by Rosie. Rosie out wide to Bonner, who was the sub who came in for Dersma.
So, Kel, where he's got the ball now, he is being held up because when everyone breaks, the Saints players break with the Port players and take away any initiative whatsoever. It's got to be quick movement for Port, otherwise they are dead in the water.
Long kick from Bergman down the wing.
There it is.
The intercept Marshall right on cue. Swings his kick inboard for the Saints. To Gresham. Hand pass away to Stocker. Feeds a hand pass back to Clark. In the middle of Docklands. He shanks his kick inside the forward 50. Still could turn out okay. Owens got some separation on Aaliyah, but runs out of room eventually. Boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Saints.
So the last couple of stoppages inside the Saints forward 50, Jade Gresham has got far too free. So now just watching him, no one's anywhere near him right now. If he bursts through, he's going to get this on his own, but he's going to choose to stay back. Let's see if he keeps staying there because he's a threat.
Boundary throw in. It was flicked into the back pocket, but it was all Port Adelaide. Aaliyah with the high kick. Burn-Jones right up against the boundary. They've got the numbers around the ball. This is Bergman. Snaps it around. Kicks it to the wing. That's the broadcast wing or the dockside wing. Here's Charlie Dixon. Two of them he tried to barge through both and they stripped him of the ball. And Rowan Marshall's rewarding with holding the ball against Dixon. So Rowan Marshall right in front of Port Adelaide's bench. Tries to run around Dixon, boots it long. They jump in the air. Bergman was one, so too was Burton. Slapping it out of there, a hurried kick from Port Adelaide. Comes back to Sinclair, stabs the ball inside 50, keeps it low for Higgins, who was run off the ball and well played in the end by the sub from last week in Williams for Port Adelaide.
Saints led it by 3 goals, 7 minutes in. Finlayson at half-back, kicks beyond the wing to Junior Rioli. High half forward, short kick to Burn-Jones. Met hard by Marshall, who spoils, and St Kilda get it back. Wanganeen Miller, a hand pass to Sinclair. Now on the slingshot, the Saints, kicks wide for Wilkie. Hand pass in front of Wood. Preferred left peg against the boundary. Got a kick away, but again a turnover. Back the other way. Houston spears it short. Wanted to get it to Rosie. Ushers it out by hand to Houston. Against the boundary line, City side. Kicks to a one-on-one. Pow Pepper just shakes Stocker, takes the mark, kicks inside 50, and Junior Rioli standing at centre half forward. He can kick this from 45 out.
If there's ever a lesson that Port need to make, it's catching the Saints without all those numbers back there by moving the ball quick. They didn't get in position. There were 2 targets he could have picked. He's picked one. The Saints didn't have a chance to get back. If you want to go slow motion, good luck to you.
Spot on, Nick. Spot on.
West Coast Premiership forward, Junior Rioli, a 27-year-old in his first year at the Power. His set shot misses. Out to the right. Both teams have missed some chances. St Kilda's lead back to 17 points, 8.5 gone second term, 5-3 to 2-4.
So Sinclair spinning the yellow Sharon in his hands in the defensive goal square at the northern end. Goes left, then goes right. Puts it out wide, looking for Owens. In front was Bergman. Bergman got his hands to it, but then it came down to Owens. Owens' handball's gone straight to Boak, who spears it into the pocket, and he had to get on his bike, did Darcy Burn-Jones, and he did. And he's taken a mark, uncontested, at full speed on his chest in the left forward pocket. Tight angle.
He's always been an outstanding kick of the footy, Darcy Burn-Jones.
He's a bloke that I'd like to see go in the middle at the moment, the way they're playing, because he knows how to run.
Well, he's been good. 2 goals last week, 2 goals the week before that. Oh, that's shanked off the side of the boot. The big pack forms. Dixon was the leaper in the pack. Well played by the Saints defenders, although Drew comes in and challenges with a tackle on his opponent. In Stocker, and the umpire says, I'll ball it up. 20 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal. They dearly need one. Dixon, the ruckman, goes to ground. Good tackle by Butters. Rioli pops up, gives it to Rosie. Rosie's eyes are darting. He's looking towards goal, and then unselfishly centres the kick, and it's Houston that marks in front of Butters. And he's within range, 40 metres out, no angle to speak of.
They've got some really good players, Port. Really nippy players, got great talent. It's the next 10 metres after they get rid of the football that's going to make or break them into become good or very, very good.
So just 1 goal won so far this season from his 5 games, Dan Houston. They need him. He celebrates as soon as it strikes his boot. He went with the clenched fist. And that's the confidence booster they need, Port Adelaide. The visitors now trailing by 11 points after a slow start, 3-4-22. The Saints 5-3-33. 10 minutes travelled in the second term.
And Mick, it just took a touch of class and a touch of composure
absolutely.
by Rosie to find that kick then, because for a moment I even thought Rosie was going to panic. There's so many numbers around that St Kilda have. They're always coming at you. Just a couple of times Port Adelaide players have waited for the ball. They've got to stop doing that because St Kilda are going to come. They're going to come. You've got to go and meet the footy. Rosie nearly panicked. Instead, he composed himself, hit Houston. That's what they have to do. If they're gonna work their way back into this game, just those little chances to break through that St Kilda zone defence and numbers defence.
Yeah, exactly. Just repeating, Duursma subbed out of the game. Riley Bonner into the fray. So that happened at quarter time with what is a suspected PCL after a collision incident with Rowan Marshall in the opening quarter. St Kilda now by just 11. First goal of his second term for Dan Houston, which is 10 minutes old. We've had 2 ball-ups in the middle, and the second time there's a free kick spotted by the non-controlling umpire, and it's a free for Hunter Clark, and so much so he didn't even know he was getting it. He ran forward, and now he's getting the footy back in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, that's the umpire 40 metres away, blindsided by 4 players. Look through him, man of kryptonite.
Hunter Clark, high draft pick all those years ago, kicks to the hot spot. Membry competes, punched away by Aaliyah, down to Wood, hooks a kick goalward, it's sky high, touched right on the line by McKenzie, and he had to leap back and almost hit it behind him.
Curled back late, didn't it?
Well, it did curl back late.
Lucky not to have an awkward moment there, standing 2 metres out from the goal line. 12-point lead for St Kilda on the back of that and rush behind. 12 gone second term.
This is where the Saints are good, and this is where Port have got to get better, is that trap ball they get about 30 metres out from goal.
Finlayson launches in the middle of the ground after Burton was able to kick it to Williams. Williams tried to get it to Finlayson. Now a scrap in the centre of the ground. Here's a chance for Port Adelaide. Receiving it from Burgoyne is Finlayson, and that long kick just inside 50. Boat gets around 1, gets around 2. Handballs into McEntee. He's on the left. He wants to get on his preferred right, and he snapped it. Jed McEntee. Goal number 3 in his AFL career in just his 4th game. And back-to-back goals in this second term gets them back in this contest. Saints by 6, 5-4-34. Port 4-4-28.
Again, Mick, just a bit of composure with ball in hand. Travis Boak, instead of just throwing it on the boot. Yep. St Kilda just immediately get those numbers back to protect. The long kick would have been cleaned up by the Saints. Gives the handball, gets McEntee within range and finishes with a nice goal.
The 2 names you mentioned, Boak and Rosie, it takes class, doesn't it? Just to steady that little bit. They've got 2 goals from, as you just said, non-panic, had an inch, took it, as opposed to rushing it. And we've seen a couple of rushes today by both sides. They're back in the game with not a lot of possessions.
6-point lead for St Kilda. They led by as many as 18 earlier in the game. From the restart, it comes down to Boak, who's got a run in the middle. Hand pass out to Wines on the wing. Feeds it back to Williams. Long kick down to half forward. Lord had a play on it. Touched it on the way through to Burnt Jones. He's tackled by Patton, taken out of play. And a throw in, 55 out from the power goal. So Port with 3 of the last 4. Got to 19 points, in fact, St Kilda's way. Time on in the opening quarter. It's now the Saints by just 6, who have led throughout from the boundary throw-in. Teakle down to Horne-Francis, puts on the Jets, kicks goalward, but he's across the face. Dixon hands to it, no mark, falls to Finlayson, hooks it through for a goal. Port with the first 3 of quarter number 2, and all of a sudden it's a tie game. Scores level at 34, 5-4, 34 apiece. 15 played second term. Nick Malthouse, Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL.
Well, if I read your figures out in the first quarter, I know Lingy read out the uncontested, but I'll ring out the contested. So it's 15 all this quarter. Inside 50 is about the same. The stats are about the same in terms of disposal. So that means that Well, they've evened up, got better from the first quarter, and it's remarkable. I know we can harp on it sitting up in the goal, up in the grandstand, but it's the work ethic and it's the clean ball handling of the midfield. Horn-Francis then was just simply outstanding.
How's the burst?
He hit it with like a ball.
Speed.
He's only 18 or 19. So
that's how Marco Sciuto used to hit a stoppage like that.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Bounce down in the centre. Neither ruckman win it in the air. Wood comes in, picks it up off the deck, hooks the kick, lucks the fortune because taking the mark. And then setting off was Filippo. They've coughed it up, unfortunately.
I don't reckon the Port players knew they had a holding the ball then.
Well, they've got it, Port Adelaide. So here's Butters, weaving across half-back, giving it to Burgoyne, giving it back to Butters. Spears it straight down the centre, looking for Finlayson, those long outstretched arms. He went for the little flick, I think, looking for, but couldn't find McEntee. Port Adelaide player down behind play. That is the big man in Teakle. Still the ball goes on, and it's the Saints that emerge with it, although it's a 50-50 ball on the outer side now. Is it able to keep it in? They are. McEntee's in there, spinning around to Wines, to Pau Pepper. He sees the brick wall ahead of him. He dances around it, and then he stabs the pass into the pocket out in front of Lord. And it's a free kick against Lord, holding. Lord had a hold of Battle's jumper, and Battle wins the free kick in the back pocket.
Got him. Battle gave it away to Wilkie. Wilkie tried to step around Dixon. He's caught. Dixon got him. And Wilkie's coughed it up right in front of goal. And Dixon has it from spitting distance.
I think, was it called
play
no
on
mark? Yeah, because of the distance of the kick. And Cal Wilkie, he was just a sitting duck.
It's about time they got off their backside, Port, and what they've done, they've turned the game on its head because of work ethic. There's the one single word. 2 words. You've got to say work.
Dixon from straight in front. Through it goes, and Porter in front. The power of flip the switch. 6-4-40, St Kilda 5-4-34. The Saints led this game by 19 points time on in the first, and from that point on, the Power have kicked 5 of the last 6 goals in the game.
Well, just their work capability again, even that forward line, I mean, that wasn't 15 metres, but the fact is that he was attacked at the source instead of waiting for something to happen.
Correct, and go all the way over to the boundary line on about 70 out. It wasn't pretty, but it was effort, and eventually they got their hands on it, eventually got the forward handball, and then they get a nice deep entry. I come back to it, it's not going to be pretty against the Saints because the way they play, you've got to be able to live in that really ugly, hard work sort of world in a game against St Kilda.
I always say, if you take a photograph of a 10-metre area or a 15-metre area, if you outnumber the opposition, you've got a chance.
Marshall straight down to Still. He was tackled. It was stolen, though. Up to a chance for Finlayson, who gave it to McEntee. His kick was smothered. McEntee with the follow-up tackle. He was taken high. It was a high against Rosie. And receiving the free kick is Stocker. He's got it across half-back. He kicks to the city wing where Butters is brought down in a tackle. That's holding the ball. Free kick to Marshall. Brilliant from the big ruckman, who kicks back to Stocker inside that centre square. Stocker taking his time. Flares that kick out wide. And a long mark from Burns. Marks on the chest, uncontested. Spins around. Awkward little kick, just dinks it to centre half forward. It'll come back now to Burns, who's run to the next contest. Drives it long, slipped through the hands of Higgins. Took his eyes off it at the very last minute. Handball's back. It's stolen, though. It's stolen by Burgoyne. Somehow the Saints get it back, and still goes long with the snap and misses. So a couple of quick little turnovers in there.
The reason why the Port defenders were under the pump, Ollie Wines coughed up an easy mark to Burns. Just didn't want to put in the work ethic to cover him. Sorry, Cal.
Again, we keep talking about work. It's just, it's the elixir to all ills, really.
Burton brings it into Williams, bangs it up to the wing. Drew had it, lost it. Hand pass went to Burns. He's drilled in the tackle. Ball up on the logo broadcast wing. Port Adelaide by 5 points. 6-4-40. St Kilda 5-5-35. Time on second term. Saints haven't kicked a goal in the quarter. Up it goes. Both rucks let it bounce. And then Marshall squeeze a kick out wide to Membry, straight on the interchange. Turns and kicks a high bomb to half forward. Little nudge from Higgins. Got rid of Aaliyah illegally. Free kick for Aaliyah. Half back for Port.
Oh, Aaliyah looked down and led with the forehead into Jack Higgins.
Any contact?
Couldn't see it with the naked eye, but it was certainly a head-butting motion.
Short kick wide finds Buchanan. Trent McKenzie is the footy at half-back, and that is a long left-footed bomb all the way up to the wing. Swatted down by Wilkie. Squeeze a hand pass out, but straight to Boak. And Power have their ends up at the moment. Hand pass out wide. Rosie spun around in the tackle from Patton. Pack forms behind him. Up lets him roll. Drew got it out for the Power. Hand pass to Boat. Gives it to Rosie. Hooks a kick over his shoulder down the boundary line. And Wilkie, courageous, running back with the flight, takes the mark half back for the Saints.
Great mark goes to Stocker. This is all sideways. Wanganeen Millerer in the defensive 50, goes into the centre of the ground, puts Hill under the pump. He doesn't mark it. He takes off. He tries to catch Butters. He can't. To Wines. Wines with the fumble. Couldn't get it to Houston. It's stolen down here by Butler, who tries to slap it to his own advantage. He gets it back after it ricocheted to a teammate. Patton's involved. Wanganeen Millerer on the city wing. Off to Hill. He can keep running. He draws the defender. He handballs over the top. The quick hurried kick from Crouch. Couldn't quite hit up Membry. Down low. Spinning and rolling down there right on the boundary line. Didn't keep it in play. He had Aaliyah for company. It'll be a boundary throw in 40 metres around from St Kilda's goal. They led by 18 at quarter time. And it's Port Adelaide by 5 now, late in this second term.
Well, the mids aren't getting the ball for the Saints. It's the ruckman that's the highest position getter.
Tika wins it down to Crouch. He's tackled, lost it. Boat goes in, collects the yellow Sharon, hooks the kick down to the wing. Butters competes in the air, falls through to Lord. Hand pass back to Butters. It's all Port Adelaide. Every disposal at the moment. Kicks down the wing. Dixon keeps it in front of him. Then collects on the logo. Hand pass back to Boak. His second touch in the chain. Kicks to centre half forward. Junior Rioli collects on the bounce. Chucks it on the boot. Unguarded. Goal squared. Needs the bounce. Doesn't get it. Behind. Port Adelaide by 6. Power surging. Only 4 goals of the quarter. All to Port Adelaide. Now 22 minutes old. Power by 6.
Howard uses Wanganeen Millerer back to Howard. All kicking motions here. Now still in the defensive 50. Puts it on his right boot. Uncontested mark by Ross. He can take off through the centre of the ground. Arches his back. Takes on Houston, the 2 number 5s. Delivers for Membry. Couldn't win it in the air. Gets a little handball over Filippo. Filippo to Marshall, who was running past. Goes long, is offline.
Good player, Marshall. He's quarter 7 or 1. That's unbelievable. They are midfield stats.
Well, he's playing like a midfielder, isn't he?
Well,
Port Adelaide by 5
points.
points.
Burton kicks the centre half back for Houston. Marks and immediately pumps it out to Dixon, who's up in the back of Howard and marking. Immediately moves it on to Burne-Jones. Short kick to Boak. Transition footy for Port Adelaide. All from the kick out. And now Travis Boak will have a set shot. 35 out, just right of centre.
That's why the Burne-Jones move to forward line has been a brilliant move.
Ripper. Well, you can only score 3 ways. And this is the least time you can actually score from kickoffs. And if you can pinch a goal from this, it means your opponents have been asleep, because you're not supposed to be able to get that far into your goal line.
It looked like a St Kilda game in the opening quarter. They led by 19. Late in that opening term, Port Adelaide not only in front, but now trying to extend it with their vet, Travis Boak. He misses. And out to the left or behind. Port Adelaide by 6. 6-6 to 5-6. 24 gone, second term as we tick towards half-time.
Well, he laid right back on that. The distance wasn't far enough for him, actually.
So on the kick in, the target was Owens. And now there's a scrap at ground level. Sinclair fires it out. It's stolen by Houston. Off to Wine. Slung around. It breaks the tackle. Assesses the options and then hits up Powell Pepper out wide.
Rosie's just floated into the corridor. No, Jack Higgins spotted it. Well done. As a forward, drifted down to cover.
Right where the arc of 50 meets the boundary in the left forward pocket is Powell Pepper. Was in and out of the side for so long, but you'd have to say one of the first pick for Ken Hinckley's team this year, and he tried to curl it around with the set snap, but he didn't get enough purchase on it, and he misses to the near side. Horn Francis is off, just getting a little bit of work done to the inside of his left ankle. He took the left boot off. He's in the hands of the physios. He was a little frustrated with some sort of injury concern with the left foot or left ankle.
He's been in good touch too, Kel. They letting him back on, given he already missed out on it.
Ross Sinclair had to be precise and was to Wanganeen Millerer, who takes the mark. Got some front-on contact from McInty. So a free kick for Wanganeen Millerer, back edge of the centre square. Interestingly, the second quarter, St Kilda's worst performing term in the young season. They're 1-5 in second quarters. They haven't kicked a goal in this second term. As he goes wide, Wanganeen Millerer to Wilkie and a short kick to Butler.
He's going to come off Wanganeen Millerer.
Just over 2 minutes left in the term. 4 goals to zip for the quarter. Port Adelaide by 7 points. Long kick down to half forward. They all miss it. Slides through to Aaliyah. His kick touched on the way through to Gresham. 70 out. Pops it inside 50. Owens, no mark. Falls to Bergman. Traps the footy for Port. Hand pass to Burgoyne. In the defensive arc. Hand pass away to Wines and back to Bergman out of the defensive 50.
Oh, he makes it really hard, though, for Burn-Jones. Rosie comes in, offers some class. Off to Palpeka. Breaks a tackle. Handballs out wide to Burn-Jones. Can use Rioli right in front of the Port Adelaide bench. His kick is smothered by Sinclair. And Ken Hinckley's up on his feet only a metre or so away, and he's clapping. He's applauding. He's engaged in this contest. Port Adelaide lead by 7 points. Less than 2 minutes to play before half-time. Spinning ball back in play. Marshall looking for Ross. He was tackled, couldn't get the handball away. Teakle picks it up, gets rid of it. Handballs into space. Crouch pounces on it. Off to Steele. Steele, Filippo to Hill, who's got some dash and then delivers by foot down the line. Backing back bravely and taking the mark was Higgins. He was caught high there by McKenzie. So it was McKenzie and Membry tracking out, trying to take the mark. But Higgins so courageous, given everything he's been through as well.
He's complaining about nothing, Kel.
Okay.
Look, obviously he thinks he needs 50, but all forwards think they need 50.
But it was courageous going back with the two big boys bearing down.
Yeah, no doubt.
This is going to be the toughest of kicks from well inside the boundary. He centres it instead. It'll land in the goal square. Teakle went up for the big spoil and missed it. Alia's under the pump. Membry goes to ground. Teakle again. Nervous moments here for Port Adelaide fans. Riley Bonner gets the kick away. And it was out of bounds. It'll come back. So Bonner's the sub. He came in for Dersma, who was off with a knee injury in the opening term. It was St Kilda by 18 points at quarter time. Port Adelaide with all the goals in this second term, and they lead it by 7. We've got a minute to play before half-time.
Space out the back of this for Saints. Yep.
Marshall pumps it down to Steele, who had a fumble, knocks the footy away in front of Burns, paddles it out in front of him. Here's Higgins trying to break through the Burgoyne tackle, wanted a high freeze, not going to get it. Ball's out of play. And I think we're having a boundary throw in left forward pocket. The two umps look at each other. Higgins isn't happy with the tackle.
Well, he stood up and he got it around the neck, so he didn't duck into it. That was a free kick, Higgins.
Port by 7 points. Waning moments of the second term. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck, lost it, spills to Houston, spun around 360, taking the ground.
Oh, they're going to do well to hold on here, Port. Their stoppage setups defensively are not good.
Shocking.
Not good at all.
Oh, they're just leaving it open, aren't they?
Yeah.
Membry's in the square with Aaliyah for company. They're inside 50 here, St Kilda. Ollie Wines reads it off the best, off the ruck hands, gets the kick away. A fumble from Rioli, but he's able to flick it clear, only to battle. Sidesteps wonderful. Lines up and goes long from 60 out in the goal square. Frantic seconds before half-time. Handball down in the bottom of the pack to Aaliyah, and they breathe a big sigh of relief, Port Adelaide fans. Listen to the Saints fans. Boy, are they loving being back on top of the ladder, coming and seeing a great team and being able to contest against the informed Port Adelaide team. St Kilda led by 18 points at quarter time, and then Port Adelaide turned the game on its head with 4-0 in that second term to lead by 7 points at the half. At 6-7-43 the visitors to 5-6-36 the home team under the closed roof here at Docklands. The goal kickers, they're all single goal kickers for Port Adelaide. Dersma, before he came off with an injury. Boak, Houston, McEntee, Finlayson and Dixon. And for the Saints, Higgins, Cordy, Owens, Membry and Gresham.
Port by 7 at half-time. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Any update on Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera?
Yeah, it doesn't look good. You guys can see him. He's trying to walk out to his teammates. It's a left thigh, so maybe a corky that he was, when he got to the bench before, he actually fell over the bench. He was in that much pain. So they'll have to work miracles to get him back in the second half. So Marcus Windhager, just repeating, is the sub. And Xavier Dersma, you can see him, he's just left the Port Adelaide bench, taken the ice off that left knee. It looks, for all that it is, a PCL injury, so he's going to miss a bit of footy. Still in a fair bit of pain, Xavier Dersma, which is a huge shame for him, subbed out of the game at quarter time.
Thanks, Hodgie. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Michael from Wyndham Vale, doing a great job as always. This ridiculous booing of Jason Horne-Francis is really getting on my nerves tonight. These people need to seriously get over themselves. Also wondering, on a completely unrelated topic, if Grandstand Digital Radio in Melbourne will be broadcasting the full Collingwood game on Sunday or the 3:20 match. I can tell you, yes, for everyone around the country except our Queensland listeners, on Sunday you will get Essendon versus Geelong from 1 p.m. and then Adelaide and Collingwood. So only Queensland will be getting the game between the Suns and the Tigers. So I hope that clears that up. Hi team, enjoying the call. M from Melbourne going for Port. Port hopefully can find another Boak. He's a great player. He's looking forward to the bow and arrow. Hopefully he's back sooner than later. We didn't get it tonight. We got a goal from Dersma in the first minutes, but no arrow. His teammates got to him far too quick for that. And from Gail in Launceston, I'm a very proud Tasmanian. We should have our own AFL team. So a little more on board with you, Cal, after our discussion in the pre-game. It's half-time, Friday night footy to start round 7. Port Adelaide by 7 points. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
Mick, it's very, very clear sometimes, and stats don't always paint the picture, but first quarter, even contested possessions, and generally that you'd say from that, both teams getting their hand on the footy, both teams would then get in a contest, both teams would then get the opportunity on the outside to spread. However, in the first quarter, even contested possessions, plus 35, I think it was, in uncontested possessions for the Saints. So that's work rate. That's getting to the outside. That's going and cleaning up the next ball that bobbles out the outside. Getting a handball received. Running to make position and receiving a kick. In that second term, Mick, contested possessions, again, pretty even.
Yep, got them.
Give or take one or two. And uncontested possessions goes Port's favour, or pretty much even as well. So Port Adelaide's work rate to be able to spread and get over and get a handball receive and win the next ball was completely different in that second term to what is in the first term. And lo and behold, on the scoreboard, Port Adelaide kicked plenty of goals.
And Lingy, what you need to tell the people is it's the same team.
Yes.
It's the same team. So you scratch your head and you wonder, the Saints, 128, then they go to 89 possessions. 82, Port go to 93. Not much difference. But the difference is, I said to you that the Saints were going at 70% inside their forward line in the first quarter. Port, 70% in that quarter. And the Saints were down to 25%. They've got it in there. Saints got it in there more than Port. But it's the method of getting in there. And I've said before, I reckon a side like Collingwood gets caught in behind because they're aggressive for their back line. I think the Saints, they're not probably as aggressive because they like to get their numbers back, but their vulnerability is the same as last year. You move the ball in there quickly, and that's why they get undone through the middle. But if you move the ball in there quickly, it opens up all sorts of possibilities, because as good as they are, the Saints, on the ground, in the air, on the ground, they're just as vulnerable as any other side in the competition.
Well, exactly right. And with the way St Kilda defend, it is a real press, a real wave, and they are on. They want you to handball backwards.
Yeah.
Because then they'll be onto that next person, and they'll just try and almost roll and straight away get to you. If you can go through that, and you can somehow, sometimes very, very messily, get through that wave of pressure coming at you, you can get them out the back, because eventually the last line of their defensive structure gets exposed.
Yep.
And naturally, we're all human beings, that last line, they start worrying and they start panicking and they start thinking, hang on, do I keep pressing up or do I go and cover that guy who sprinted inside 50 by himself? And they will retreat.
Yep.
And then there's options galore, and that's when that composure comes in. That's what we saw in the second quarter from Port Adelaide being able to get through that. St Kilda, under Ross, I think have built the belief early on this year, Mick, that oh, well, okay, they handled us well in that second quarter, but we won't relent on that, and eventually Port Adelaide will stop getting through us.
Yeah.
That's Port's challenge.
The test. That's the test. You know, you have spot on, and you should be a coach. So...
With everything you just said, why would you ever want to be a coach? That's probably more the question.
But just on that, the way to get through, there are you can't just rely on one way to get through, nice and clean, because it doesn't always happen. Particularly when you've got a side that's at you in your face. Sometimes it's got to be a kick over your body, but the most important thing is that when you get a kick over the body, I've experimented with this. A kick over the shoulder rarely goes more than 30 metres. So therefore, you've got to have a forward that's going to come up and meet that ball 30 metres. If you break through like a hand pass out to someone, then you're looking at 50 metres. So you've got to have a 30-metre player and a 50-metre player. Because if you don't have either, then the ball just keeps coming back at you. And sometimes, like Richmond did say in their days when they won those 3 premierships in 4 years, it was just a mongrel hand pass over the back. A player ran onto it because you just knew this is where we're going. And the predictability... Don't underestimate what predictability means to a side, because if you're predictable and you're going to get that ball forward at all costs, then they're not dopey, these players. They know they can smell a stat. I'm going to go forward. I'm going to go forward and I can get this. That's when sides get caught out, of course. It doesn't go forward, they get caught out and you kick and get a goal against you. But they rely on 5 or 6 of those going forward and we'll get 3 of them, as opposed to maybe losing 1. So Port's strategies were sound. It's whether they can hold up.
Yeah, and when you say when they do go forward, the times where they don't win it, that's where Jack Sinclair's getting the ball, and Wanganeen Miller is getting the ball. Sinclair's had 19 and Wanganeen Miller has had 16, even though a bit of an injury concern at the moment. But still, if you're Port and you're running at that to attack, and Sinclair picks up the ball, you're still in a great position to be in his face to put pressure on. So, yes, he's still going to get a disposal. He's going to clean one up, but it might not be a really good one and a really penetrating one. You might force him to quick kick. And now all of a sudden you're getting the game on your terms because you're in a great position to attack, but also a fantastic position to be the first wave of defence.
Yep. St Kilda led by 19 points time on in the first quarter. Port Adelaide led by 7 at half-time. And as we all expected, the team with the fewer inside 50s has dominated both the first and second quarters. It was St Kilda in the first, it was Port Adelaide in the second. The first goalless quarter that St Kilda have had in the young season. So held with just 4 behinds in that second quarter of footy. More from Mick and Lingy in just a moment, along with Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges and myself, Corbin Middlemass. This is Friday Night Footy, of course, on Grandstand AFL. The Sunday teams are out. A couple of key bombers back, their captain returns, and also one of their cult figures. We'll tell you about that in just a moment. Second half action around the corner, Port Adelaide by 7 points. But in the meantime, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Rachel Hayter. Disability advocates say they've been blindsided by the federal government's move to rein in spending on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Political reporter Stephanie Dalzell.
The NDIS is growing at almost 14% a year, but the government's announced it will implement an annual growth target of 8% by 2026, arguing the scheme isn't sustainable. The change means the NDIS could save more than $50 billion over the next decade, but disability advocate Ellie de Marchelier says she's disappointed there's been no consultation with the sector.
I feel like people with disability got taken out with the Friday afternoon trash.
The government is also spending $720 million over the next 4 years to try to make the scheme more efficient.
The chair of the BBC, Richard Sharp, has resigned after an independent report found he breached rules for public appointments when a loan was made to then Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Britain's public appointments watchdog launched a probe into the way Mr Sharp was selected to chair the broadcaster 2 years ago. It's revealed he failed to disclose a potential conflict of interest when he didn't make it known he'd helped someone trying to offer a secret $1.5 million loan for Mr Johnson in September 2020. Humanitarian groups say people in Sudan don't have access to basic services, including healthcare and banking, and water supplies are cut off in some areas. Thousands of people are fleeing the conflict that's already left hundreds dead.
Australia has at least 140 citizens still in Sudan. The rival military groups have agreed to a further 3-day extension of their ceasefire. But the Norwegian Refugee Council's Will Carter says people are desperate to flee amid the deteriorating conditions.
No healthcare, no power, no fuel, no water, no banking, very little phone or data coverage. It's beginning to crumble there, and it's a very desperate situation for the millions of people still trapped there.
The Prime Minister has defended his decision to attend Sydney radio identity Kyle Sandilands' wedding alongside several controversial guests. Convicted drug smuggler Simon Main and a man described by his book publisher as Australia's most notorious underworld figure, the former King's Cross nightclub owner John Ibrahim, are in the bridal party. But Anthony Albanese says he's not in charge of the guest list.
Someone who is a significant public figure is a part of what is an Australian success story. I was invited to the wedding. I said I would go, and I keep my commitment.
The Defence Minister has categorically rejected suggestions the eventual cost of the AUKUS submarine program could hit $500 billion. Green Senator David Shoebridge claims newly released Parliamentary Budget Office analysis shows Defence has only budgeted the $368 billion project until the 2050s, when Australia is not scheduled to have taken delivery of all 8 new boats. Defence Minister Richard Marles says the assertion is incorrect.
What the Greens are asserting is wrong. It is plain wrong. They've got their facts wrong. So an unequivocal answer to that question. There is contingency which is in the numbers that we have provided, and that is prudent budgeting.
The EU will require companies using artificial intelligence tools like ChatGPT to disclose any copyrighted material used to develop their systems. Under the proposals, AI tools will be categorised according to their perceived risk level, based on whether the AI could spread misinformation or use discriminatory language. Europe's space agency has trained the first person with a disability to experience weightlessness in a test flight to see if disabled people can live and work in space. John McFall is an amputee who uses a prosthetic leg and previously represented Britain in the Beijing Paralympics in 2008. He says floating in zero gravity has been unusual and instructive.
With every flight, with every episode of Zero G, you feel a little bit more comfortable. You feel you can do a little bit more. I think I've learned a reasonable amount from this about how my prosthesis, about the hydraulics behave and what I would need to do and how it would act in Zero G.
This is ABC News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
How much lower can we go? We might as well take the punt with Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, and it's worked, but they had to be invested.
You throw in Cam Smith as well, who's exceptionally popular here. Greg Norman in charge as well.
But it would be a massive loss to rugby league, and it would be a massive signing for Rugby Australia.
It's a daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Rampaging Royce Laban and HG Nelson.
I note that some people don't use logbooks anymore.
What?
Yeah.
They don't know cos, sine,
cosine, cosine, cotan. They're all great.
Bludging on the blind side.
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
Hey, Royal Commission. What happened to the logbook? I loved it. I used to open to love it. Could we get Volandis to drag the logbook
kicking and screaming back into our universities?
Podcast available now on the ABC Listen app. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Gives it to Rosie. Rosie's eyes are darting. He's looking towards goal and then unselfishly centres the kick, and it's Houston that marks in front of Butters. They need him. He celebrates as soon as it strikes his boot. And that's the confidence booster they need, Port Adelaide. Boat gets around one, gets around two. Handballs into McEntee. He's on the left. He wants to get on his preferred right, and he snapped it.
The boundary throw in. Teakle down to Horn Francis. Puts on the Jets. Kicks goalward, but he's across the face. Dixon hands to a Nomad. Falls to Finlayson. Puts it through for a goal. And all of a sudden, it's a tie game. Battle gave it away to Wilkie. Wilkie tried to step around Dixon. He's caught. And Wilkie's coughed it up right in front of goal. Dixon from straight in front. Through it goes and Porter in front. The power of flick the switch.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
That's us. Friday night footy to start round 7. Friday, Saturday, Sunday round for the next 6 weeks or something. It's amazing after all these Thursdays and Mondays and every other Tuesday footy that we've had. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, of course, with 5 games to come tomorrow. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling, your call team tonight. At halftime, it is Port Adelaide who lead it by 7 points in what is an unusual game of footy. We've had the team that's dominated the inside 50s get completely outscored on the scoreboard in both the first and second term. So it was Port Adelaide with more of the entries in quarter number 1. St Kilda leading by as many as 19 points late in the term. And then in the second quarter, it was St Kilda who had more entries, and yet Port Adelaide who find themselves with a 4-goal to zip turn.
Can I put in a complaint, Corbs?
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, you didn't bring any Easter eggs in. And
I've been upstage tonight.
I was disappointed by that because I was in the mood for eating chocolate. I'm on some sort of a health kick right now, and Kelly's gone and brought in a box of chocolates.
Yep.
And they spoke to me for the entire first half, and I said no. But at half-time, Cal, I blame you. I've just nailed a few of them, and they were magnificent.
Great.
But stop it.
You were both so mean to me in the pre-match, disagreeing with me. I got a text from Mum, Mick.
Yes, I'm wrapped.
Yeah, and Mum said, I agree with Mick, and Dad agrees with you. So.
Your mum's obviously a very intelligent person as well. So.
Both of you, Lingy, you're lining me up, disagreeing with me, and then I bring you chocolates, and suddenly,
Well, you were given those chocolates.
I was. I didn't want to eat them.
Just forward them on as a gift. The NRL second half action, the Broncos trail South Sydney, so Souths lead that 22-6. And earlier, of course, a Friday night doubleheader, round 9 of the NRL. The Parramatta Eels, big winners over the Newcastle Knights, 43-12. So big win for Parramatta there. Sunday teams are out. Essendon have brought back 2 of their running halfbacks. So not the halfback in the rugby league kind, of course, the halfback flanker in our game. Nick Hind and Massimo D'Ambrosio both back for the Bombers. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody returns, and Zach Merritt's back from suspension. So 5 outs. Heppel and Menzies both managed. Laverty hurt. He's obviously out with that shoulder. Davey Jr. dropped.
Yes.
And Snelling also omitted from the lineup. So they're the changes for the Bombers. For the Cats, Jed Buse is back from concussion, so he's back. Mitch Nevitt was the sub from last week, so he drops out. And Cam Guthrie, we knew last night, is injured and not playing this week. For Richmond, 4 changes. Broad, Soldo, Sonzi, Ross all come back in. Prestia outmanaged for their game with the Gold Coast. Of course, his former team, Maurice Rioli's injured. Clark, Mansell and Ralph Smith all omitted. While for the Gold Coast, Sexton, Davies and Atkins are the 3 ins. Of course, Rory Atkins signing that long-term deal to go to the Suns hasn't been in their best 22 for large periods. Casbolt, Roses, Miller and Andrew are the 4 that go out of the Suns lineup. And then the match of the round, the big one between Adelaide and Collingwood on Sunday afternoon, or the last game of the round, Sunday twilight. Ned McHenry is the sub, so he drops out. The rest of the 22 the same for Adelaide. And for Collingwood, Nathan Murphy's back from concussion. Tay Adams is back from suspension. There's no Rusco, who lost his place. He was omitted, obviously, as the cover for Murphy, so dropped straight back out. Will Kelly, as the sub's been dropped. And Pendlebury hasn't come up with the eye, so no Pendlebury for the trip to Adelaide.
Just on the subs being dropped, Michael Voss brought that to everyone's attention today, that it's the ridiculous little anomaly in the rule that you have to drop the sub.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we play with 23.
But we still pretend we only play with 22.
22, yeah.
I don't understand why you just don't pick 23 and then name the sub on the day.
Correct.
It's weird, isn't it? Isn't it weird?
It is weird.
It's weird because because it's not thought of before the season starts. Now they can't change it until next year.
And it's not an injury sub anymore. It's a tactical sub.
Yeah, exactly.
Use it whenever you want.
Yep. Okay.
I'm injured because there's no milk out there. I've just hot tea, hot black tea, and I've just burnt my mouth.
Out Malthouse, burnt mouth.
What about Horn Francis? He's had a career-high 9 clearances in a half, and he's starting in the middle here. And it is Port Adelaide by 7 points, living up to all expectations. Butters takes it out of the centre, curls it around the body. McEntee with a strong mark, playing in front of, it looks like an injured Wanganeen Miller. The left quad has been heavily strapped. McEntee sends it to the top of the goal square. It's swatted away by Wood. And Battle's happy to see it over the goal line.
Was that Kel Wilkie just hobbling off from that contest there, Kel? In the marking contest with Dixon. Maybe just rolled the ankle by the looks of the hobble.
That or someone stood on his
Stood
foot
on him?
there.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Jack Sinclair with the kick-out duties, just bangs it all the way up to that city wing. Marshall a few juggles, no mark. Falls down to Steele. Hand pass away to Wood. Goes with a short kick to Crouch, trying to reel in the one-hander. Knocked away by Houston. Port win it back. Hand pass to Bonner. Kicks down to half-forward, and here's Lord, who takes the mark. Left half-forward for Port Adelaide, Ollie Lord in his second game. His grandfather was Alistair Lord, a Geelong premiership player from 1963. 122 games with the Cats. This is his grandson Ollie, who kicks to centre half forward, but Big Marshall's getting back to take the intercept mark. Top of the defensive goal square for the Saints.
Yeah, I had to say that about the Lords. There were two of them, wasn't there? There's Stewart and Alistair.
Stewart,
yeah. Both very good players.
I had a bit to do with Ollie with his school footy when I was helping out at one of the schools in Geelong.
Okay, so the
Terrific
Saints
young man.
with possession. It was Owens that went long down the line. Now it's stolen by Port Adelaide. And it's Williams who able to hit up Burn-Jones, who goes into the pocket. Dixon's on the long lead. Was he taken high? The umpire says no. Howard does well. Sinclair comes and mops up. Kicks outside 50, a dump kick. It only goes as far as Burton. The underground handball to Burn-Jones. Kicks to the pack. Waiting at the back was Wanganeen Miller, and his kick was spot on. It had to be. Crouch marks uncontested. Still in that D50. He flares the kick out wide. Still takes the mark at half back, and he takes off. On the city wing, he's got it. He stops. Bonner trying to pursue him. In two minds, he just pops it up. And the turnover has been marked here by Burgoyne. So Port Adelaide with another flurry forward.
Kicks to Horn-Francis, shares it with Butters. Hand pass away to Burn-Jones. Kicks to centre half forward. McEntee in the box seat, no mark. Good spoil from Wanganeen Miller down to Sinclair, and he's tackled without it. Having disposed of the footy, Wilkie's running laterally and then kicks an awkward half volley for the big man Marshall. Makes it look clean. Hand pass to Wanganeen Miller. To Crouch, doesn't do a U-turn, decides to wait for the runner. Hand pass to Patton. Ugly kick, bounces out to the city wing. Just not a lot of polish for the Saints at the moment. Steele mops it up. Hand pass to Hill. Just burns off Pau Pepper. Hand pass wide for Wood. In his 100th game, he kicks a floater to the hot spot, and Owens hangs on to it. It was a wobbly footy coming in. Aaliyah tried to spoil it, landed short of the Port defender, and Mitch Owens wraps his mitts around it.
Oh, they'll be disappointed with that, the Port Adelaide defenders there. They had that one covered. So there's a bit of a wobbly kick, so it was hard to read in the air, but they should have done better. Instead, Owens did what he needed to do as a forward, just kept his eyes on it. Good, strong grab in the end.
Yeah, Leary, he was the one that came across. He's the one that should have got his fist to it.
Machito Owens, their rising star for the Saints. The teenager pops it through. Saints back within a kick. 6-8 to 6-6. 3.5 minutes into the third term. Port Adelaide by 2, and Mitch Owens, the first multiple goal kicker of the night. He's got, what's that? That's 2 goals in 3 of his last 4 games. So he's all of a sudden up to 12 for the season, Owens. Yeah, Tim Hodges on the boundary. Sorry, Mick.
That's right.
Just an update on Cal Wilkie. Finally, he got to the bench with that injured ankle. Took about a minute to get the boot off. He was in a hell of a lot of pain, so he's getting that re-strapped. He's having some medication, and they'll try and put the boot back on and get him back out there.
So Port by 2 points. Owens with the first goal after half-time. Just keeps getting better with every game he plays. Bounce down in the centre. Teakle with his hands to it, not effective. Boat tries to fight and scrap. He's got his head over the footy. Bobbles up to Horn-Francis. Takes off. Spears it, keeps it low. Kicks it straight to the opposition. The target was McEntee playing in front. Wanganeen Miller up.
Just a little thing with Horn-Francis. He's really trying to kick the cover off the ball.
Yes, he is.
A little bit. Just more of a touch kick.
Short
that'll come.
Kick out wide to Patton. Patton goes long down the dock side wing. It was almost juggled down there by Aaliyah. Now there's a loose ball. Horn-Francis charges in. He's tackled by Steele.
I was just watching him, Kel. watched the ball float over the top of his head to that contest and then weighted up what he had to do and hit the ball flush on. Fantastic play for a young player.
Pull up on the dockside wing. Drew Windsor had it. He read it best off the ruck's hands, and then they jump on him. So we'll go again. Crouch on the bottom of this pack. He's helped up by his captain Steele. Right on the logo. Marshall tries to get it down, but Bergman's there. It's Horn Francis.
Marshall's becoming a big concern for Port. He's dominating.
Just a slugfest at the moment. Early stages of this third. Marshall again. Straight down to Horn Francis. It's flicked on by Butters. Who's the advantage? A loose ball. Big ball to be won here. Burn Jones pounces. Teakle. Handball. Boat. Underground handball. Very clever. Gives it off to Bonner, who then comes back to Burn Jones and over the top to Pal Pepper. Well played. And Pal Pepper, a really tight angle in the right forward pocket at the southern end.
Well, it was better than that. It was fantastic play by all those players by Port. They took the advantage of the ball. They didn't have to hand pass it straight, sometimes on the ground, sometimes just above the opposition, but they controlled the ball, and that was the most important thing.
Going to set snap approach in the right forward pocket, only 20 metres out, puts it on his left. Perfection! The curl with perfection. And he spins around, he thumps his chest, and he celebrates in style, does Pal Pepper. And Port Adelaide now by 8 points after a goal apiece in this early stages of the third. 7-8-50, St Kilda 6-6-42.
I had to look at my sheet here, Mick, when we interviewed Ken Hinkley pre-game and said Sam Pal-Pepper's a 100-kilo midfielder / forward. And I had to look, he's not 100 kilos. He's listed at 98, so let's call that 100 kilos.
Yeah.
No wonder when he hits a pack and when he hits a contest, it hurts. He's a real wrecking ball. But I love there, he's also got that to his game. He knew that he couldn't get involved in the contest, so he sprinted hard forward and actually made good position as a forward too. So a bit of forward craft to go with his wrecking ball style of play.
Can I just add on to that, just not about him, but about Horn Francis. You say about Marshall being on top. He's reading every bit of Marshall's play at the moment, Horn Francis.
Port by 8 points. Teakle favoured by the bounce. Comes out to the wingers in Ross, who tries to collect. Khan spills to Wood, his teammate. Tumbles a kick to half forward for St Kilda. Cordy's hitting up. Grabs it. Tackled by Burgoyne. Ball comes out. Machito Owen spins straight into trouble. Caught by Rosie. Free kick, Port Adelaide half back.
Yeah, playing really aggressive football at the moment, Port. Not giving the Saints a chance to get their game going at all.
Connor Rosie, their best and fairest winner in all Australian, goes along to a contest on the wing, and there's Marshall again. Takes the mark after Teakle's early fly. 8-point lead for Port.
Teakle's in game number 4, so I'm not going to be too critical tonight, but he is well and truly getting worked over. 6
of the last 8 goals for Port Adelaide. He kicks the centre half forward. Remember, he has his arms chopped by McKenzie. Free kick, but still in the centre square. Short and wide, finds Gresham. Forward 50 filled up. Gresham 60 metres out, right half forward. Port by 8. He's just got to lay it up to the top of the goal square. Big leap, Cordy, no mark, falls down to Butters of Port. Hand pass to Wines. Oh, short kick, the big man, Teakle, long way down. Couldn't get there. Finlayson inadvertently knocks it out of the defensive 50, but straight to Clark. It's coming back inside. Gives it to Sinclair. Runs, carries, kicks for Membry across McKenzie. Punches it about 8 rows back, and we'll have a boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Saints. Port Adelaide by 8 points, 9 gone third term.
I'm not sure Big Teakle wanted the ball kicked to him then, Corbs, from Ollie Wines.
Certainly not at his bootlaces.
No, kick it over my head, please.
Boundary throw in, northern end, left forward pocket. Teakle in the front positions, just thumps it back over the boundary line. Boakes there, he's tackled over it. Tackled over it by Butler. So we'll reset from pretty much the same spot and go again. This is deep in St Kilda's forward line. Owens puts his hand up. He says, I'll go into the ruck. Up against Teakle. Teakle this time easy in the air, down to Rosie. Handballs to Butters. Under the pump, his handball looking for Boak. It's knocked down. Pal Pepper goes without it. Pal Pepper goes again. It spills out. Houston. Quick hands. Rosie. Played for the free. Pal Pepper right against the boundary line, and then the handball is smothered by Owens over the boundary line, and it'll be a boundary throw in. 55 around from St Kilda's goal. This contest has lived up to all expectations. Top v 7th. The resurgent power up against the ladder leaders, St Kilda. And it's Port Adelaide by 8 points, early stages of the third. Flick back in, Teakle down to Wines. On the left, skies it, and up and under. It'll land at centre half forward here for St Kilda. Almost a mark to Butler. Play on, a tackle by Teakle on Owens. Owens' kick finds Patton. Patton under the pump, in the centre square. Gives it to Stocker, who launches long to a one-on-one. Almost Graham. Graham was tackled by Burgoyne. Burgoyne off to Clark. This is Clark for St Kilda. And now it's a chance for Hill, who kicks it to the top of the goal square, and there's a free kick. Membry will get the free in the contest. No, it's going to Wood.
Yeah, Membry was the one who flew at it, Cal. It was Wood who was held away from having a run at the ball. I think, was it Bonner perhaps, just grabbed at him, didn't give him any sort of run at the footy.
So Mason Wood, this would inject some energy into the Saints, playing his 100th game. He's won 20 or more disposals in every game this year. To the northern end, directly in front, 20 metres out, the lefty pokes it through. Wood celebrates his 100th in style, and they draw back within 2 points. St Kilda 7-6-48, Port Adelaide 7-8-50. 11 minutes gone in the third. What a contest.
For a game that's gone, not this quarter gone about 9 minutes, there seems to be a heck of a lot of play between the arcs. Yeah. It's filtering into the back, into the front half of both sides, but under massive pressure and not clean. So it does give the defenders a chance, and because it dribbles and it's slow, then the midfielders are getting in both ends. And it's when you can get the ball quickly. Now, that was a classical case of a little bit quicker than what it normally was, and you're right, Lingy, that was a panic. What do I do here? Because I know Wood's going to go and mark it, so he grabs him. It was a free kick every day of the week.
Back to a 2-point game. 2-1 for the quarter, St Kilda's way. Back in the middle, Cordy palms it down to Clark. He's tackled. We'll have a ball up again in the middle. Mentioned Ollie Lord earlier as the grandson, of course, of Alistair Lord, and played in the Geelong Premiership team. Failed to mention also Brownlow medalist in 1962.
Correct. The legend has it that Stewart may have taken the blame for a little incident that he didn't get suspended for.
And Port come away with it. Here's Horn Francis, who can get another inside 50. He kicks it out wide to half forward. Battle falls to ground, knocks it away, but straight to Burn Jones. Hand pass to Pau. Pepper has come alive. Great kick to Bonner, who was just tearing inside 50 coming off that wing. And Riley Bonner, the sub, takes the mark in the corridor. He's only about 30 out.
Burn Jones again, though, got the ball out. He's not good on his left side, but he just bulled his way through that.
Yeah, and great vision by Pal Pepper. Now, Corbs, I don't know if that's just an old wives' tale, the Stuart Lord one, but that was the whisper going around that may have taken the blame for his bro.
Riley Bonner, the lefty. Oh, hits the post. I thought for a moment he glided that through, just hit the inside of the post. They're behind for Port. They lead it by 3. 13 and a half gone, third term.
Saints try to catch them snoozing this Port Adelaide defence because they move it very, very quickly. Sinclair, they've got it up to half back here. Pau Pepper's involved. Bonner, a steal. Rosie, a high bomb. Target, Dixon, he sits underneath it, gets his hands to it. Burn Jones at ground level, can they keep it in? Stocker kicks it around his body, comes to Rosie, he's tackled ferociously.
Good quick whistle there, because the next move in that tackle is to dump the player.
Great pick up, Cameron Lang. Yep, absolutely, it was still tackling Rosie. Now there's a ball up just inside 50. Marshall at ground level, it's Drew, and then to Pau Pepper. Rosie curls it round the corner. Good mark, Stocker. Outmarks McEntee and then takes off.
A long kick out to Higgins, who takes the mark at half back, and he goes. So turns, plays on, 2 bounces, puts the Jets on, darts around to Lear, kicks in the middle of the ground. And Marshall takes the mark, who's starting to take over. Hand pass wide to Wilkie, who's run up into the front half. Wilkie has a bounce. Long kick deep inside 50. Butler got to go. Rosie flies. Butler paid the mark. Rosie thought he had a play on it in the air, and he's left to plead his case. And Dan Butler's having a look at the sticks from 15 metres out.
Connor Rosie might have had a big piece of this, but when you're coming in from the side there, you got to know in that situation, Mick, you put that 10 rows back, don't you? Oh. With a fist.
Well, not only that, he was down there with him, standing there just watching. It wasn't a ruckman, surely, but then again, it was a ruckman. I mean, yeah, they should have been punched over into the skylights.
Butler serves up a lead change. St Kilda back in front. 16 gone in the third term. St Kilda 8-6-54. Port Adelaide 7-9-51. Second lead change of the night. 3 goals to 1 for the quarter the Saints' way. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Lean, Grandstand AFL.
Well, the old adage, if you can move the ball in there quickly, you what do? You take away the guesswork. Well, I just reckon one of the Port players just ran straight past it. I cannot believe that you would turn your back on that play and allow your own teammate to think he's the only one that's going to spoil it. A double fist to that puts the ball, as you say, back 30 metres or into the grandstand. But it's cost him a goal against a player that's not renowned for taking a mark over his head.
Yeah, Dylan Williams it was, Mick. He just drifted to the back of it. They just had to be better there, but well done to Dan Butler.
So reset in the centre we go. St Kilda wanted holding the ball against Rosie. It didn't come. It springs back to Rosie, who just throws it on the boot, trying to go the 1-2, McEntee, but it was stolen by Clark. Hunter Clark goes long down the wing, and it's pinball at the moment because Dylan Williams for Port Adelaide marks over the top of Higgins. He's got it across half-back, kicks into the bullseye where Drew has got no one near him, so he takes off, drives it long, Dixon with one hand, Rioli snaps, Rioli goals, the quick reply. It's an arm wrestle unfolding under the closed roof here at Docklands. Port back by 3 points. 8-9-57, St Kilda 8-6-54. And there's still 8 minutes to play in this third term.
We just gave a little clip, Mick, to Dylan Williams. The fact that he didn't influence that last one. He took that mark there. Really good one-on-one. It was, it favoured him, the kick. But his kick into the middle of the ground set up that whole goal.
Yeah, but just if I can just add on to that, I know you were going to go that way. I'm looking at Charlie Dixon. Not having great influence. Yes, he did. He put the arm up. He brought the ball to the ground. Rioli finished it off. Rioli was smart enough to get where he knew that the ball had to be pushed down. Great, fantastic play by both sides in the last 2 goals that they've scored. Smart play by Rioli when you think about his impact so far.
Only 1 lead change in the first half of 40. We've had 2 in this quarter. Lead swinging on the last 2 goals. Port Adelaide by 3. Crooked bounce in the middle, recalled. The 6-6-6 reset. The umpire tosses it up. Finlayson and Marshall. Marshall pushes it out in front of Butters. A little tangle with with Ross. Butters got it out by hand to Boat. Boat coughs it straight up to Crouch. Hand pass for St Kilda. Got its way to Ross eventually. Trying to fend off the high tackle from Rosie, and the umpire spots that. So Rosie against Ross. Ross kicks inside the forward arc. Deep for Membry. McKenzie third in the queue takes the mark.
He's an impressive player, McKenzie, when he finds the right target. He's not big enough for the real big ones, but he's so impressive.
The left footer kicks a high ball very wide for Burton. Had to try and touch it to save it from being out on the full. Didn't get to it in time. Free kick St Kilda. Didn't give him a whack, Trent McKenzie. We've seen that in the past and tried to pull his kick there, not enough. Burns from 70 out, drives it to the top of the goal square. Few bodies fall down, ump says play on. Still no clean take. Boak shovels out a hand pass, but straight to Membry. Hand pass to Sinclair, fights off the Pepper tackle. Hand pass to Crouch, shoots goalward, hit the fat part of the footy, opposite pocket. Wood had a play on it. Wood collects. Wood runs back onto his left, but the ball's out of play.
How strong is Jack Sinclair through the hips? Powell Pepper had him cold then. Still stood up through it.
Engrossing third term. We're going goal for goal. Port Adelaide by 3 points. Boundary throw in deep in the Saints attacking 50. Finlayson just grabs it out of the ruck, turns, kicks. Unable to take the mark was McEntee. Now Powell Pepper's got it. He handballs off to Boak. They're streaming forward using the corridor. Boak in front of Drew. Drew gets around Burns. Handballs back to Powell Pepper. He's been a beast in this third term. He's tackled by Butler. Umpire says play on. Umpire says ball up. Right in front of the benches.
Superb, Dan Butler. What a chase.
Saints wanted holding the ball against Pal Pepper. It didn't come. Instead of ball up. On the dockside wing. Boak is fighting hard in there. It's held up. The umpire can hear his whistle in the background. Says we'll have another ball up. So it was Saints by 18 at quarter time. Port by 7 at half time. Port with a 3-point lead. And a little kick away from Crouch. He was pushed by Butters as he got his kick away, and it trickles over the boundary line. They'll reset for another throw in here.
I'm just watching the forward line, Lingy. Porter keeping their 6 forwards forward of the place and they're not adding to the stoppies, not worried about Marshall. They're backing their midfield, and hence Saints can't get that extra runner now. So they've got to earn their keep.
On the dock wing, Marshall looking for Hill. To Filippo it goes and tries to handball over to Ross. Ross is lifted in his third term. And now Rosie and Ross. They wanted to throw to the Saints fans. Somehow the kick comes up from Steele. It gets to half forward. Williams is under the pump, the young gun defender for Port Adelaide. Off to Bergman. Bergman down the dockside wing. Pal Pepper in a one-on-one with Patton, got his hands to it. But the spoil was good and it trickles over the boundary line. Another throw-in.
I like it when Kenny Hinkley does this too, Mick. Dixon's now playing up the ground a bit.
Yeah.
Horn Francis is the deepest as a traditional almost full forward.
Yeah, he is.
He's such a powerful player when he's inside 50.
Hinkley standing in front of the 4 players in the rotation on the bench, coaching from the boundaries we've seen him do throughout the season so far. For the boundary throw-in, eventually comes the way of Butters. Kicks across the body up to halfway. McEntee held out of it by Stocker. Kind bounce for Marshall. Inside the centre square, he kicks out to half forward. Butler chasing on, clever. Drew the defenders, hit it away to Membry. Kicked as he's been tackled. Still alive, footy forward pocket. Higgins can run onto it. Sharp angle, trying to bounce it through. Bergman back to save the day. Walks it through for a rush behind. 8-7 to 8-9. Port Adelaide by a couple of points. Time on third term.
Been a ripping quarter for pressure. We seem to be right on top of the play too. It's happening all in front of us. You can just see how hard they hit and they stay on their feet.
In it comes. Port Adelaide's ways. Butters marks the kick out from Burton. Hands it back to Burton, who kicks down the wing. A free kick for the Saints. Patton's going to take it on the wing.
Patton's going to kick it sideways. Stocker marks it, uncontested. In the centre square. Oh, it was a wobbly old kick. Didn't quite hit a target. Hit Hill on an awkward half volley, and he's tackled by Burgoyne straight away. At half forward, it'll be a ball up. Tense final 5 minutes before three-quarter time here. Marshall again tapping it down, but who can clear it? Bonner had it. Bonner lost it. Bonner tackles still.
Oh, lucky that's not a push in the back.
It was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, the whistle was going to the mouth.
Yeah. Instead, it's going to be a ball up right on 50 for St Kilda's goals. Marshall. This time it's Teakle, in fact, that gets it towards Boak, overruns it. Crouch is involved. Comes out to Ross. Oh, great smother by Butters was brilliant on the left boot of Ross. He knew what was happening. His handball to Burgoyne was a little bit too hot. It's stolen by Hill. Ross comes back in, flicks it over to Burns, and then Higgins with the don't argue, but he's caught eventually by Burton. He did the fend off on Burton. He spun. Burgoyne came in and offered a little bit of help, and then Burton gets the free kick for holding the ball.
Ryan Burton. This is going to go long to a contest on the wing. Dixon's in the pack. It carries all of them. Poured out the back with Pal Pepper. Runs onto it. Trying to burn off Patton. He just tumbles a kick cleverly along the ground. Bounces out of play in front of Lord. And the ump says boundary throw-in.
Just watch the two central umpires, the two of the 4 umpires look at each other. Neither are going to make a decision. It's like, well, the boundary umpire said, I'll make it. I'll throw it in.
Good old-fashioned touch finder from the boundary throw-in. One down by Marshall. Half back for the Saints. Pack forms under Pal Pepper. He's in trouble holding the ball.
Well, I reckon he's real. Is that Pal Pepper or was it Horn Francis?
Sorry, Horn Francis.
Yeah, he's really stiff because he was reaching for the ball and they jumped on him.
Getting your hyphens mixed up, Corbin.
Burn Jones and all these other double banger surnames. I'm looking at him. He looks blonde. I know it's Horn Francis, but yeah, there's lots of them to wrap your tongue around.
I reckon if Sam Powell-Pepper grew his hair, he'd probably be blind.
Stocker goes long down the line. It's over the head of Wood. Is it out on the full? No, touched on the way through. So boundary throwing on the City wing. Port by 2 points. Time on in the third. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, St Kilda has made their sub. Marcus Windhager is now into the game. Zane Cordy has just come off and been handed the black T-shirt and goes to the back seat of the bench.
Thanks, Hodgie. Boundary throw in, City side wing. Teakle on all hands and all fours. Gets a handball out. They share it around his Horn Francis. Grubbers the kick to centre half forward. McEntee had to go back and get it. And then he kicks under pressure and up and under. Almost Rosie. He flicks in the direction of Rioli. Fakes one way. Outside of the boot. It's a Rioli special. Junior Rioli lighting up Docklands Friday night lights. Oh boy, we miss the Rioli name in AFL. It's a name that brings fans through the gates, and it's special goals like that we absolutely love.
Cracker.
Wasn't it brilliant?
Well, he's got no left foot. He doesn't go left feet.
You don't need one when
he just bends it around people. He does what he wants to do. But he stays on his feet.
8 points, 9-9-63. St Kilda 8-7-55.
Oh, just watching the replay of it. Was that Dougal Howard?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dougal.
He was in all sorts, wasn't he?
Yeah, he just got made to look silly.
He spent all his pay at that candy shop, didn't he?
Oh, great play.
2 goals in this third term for Junior.
What a player he is. Last 2 in the game. So Port by 8 points. 27 minutes into the third term. Back in the middle. Here's Horn Francis. Couldn't get a play on it. Spills down to Windhager.
He's an animal.
Late, has a tackle laid on him by Horn Francis. Ball comes out, but St Kilda win it. Steele to Ross. Hand pass to Burns. He kicks wide. Wood the target at half forward. Had his arms chopped by Aaliyah.
How's that Horn Francis in the middle? He was that stiff. He handled the ball 3 or 4 times, got knocked off it a couple of times. He is an absolute ripping player.
He's having a night, his second-year start. Jason Horn Francis at just 19. Copying the jeers early in the night. He's involved again here as he marks the entry from Mason Wood. And hear the reaction as it continues. I'll be booing a lot. And they should be booing themselves. Horn Francis with his 7th touch of the quarter.
McEntee closes late. Strong make by Patton. Had to really hold his ground. Wood it is, rather.
Yeah, great grab, Cal, wasn't it? Had to stand under that. He knew someone was coming.
Yep, McEntee was closing late and quick, and he took that full brunt of that. Mason Wood in his 150th. Oh, he sidesteps around McEntee. Man on the mark gets a little bit more distance and then goes long. And a quick snap from Crouch misses. There was a big fly in that, Pat. Was that Owens?
I think flew? It was. Yeah.
Just on the Horn.
He got up high.
Just on the Horn Francis stat line so far, so we're not even at three-quarter time. 20 disposals, 10 clearances, 6 tackles, 4 inside 50, 6 score involvements. A night from Jason Horn Francis. Kick-out's marked by Burton, so he's got it still in the defensive arc. He goes long and wide to Burn Jones, who marks and plays on. Heads down to half forward. Dixon clever. Palms it into the partner, Junior Rioli. Collects 55 out. Kicks for Teakle. Hands on it, no mark. Knocked away from him. Finlayson still with it for Port. Hand pass to Rosie. To Boken, centre half forward. Gives it back to Rosie. 40 metres out. Hand pass to Bergman. Collects on the flank. Looks goalward. Kicks a drop punt offline. He misses. Out to the left to behind. Port Adelaide by 8. Half hour mark, third term on Grandstand AFL.
What about the play of big Charlie
Dixon
that tapped
again.
that over?
Yeah.
So clever.
Oh, unbelievable.
So, quick couple of kicks. Sinclair and Wilkie and Burns and now Stocker. And they've worked it to half-back St Kilda. Seconds ticking down until three-quarter time. 3 goals apiece in this seesawing, fantastic third term. Goes long down the line. Membry at the back. Through the legs it goes of Williams. Here's a chance for Burns. He's tackled by Dylan Williams over the boundary line. And the scene is set for a Friday night grandstand finish. Ladder leaders, St Kilda, up against the resurgent Port Adelaide, and it's the Power that takes an 8-point lead into three-quarter time. 9-10-64. St Kilda 8-8-56. After the Saints led by 18 at quarter time and 7 at half time. Let's get down on the boundary. Hodgie, have you got an update for us down on the bench?
Kelly, just keeping an eye on Xavier Dersma. He's been missing from the bench for most of the third quarter. He's just emerged. He's had the shower. He's got the civvies on and he's got that big contraption on that left leg. He still looks to be in a hell of a lot of pain. Looks like a PCL in the left knee. I don't know, Mick Mlingy, have you had the PCL? They say that's the one that really hurts and it still looks like it's bothering him sort of an hour and a half later. So, yeah, he doesn't look comfortable at all, and those scans will be really big for him and his playing future over the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, I've had a few ligaments, mate. Let me tell you, Timmy, they all hurt. I don't know one knee injury that hasn't hurt.
No, they do. And a proper PCL sort of 10 to 12 weeks, isn't it, Nick? Is that sort of the time frame?
The old yesteryear, because it's sort of tiger territory at the back of the knee, they never operated. What they used to do was just let it knit, because the PCL is such a broad ligament. Your medial ligament's broad, and that sometimes when you only get a grade 1 or 2, that hurts like hell. Yeah, and when it snaps in, when it breaks or like tears in half, you don't get. And it's the same with the ACL. The ACL sometimes can go, and PCLs for that matter can go, and they don't know about it. But unless because it gets floppy and that sort of stuff. But there's another the lateral ligament is only a very small one on the inside of the knee. You can actually tear that and play with it because it's only a small one, but. PCLs traditionally are a ruckman's injury, but if they've got it and you lose stability, now they operate. I think if they operate, I think you could probably say the year's gone.
Dr. Mick, get him a segment sponsor. Hey,
no,
we could do it at 3/4 time every Friday night.
All my doctors over their journey.
Hey, Horn Francis has had 20 disposals, 10 clearances, and 6 tackles. I've got an idea on the booing. Yep. After the break, I've got a bit of an idea.
The goal kickers, 2 for Owen, singles for Gresham, Butler, Cordy, Higgins, Memory and Wood. While for Port Adelaide, the team in front by 8 points, Junior Rioli's got a couple. Singles for Powpepper, Houston, Dersma, Boak, Finlayson, Dixon and McEntee. So that's a fair spread for both teams, just 2 individual goal kickers, 2 multiple goal kickers, 1 for each team. Port by 8 points. Kel's big reveal to come in 30 seconds from now. This is Grandstand AFL.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream and sing with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Hand pass to Hill, just burns off Powpepper. Hand pass wide for Wood. In his 100th game, he kicks a floater to the hot spot of Owens. Cheeto Owens, their rising star for the Saints. The teenager pops it through. Saints back within a kick.
Gives it off to Bonner, who then comes back to Burne-Jones and over the top to Powpepper. Well played in the right forward pocket, only 20 metres out, puts it on his left. Perfection! The curl with perfection, and he spins around, he thumps his chest, and he celebrates in style, does Powpepper.
Wilkie has a bounce, long kick deep inside 50, Butler got to go, Rosie flies, Butler paid the mark. Butler serves up the lead change. St Kilda back in front.
Kicks into the bullseye where Drew has got no one near him, so he takes off, drives up long, Dixon with one hand, Rioli snaps, Rioli goals, the quick reply. McEntee had to go back and get it, and then he kicks under pressure and up and under, almost Rosie. He flicks in the direction of Rioli, fakes one way, outside of the boot, it's a Rioli special.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
2 lead changes in that third quarter at 3/4 time. It's Port Adelaide by 8 points. Friday night footy, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL, ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and through the ABC Listen app. It's Port by 8 points.
Jason Horne-Francis has been booed continually by Saints fans this evening. In a word, what have we made of it?
Well, it's made him best on ground.
Yeah.
You don't like it, Lingy?
No, I don't like it at all.
What if Ross Lyon asked for a microphone and went out here at three-quarter time, or Jack Steele said, give me a microphone, just give me 15 seconds, and he addressed the crowd before we started this final term and said, please, St Kilda fans, show some respect. He's in his workplace, show him the respect he deserves and stop booing.
Won't happen.
What?
Because it hasn't happened before. Remember Virat Kohli did it at the MCG once upon a time. He went over to...
I think Shane Warne did it at the MCG memorably as well.
Yep. And they missed the fans, listen to them.
Yeah.
They've got the respect.
The only thing I'll say is I reckon it's just getting less and less throughout the game.
Yeah, the more, the better he gets.
He's just playing so well. And I reckon most St Kilda fans are going, actually, yeah, this is pretty pathetic and he's just playing really good footy. Let's just get on with things.
I didn't notice it in the second quarter, and it felt like in the third term it kind of returned a little bit. But,
a little bit maybe because it was one down deep. He got a free kick and it's right in front of the fans.
I'd just love to see a coach like Ross Lyon with the respect of the Saints fans that he has at the moment. They'd listen.
Yeah, it's... You don't reckon, Mick? No, it's a very strange culture thing, isn't it, where it's like, oh, I'm not going to be told what to do.
It's like telling 5-year-olds don't touch
It's not unique in Melbourne. It's not unique in Melbourne, it's not unique in Australia. It happens all over the world for all sports. So we're just going to get over it ourselves, I reckon.
Port by 8 points, 9-10-64, St Kilda 8-8-56. Final term underway. It's been a heavyweight tussle tonight. Two teams towards the top of the table. And the game on the line as we head for home. So here's Windhager in the middle. Hand pass out to Steele, the captain. Hand pass wide to Burns, to Owens, who has a fumble. Port back onto it. Rosie wins a hard ball. Gives it to Burn-Jones. Tumbles a kick to half forward. Here's Wilkie. Grabs the footy. Turns his direct opponent inside out. Hand pass to Patton for the Saints. He kicks wide to Burns.
Finlayson down on Wilkie because
it is.
I don't know why you stand 10 yards behind your backline player when the ball's 70 metres away.
Burns runs out to the right and then pulls his kick, steps around Burn-Jones, kicks to half forward. Wood flies in the pack. Mackenzie spoils. Close to the boundary line, City side. Owens is tackled out by Houston. And a boundary throw in, 70 out from the Saints goal. How do you see it, Lingy?
And well, just to back Mick up, also while the ball's in dispute, under pressure, you know that if your teammate's going to get a kick,
it's going to be a shallow
quick kick.
Yeah.
So boundary throw in on the City side. It's picked up by Williams, the young defender for Port Adelaide, who just bangs it on the City wing. And it bounds on the full.
Oh, it wasn't the full.
Was it? Or was it deliberate? It was on the full.
It did carry.
On the City side. So St Kilda's got it. Gresham launches a kick. Oh, Membry launched with a big fly. In fact, it was Owens or was it Wood, I think. The three of them were in that contest. Hurried kick from Port Adelaide goes to the City wing. Burn-Jones pounces on it. Teakle stripped to the footy. And now the handball to his direct opponent in Marshall. To Clark. Grubbers the kick very casually. Windhager, the sub who's come on and hits up still the captain, who was just quietly floating back towards goal. And his mark going back with the flight 45 metres out on a slidey shangle.
Yeah, the captain's goal here. He's been okay. He hasn't been what I'd call great. Did he have the shot in the first quarter? I've got a funny feeling he did, or first or second quarter anyway.
His return game from that nasty shoulder injury was last week. He had 7 until half time. He finished with 19. But most importantly, he kept Cripps quiet in the second half. This to put the Saints within 2 points. The captain salutes. He delivers from 45 out to the southern end. This is going to go down the wire, you get the feeling. St Kilda 9-8-62, Port 9-10-64, opening stages of the last quarter.
Fantastic set shot for goal. You called it, Mick, a captain's goal. Unfortunately, from Port Adelaide perspective, it highlights when the wrong person gets involved in a chain of play. When you're trying to break through a really good St Kilda defence, and they're coming at you, and you have to get a ruckman involved.
Well,
Rowan Marshall's nearly a midfielder. He could be doing it the other way, but unfortunately for young Teakle, he just immediately got set upon, coughed up, and Saints players everywhere, and Jack Steele was the one who got it.
Big time captain's goal to start the final term. Port by 2 points. Back in the middle. Marshall wins it down. Steele involved again. Hand pass to Sinclair. Hand pass out to Ross. He kicks to half forward. Bouncing footy in front of Higgins. Volleyball spike forward to Gresham. Kick smothered. Mackenzie elite. Great work. What could have been a goal-saving smother while the boundary throw in right forward pocket for St Kilda.
Horn Francis has got to be off the ground, surely.
He's just back on now.
Yeah, right.
With Steele.
Boundary throw in, the Rucks miss it, falls through to Steele, centre half forward, hand pass to Burns, hooks it across his body, top of the goal square, Aaliyah body on memory, ball still live, pack forms around Aaliyah and Higgins, Wood grabs it, they all grab him.
Wow.
And a ball up top of the goal square for St Kilda coming home to the Coventry end, Port by 2.
Inner and outer, Saints had it covered, Port nothing.
Owens down to Gresham, just tries to soccer it out of mid-air, it goes from one pocket to the other. Taking off after it is Boak, pure strength on Burns, taught him a footy lesson. And then he gets the kick away down the wing. Finlayson caught behind. Wilkie with the look away handball. Over to Sinclair. Here come the Saints again to Ross. Handballs to Ross. Ross with the kick. It's a high ball. It's set for Wood, who flies. Horn Francis closing across the front. Made life difficult. Higgins picks it up. Higgins, coat hangered. Free kick. It was against Houston. It was Gresham that got the handball out to Higgins, and Powell-Pepper, in fact, who closed late, almost beheaded Jack Higgins. And a set shot directly in front, this time only about 35 metres out, Slidey Shangle-Lingy.
Oh, it's just clumsy, just really clumsy, Cal. It was a bad... It's okay to be strong at the ball, but you've got to go low. Dead set free kick.
Bad technique, wasn't it?
So Jack Higgins slews off the side of the boot, a complete misfire. And it's Port now by 2 points.
Hit the point post.
Yes,
I'll tell you, if he gets a yips, Higgins, he can be really, really poorly because he drops the ball at such a bad angle.
Port by 2 points still, 5 played, final term. Long exiting kick from Burton. Lord knocks it down, but straight to Windhager. Hand pass away to Clark, puts the Saints back inside 50. Not a heap of tools down there. Wood forced to fly. Gresham soccers up at the top of the goal square. Has a fumble. Regathers. Goals. Saints back on top. It looked like he was going to have a fumble top of the goal square. Jake Gresham, he mopped it up and kicked the Saints back in front. His second goal of the night. Fourth lead change. St Kilda 10-8, 68. Port Adelaide 9-10, 64. 6 gone final term.
This is looking really, really troublesome for Port. I'll give you the stat. It's now 30-7.
Yeah.
30-7. It's not as if St Kilda are getting all this behind the ball. They're getting this ball from the centre of the ground inside their front 50. The wall is starting to get a little bit wet at the foundations, and if it starts to collapse, we know what's going to happen. And really, the back line now is a little bit shaky. They've got to resurrect this ball out of the centre, otherwise this will be another defend from the back 50 for Port.
Wines, Rosie and Boak in the midfield, but their Batik is beaten. It was Marshall, but Boak gets there. Boak's hurt himself behind play. Back to Wines. Wines tries to charge through. He's gone. Play on advantage. Still gone. It's a hot footy. Now Rosie's got it. Hot footy indeed. Every time you get your hands to it, you've got no space. Rosie, spearing kick, looking for Powell-Pepper. Oh, that was so brave by Stocker, backing back. Picked up by Dixon. He's on the 50. Puts it on the left. He's got it on the left. It's going long. Powell-Pepper backing back. And there was a collision mid-air between Wilkie and Powell-Pepper, and they've both gone to ground, and they're both sore. Wow, that was brave. Right on the goal line. Desperate, desperate stuff. And it trickled over for a behind St Kilda by 3.
Battle takes some ground and then goes long. Philippou with the big fly. No mark, comes down Port Adelaide's way. Ward hands it over to Burgoyne, sends Port inside 50, spills front and centre to Burne-Jones, jams it on the boot. Finlayson hooks it through for a goal. Returns Port Adelaide to the lead. And a couple of lead changes to start the final term. This seesawing night continues in the same pattern. Port Adelaide by 3. Finlayson's got a couple. Port Adelaide 10-11, St Kilda 10-8. 8 gone final term. Cameron Ling and Nick Moldhouse.
Lingy, I said to you 30-7. It's 31-16. So that is that, and it's all come about the centre bounce again. Now the Saints actually got a good free kick because of the tackle, then lost it through in his practice mode. And then once it went forward, Port were able to keep that ball inside their front 50.
Yeah,
and that's that chaos ball on the ground.
Yeah, not pretty, was it?
No.
Just chaos, fight, scrap, get it back in there any way you can, and you get a little half chance, and Finlayson finished it nicely.
Port Adelaide back in front. A pulsating final term here on Grandstand AFL. Finlayson won the tap, but has been pinged for a push. Gee, that was a little interesting. Owens will get the free.
He had the size advantage, and you wonder if that's ruck craft versus a push.
Yeah, so Owens just bangs it as long as he possibly can. They run out and launch. Wood got his hand to it, waiting at the back. Wines over to Bonner. Had to drop it as soon as he got it because he was tackled by Hill. And now they pile on top of each other. It'll be a ball up just a step or two in from the boundary line. Inside 50 we are, tucked into the forward 50 for St Kilda. Finlayson down to Wines. Wines controls it and then gets a high kick away. Rioli flies at the back. Down to Steele, who's tackled by Burne-Jones to the turf. Umpire crosses himself. Right on the paint of 50 for St Kilda. Tossed in the air, it'll be Finlayson to renew hostilities with Owens. Owens flicks it. Crouch. Little handball to Ross. Gets his handball away to Wanganeen Millera, who then just drives it long. Membry, Alia came one direction. Now McKenzie's under the pump. He's got to the ball right at the top of the goal square. He's tackled to the turf. And the umpire will ball it up.
Not a lot of clean ball behind packs these days. They're very lucky. It's bravery that's got them there.
Finlayson in the ruck with Wood. Off hands. Ross had it, dropped it. Alia picks it up. Dump kick. Charge in from all angles. Owens took off after it, got his hands to it, follows it up. His handball was ricocheted. Back to Boat. He picks it up, kicks it long. But Powpecker in the wrong position, and Wilkie marks it, sends it back inside 50. Again, they fly. Butler, that's a clear push.
Yeah.
That's a push of frustration into the back of Finlayson. And Jeremy, who's in the ruck at the moment, has got it deep in the defensive 50 zone at the southern end of the stadium.
The small bloke should stay on the ground. They should stay on the ground. They can't mark.
Finlayson kicks a turnover, the intercept mark for Patton. Between wing and half forward, so the Saints are going back inside 50. Port by 3. 2 lead changes in the quarter already. Patton just sends it to the hot spot. Philippo flies for it, no mark, falls to Wood. Head pass to Gresham. He misses. Near side, tackled as he kicked. Nice work, Willem Drew, just to affect the kick. Port Adelaide lead it by just 2 points.
The Saints should feel confident. If they can get deep entries, Mick, Port Adelaide's defenders are right on the back foot.
Oh, it's 9-2 inside the back 52 thingy. So it's, the dam is just holding up.
Yep.
Burton kicks it in to McKenzie, to Bergman, who kicks sideways to Burton. Now straight down the corridor where there's a player all by himself inside the centre square. It's Boak. Boak, beautiful delivery. Flicking it out wide to Lord. Lord tries to draw the defender in Wilkie, and then he has to go backwards to Boak. The second gamer feeling the tension of this close encounter. Boak drives it long, looking for Dixon, strong in front. Wonderful defensive mark by Battle.
And throw in Dougal Howard as well, Cal, to just block Dixon.
Battle's kick has been smothered by Dixon. Here's a chance for Powpecker. He breaks the Battle tackle in the goal square. He kicks the goal. He puts them back in front by 2 points, but it was all because of the desperation of Big Charlie. Port now with the lead, 11-11-77. St Kilda 10-9-69. 12 minutes to play in this final term.
Oh, superb. Great call, Cal. Charlie Dixon, he's had 7 disposals in this game, Mick.
Yeah.
But 2 little tap-ons to Junior Rioli. That effort there, you don't get touches for those.
No.
But they are team-lifting, potentially match-winning efforts from Charlie Dixon.
Look, he smothered. A lot of people wouldn't be watching this. He smothered. He watched. He was called play on. He was able then to track the player. The player tried to go around him with the kick. Outstanding. I still think he couldn't get around with that knee. He's still suffering with that knee. You can tell the way he moves. Outstanding effort by Dixon.
Mini break for Port Adelaide in the final term. They led it by 8. Sinclair first touch in the middle. Hand pass to Ross. Runs, carries, kicks inside 50. Bergman spoils his teammate Aaliyah. Bergman wins the footy. Peels off half-back. Bergman goes long out to McEntee in a one-on-one. Carries his head. Pepper hits up again. Got a hand pass away to McEntee. High floating ball to half forward. Unkind bounce for Lord. Spins inside to Owens. Hand pass away to Battle. He's tackled by Lord and will have a ball up. 70 out from the Port goal. Port Adelaide by 8. 14 gone, final term. First touch, Horne-Francis. Tackled, lost it, comes to Butters, hand pass to Bergman. Another involvement, kicks it deep inside 50. Wilkie juggled mark. Wilkie, last line of defence for the Saints. He goes short as he shares it with Patton.
Patton has a dash. He has a bounce. He kicks towards the benches where Membry marks in front of Aaliyah. A long way from home. He's holding the Sharon in his left hand. He's calling for some leads in his right. Eventually he just kicks sideways back to Patton. So defensive side of the dockside wing. He takes off. His delivery is poor. Straight down the throat of Butters. This is Williams, who's just snuck on from the bench, and he takes an uncontested mark. And then a short kick to Finlayson, who's got it just a metre in front of Ken Hinkley, who's standing up on the bench, barking instructions. Finlayson working the angle. Short, sharp kick to Houston. Now Williams peeling off round behind his back, gets it back, the handball, drives it long, looking for Dixon, almost the double grabber. Ball hits the deck. What happens here? Butters picks it up, but the umpire's blown his whistle.
Oh, he was out.
Wasn't he?
And what's he calling the free kick for?
I don't know whether it's
Josh
against
Battle.
whether it's Dixon or against Lord, but Dixon saw and he's down. Battle takes the free in the defensive 50. Dockside wing. Bergman flies. Chance for Houston. He's bumped off it. Houston goes back in again. Big ball to be won here. Waiting at the back is Hill. He gets it. Oh, tackled by Horne-Francis. Means it's gone straight to Bergman. Under the pump. He goes to Sinclair of the Saints. Sinclair's kick is stolen by Rosé. Can he break the tackle of Battle? I would rather. Play on, the umpire says. Now the ball's still to be won. A 50-50. Patton's got it. Gives it off to Ross. They got it on the city side wing.
Gresham receives a hand pass, kicks to Ward, who's going to take the mark. Front on contact from McEntee, just a free kick.
Gee, the pressure's been fantastic, both sides. A lot of mistakes made, but can't criticise the efforts by anyone. They're really exhausting themselves.
Hot second half, Wood's kick, not a good one. Turns it over, Houston takes the intercept mark. So for all their momentum and start of the quarter, Port still led it by 8 as they did at three-quarter time. The hand pass from Houston away to Burton, kicks to centre half forward, free kick.
What a terrible option by Burton.
It's going Patton's way. Sorry, Lenny.
1 versus 3. The one was Junior Rioli. He sat it on his head. Had Dixon heading towards the goal with a 40-metre kick. Would have hit him. Bad choice.
Patton to Battle by foot, who gives it to Clark by foot. The swing's on. He's got it, Clark, right in front of the benches. Kicks to a one-on-one. Oh, Owens. So strong, so impressive. Outmarks McKenzie. And then he looks to set up a forward teammate. Marshall was there floating across in front. Bergman.
He's been big this last quarter. Bergman.
Been very good. I'll tell you, Lingy, who they've got to take off, and I know he's been fantastic, but Charlie Dixon can't move 1 inch. It has to fall in his lap. He's really struggling with that leg.
So the target was Marshall, but Bergman with the intercepting mark, and he's kicked to the city wing. Lord.
The other one. Interesting decision, that one.
Lord wins the free. It's against Battle. Short kick to Bonner, the sub, who came on for Dersmer. He's out with a knee injury. A nasty one at that. Looks like it might have been a PCL. Bonner goes short to Horne-Francis. He's copped the jeers all night. He's been one of the best players on the park. 8 minutes to go. Horne-Francis on the dock wing. Drives it long. The big pack forms. No one can take it in the air. There's some tired bodies out there. Junior Rioli just ducks his head into a tackle, and the umpire says, I'm not falling for that. It'll be a ball up.
It's the one, though, that's either high contact or he gives away prior opportunity. Should be holding the ball.
Marshall wins it down. Horne-Francis hooks a kick to the goal line. Won't quite get there. Wilkie pulls it in just in time. Last line of defence for the Saints. Kicks out to Higgins at half-back. He's tackled by Houston. Umpire says ball up. 40 metres out from the Port goal, right half forward. So we wouldn't that have silenced things if Horn Francis kicked a big goal there to put it beyond a couple of kicks. Hurried ball from Marshall out of defence. Finds Filippo. Hand pass to Clark. Kicks in the middle of the ground for Windhager. Hand pass to the runner Ross. Saints out downhill. Hand pass to Clark. Looks inside 50. Unguarded. Goal square. Got it! The march continues for St Kilda. They hang around and they draw within a straight kick yet again. 19 minutes gone, final turn. Horn Francis has a goal saved by Wilkie at one end by millimetres. St Kilda go down the other and kick on themselves. A huge 12-point swing in the game. Port Adelaide by just 2.
And Mick, the theme of the night for us has been work rate. When that quick kick came out and the St Kilda player marked the footy.
Four ran forward.
Yep. 4 Saints players just worked hard to get on the end of it.
Yep.
Left their Port opponents back at the original stoppage.
Yeah, there was 20 metres from 4 Saints to 4 Port.
Yep.
So there's 7 minutes to go in the contest. It's Port by 2. Will Port be 5 and 2, or will the Saints be 6 and 1? Listen to the roar. Marshall out of the centre. Crouch. His kick's bound to Houston though for Port Adelaide, who's kicked it sideways to Boak. Here's Horn Francis. Listen to this.
I feel sorry for this kid. He's so mentally strong.
Absolutely ridiculous why they're booing him, but that's the story and a chat for another day. He's kicked the centering kick to Houston, who drives it long. Dixon! Sir Charles in front on one leg. Charlie's plunked a ripper at the top of the goal square.
Well, what he needed, Kel, he needed the ball to fall within 2 or 3 metres, and he kept the space in front of him. If he had to move any further than that, I reckon he's in trouble. So, fantastic, though. That's the kick to get in there.
2 perfect kicks, wasn't it? Horn Francis to the middle, and then Houston long and deep, one-on-one, use his size.
To give them an 8-point buffer to the northern end of the stadium. Saints fans jeer all they like. Dixon roars with delight. The big man delivers under the bright lights of Friday night footy. He's got his second and the margin back out by 8.
What's the old saying, Mick? They don't get any smaller as the game
Well, that's right. They might get slower. They need more tape on his knees, but he does not get smaller. Exactly.
He's a monster of a man, and when you can get it quick to one-on-one, just to his advantage a little bit.
Yeah, just slightly in front of his body. Yeah.
And the kick had to be a quick kick through the air because there was I think it was Battle who was coming across. If that had taken a fraction of a second longer to get there,
2v1.
Battle gets the spoil.
Yeah. But what Horn Francis again, they can boo him all they like, but that ball through the middle to a player who was totally clear, that's a broken up.
You can't teach 2 metres and 110 kilos, can you? 8-point lead for Port Adelaide. Time on in the final term. What a night it's turning into for Ken Hinkley's team. If St Kilda got an answer. Out it comes. Steele to Sinclair to Crouch. Kicks to half forward. Whacked away by Houston off the deck. Drew picks it up under pressure. Got it to Butters. He's caught by Steele. Ball comes out to Bergman. Tumbles a kick. Went straight to Crouch. Surge kick inside 50. Aaliyah in the box seat. Takes the intercept mark. And Port Adelaide, they've had some big moments in that defensive 50 in this final term. Short kick to Williams. Port by 8.
Gee, that's a good
Superb kick.
Wow.
Hits Boak against the boundary line.
Take note, Williams. Elite kick on the left.
Isn't he?
Final 5 minutes. Short kick from Boak to Butters.
Still plenty of minutes to play in this game. Port don't want to be slowing it down too much, letting St Kilda behind because their run is terrific, Saints.
Port by 8 points. Butters with it. Goes long with a contest. Kick to half forward. Teagle had a play on it. No mark. Falls down to McEntee. Wangadine Miller are clever. Slaps it on. It went straight to Boak. His hand pass a turnover to Marshall. Quick hands from Crouch. Straight to Horn Francis. Surge kick into the forward pocket. Bouncing footy for Port. Picked off by Patton. Hand pass to Howard. And Howard kicks to a 2-on-1 on the wing. Wood had to knock it on, but went straight to McKenzie, who can bang it back inside 50 for the power.
And that's exactly what he does. The spoil from Marshall was big, those two big bodies in Dixon and Marshall, but it stays in. Now the ball's to be won. Patton puts his body on the line. He's tackled by Drew. Rioli huffing and puffing, and he's coming to the bench. He needs a breather. He looks a little sore as well. 4 and a bit to play. Port Adelaide by 8 points. Here's Horne-Francis. He tries to barge through. He went the fend off. The umpire says holding the ball.
Oh, wow.
Clark gets the free.
That's actually, when you look at that, that's a great tackle by Clark.
Clark was a brilliant kick as well.
It's got to go back there, Cal.
He stepped over his line. Did he kick?
Yeah, it was a brilliant kick. I don't know why. Maybe he didn't come back in line.
No, that's what they're saying.
Gee, that kick was superb.
Opened them up, didn't it? So he's in the defensive 50 now, Hunter Clark. His kick hit up a teammate right in the bullseye and they were off. Now he kicks it to centre half back where Patton is off. He goes straight down the corridor, Houston. The relieving defensive mark. Houston kicks sideways to Bergman. 3 minutes 47, Mick Malthouse. If you can, Hinkley, is it too early to slow it down? You lead by 8.
Absolutely, it's too early.
Yep, you
still got trouble, there's still enough trouble in the middle of the ground for Port to negate before they can close this one down.
Bergman off the back flank goes long. Horne-Francis in the pack, throws himself forward. Fair piece of it for Clark. He thought he was paid, should have been paid the mark, and he is. Has it for St Kilda. Desperation belongs to them. Goes to Windhager. Kicks it over his head. Owens, hand pass, a hot one from Marshall. Tries to bowl over Butters. Marshall soccers it to Higgins. Higgins through traffic. Higgins kicks goal and he misses. Port Adelaide by 7. 25 gone final term. There's still 3 minutes on the game clock. There's a whole lot of footy still to come. Port bring it in quickly. And Finlayson goes short to Willem Drew at half-back. Port by 7 and have possession.
If you want to go into some keepings off possession, you still want to take it forward. You don't want to retreat and allow St Kilda to come with the squeeze. And the reason for that, Cal, was that kick was nearly a turnover.
Back to 20 years ago when I was doing the fat lady for Rex. Willem Drew's kick was very wobbly to Finlayson, but Finlayson, he's much sure of it. He goes long. McEntee ducked into that. McEntee holding the ball.
Yep, that's you give up prior opportunity if you duck like that.
Here we go. Free kick to Marshall in the centre of the ground. He's got a teammate in Clark. Clark runs around the man on the mark in Butters. He drives it as long as possible. They need a mark, but Finlayson's there.
I don't know whether Finlayson's down there as a ruckman or as a spare behind the ball.
I reckon he might
so
be
I can't see where their ruck is at the moment.
So Finlayson to McKenzie, who casually bangs it on the left long, brings it right in front of the commentary box, in front of the Port Adelaide bench. Kick smothers back in ball by St Kilda. What about the grit by Sinclair, but he couldn't control it. Now a huge tackle that's applied on Wines. The umpire says ball it up. It's on Houston, rather. It was a desperate tackle by Burns.
There's a ball up 50 metres out and Port take 2 players off. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. They're 2 men short.
Corky for Butters came limping off as Marshall wins it down to Ross. Kicks top of the goal square. Finlayson again. We've seen him in the ruck. We've seen him up front. And in this final term, he's gone back to take some huge intercept marks in that defensive 50.
And let me put Marshall forward. Put Marshall forward and make him have to play on him. Who cares?
Port by 7. Finlayson goes long to half-back. Spills down to Rosie. Hand pass to Boak. Hand pass to Dixon. Short kick to Wines. And Port Adelaide.
Now you can start it, Corbs. If there's a chance to kick mark, even if you retreat slightly, you can take that now.
The ump tells them to go. Port by 7. 27 and a half minutes gone final term. Teagle flies, no mark, falls down St Kilda's way. Here's Burns, kicks the ball back inboard, got it to Clark, takes on Rosie, no high fend off, Wines there for Port Adelaide. On the logo, hand pass to Horne-Francis, what a night he's had. He swings a hand pass out to Burn-Jones, chucks it on the boot, his kick just pitches inside before going out, and the ump says deliberate.
That's a terrible kick though, he had a player clear. He deserves to be called deliberate for that.
Free kick St Kilda at half-back. 28 minutes gone, final term, Port by 7.
Yep, time is against them. The kick comes into the centre of the ground. They need a goal and they need one quickly. Sinclair Wines tackled high. Free kick for the Brownlow medalist.
Now he can just take as long as he needs, try and find...
Go 30 seconds. You have a shot on goal in.
He's telling them all to flood down. He's inside the centre square. He's going to kick backwards. He's going to retreat. Port Adelaide says goodnight. Houston to Mackenzie. Get it in the hands of Horne-Francis. Let him boo on the final siren. Look at Burton. He turns around to Ken Hinkley and says, how long? Ken puts 5 fingers up. He says there's 5 seconds on the clock. Ken Hinkley's men knock St Kilda off their perch. It was a gritty 7-point win in one of the best AFL games you'd hope to see on a Friday night.
We got the power to win, power to rule. Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport. It's the true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, stop, stop till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
So, Jason Horne-Francis with the final laugh, really. You can boo me all you like, but I'm never going to I always let my footy do the talking, and in the end he finished with 25 disposals, 11 clearances, 7 inside 50s and 7 tackles. Quite remarkable. Port Adelaide by 7 points, 12-11-83. St Kilda 11-10-76.
And the Port supporters standing tall. True believers, one and all. We got the power to win, power to rule. Come on, Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport. It's the true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, stop, stop till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
The goal kickers this evening for the Power. It was 2 for Powell Pepper, 2 to Finlayson, 2 to Dixon, 2 to Rioli, singers to Dersma, Boak, Houston, McEntee, and for St Kilda 2 each for Gresham and Owens, singles to Higgins, Cordy, Membry, Wood, Butler, Steele and Clark. A season-shaping win for Ken Hinkley's men. Both teams now 5 wins and 2 losses after the first 7 rounds. Corbin.
That's 8 in a row here at Docklands for Port Adelaide, and 12 of their last 13 against St Kilda. But as you said, it's as much more context in season. What a win for Port Adelaide. Twice they fell behind in that final term, but they never stopped, as the song says, and they got home by 7 points, Port Adelaide. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
Well, it was just a terrific contest for the whole night, and they had their ebbs and flows, both teams. And Mick, the way that Port Adelaide and some of the... I'm going to look maybe more at the younger Port Adelaide mids and players even that we spoke about pre-game, had some really crucial moments in that last quarter where it was hot, where they had to attack the footy, they had to bodyline the ball, I'm probably thinking most of like a Zach Butters, who he wasn't the best on ground or anything like that. He's a lighter body. He's building himself as a midfielder in this Port team. Had to stand up strong. Had to basically either win the contest or halve the contest, and did a superb job. I love the move of Finlayson back late, just to hold the game, and he stood up
2 or 3 marks.
Yeah. So no, terrific performance. Although watching that, I don't reckon the Saints have lost too many fans from tonight.
No.
But, I mean, there's areas where you still have your doubts about them. But they showed that they can stand up under pressure, they can score, they can generate opportunities, and they can still defend really well. It was just a terrific contest, and one team ended up in front at the end of the game, and it was Port.
So they convinced you more than St Kilda lost. I mean, the thing with Port Adelaide's always been in the past, it feels like people have fallen for them so many times that they're reluctant to go all in.
Sorry, Corbs. I'm not convinced on either of them.
Right. Yep.
But I still like the signs of both of them of what they're attempting to grow towards this year. Port Adelaide with their evolving midfield makeup. I saw some really good signs there. St Kilda with the defensive pressure and everything that we know that they can do and Ross will bring, there was still attacking elements that I loved as well. The Hunter Clark coast-to-coast type goal. That's where they add those elements. So that's where they want to become. Right now, I'm not getting carried away about either of these teams.
So you've got them in an upper bracket but not in the premiership picture
They're not in the Collingwood, Melbourne, Geelong
and Brisbane
they're
bracket.
They're
the four. They are standouts.
Not yet, but I can also see little bits that can get them at least heading towards that as the season progresses. But no, they're not yet in that top four group.
So, Lingy, what you just said, look, we said that Melbourne, Collingwood, Brisbane, Geelong. So technically should finish the top four because they're the best four sides. Yep. Then you've got a cluster of probably 7 or 8 sides that have to fit in the top four, and that's going to be because there's so many weak sides. Those sides, if you can double up on those sides and play them twice, you're going to smash them.
Yes.
Because at the moment, right, there's a 5-2, 5-2. You've got Sydney, you've got St Kilda and Port are both 5-2.
Yep.
Discrepancy there is percentage because St Kilda have got a much superior percentage. At the end of the day, if you play Hawthorn or North Melbourne twice,
or West Coast,
you're likely to pick up the double points. But these sides are in the same category with Sydney, probably Bulldogs. Probably
one starts with E, I think.
Probably Essendon for you. Essendon for you. And look, wrongly or rightly, I shouldn't even say this. The other one should be automatic. Is Carlton, but they're not.
Yep.
So there's a lot to like about winning away from home. Oh, Adelaide. If they can prove this weekend that they're a genuine, they've won all their games at home.
Yep. They're in a growth phase, Adelaide, at the moment, but I think when it really gets cracking, maybe fall short of it all. But I love what they're doing as well.
It's a great result for the season in the context. Rather than a team, with all due respect to St Kilda fans, rather than a team going 6-1, all of a sudden you've got Port Adelaide and Mick. You would know as a coach of West Coast for many years. These interstate teams they talk about. Coming to Melbourne under the bright lights, big time spot.
Yeah, Friday night,
and they pass here tonight where they were thrown a few challenges and they answered on every occasion.
Well, particularly after the first quarter, we wrote them off because the first quarter was dreadful. They were honestly outworked, outmuscled. There's no doubt they weren't disinterested, but they just looked like they were going to get fixed up by a side who was full of confidence.
It felt like they were a goal or two away from the game being over at quarter time when they were 19 points down, and an amazing turnaround from that point on. What a win for Port Adelaide. They get to 5-2. St Kilda fall to 5-2. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, Ken Hinkley was so good with us pre-game, wasn't he? He said he'd take 4-2 at round 6 at the start of the year. Do you reckon he'd be happy with 5-2? Absolutely.
Ask him, Timmy.
We'll be able to ask Zach Butters, Port Adelaide superstar Zach Butters, to join us after this song. But Jeremy Finlayson is the last power player in, and they are going to belt this one out.
Power to win, the power to roll. Come on, Port Adelaide division. We are the power from both. It's more than a sport, it's the truth. Port Adelaide division. We're going to stop to a top. History in harmony. That's the power to win. We never give in. To the flying towers for the taking.
Oh, what a happy bunch. This meant plenty. The only one who's probably not smiling too much is Xavier Dersma, who has that enormous contraption on his left leg. I think the players are going to be taken straight in the rooms to speak to Ken Hinkley, and then, as I said before, Zach Butters will be joining us out of there.
Thanks, Hodgie. We'll check in with you shortly with Zach. Jason Horne-Francis did a TV interview on the final siren with Abby Holmes from Channel 7. This is what he had to say moments ago.
How about that? Some nervous moments in that final term. No worries, but your boys, more on the trot, you must be really proud.
Yeah, I'm super proud of the boys. We knew they were going to come in the last quarter, and which is what they did. But we've been working on finding ways to shift momentum our way, and I think we did that in the last quarter very well. So yeah, I'm really proud of the boys.
You're a humble young man, but 18 contested possessions, a career best 11 clearances. You put together a pretty strong game.
Yeah, it was obviously good to perform individually, but to the boys' credit, and I can't be more prouder of them, and yeah, it was good to come over and get a win.
You're back home in South Australia with your friends and family, obviously a new club, a new environment, but you look to be really enjoying your footy, don't you?
Yeah, I'm loving it back home. Yeah, just having my family and friends around me to support me is awesome, and can't be more thankful for what they've done and making me feel at home there.
Who's taken you under your wing since you've arrived at Adelaide?
This bloke over here, Travis, he's been amazing for me, but credit to Butsy and Rose standing up, being leaders at the club, and they've taken me under the wing as well, so I'm really appreciative of them.
No surprises there with Travis Boak. Congratulations, Jace. Go and enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Abs.
Great to see you.
A huge night from the teenager, 25 disposals, 11 clearances, 7 inside 50, 7 tackles, 7 score involvements. That interview courtesy of Channel 7. So wasn't asked there about the reaction from the crowd, but he was jeered again roundly, particularly in the first quarter, and then it returned after half-time as well with the game on the line.
And to his credit, he was just brilliant all night. He kept hunting the footy, he kept winning clearances, he used the ball really well. At times, he was trying to overkick the ball. I think I said he was trying to kick the cover of it. Yeah, but that's a learning thing. That's somebody who's only played 24 games of footy, just to take that little bit off the kick. Park Travis Boak for just 1 second, because he was unbelievable tonight. He is an experienced player. In the last quarter, when that heat was on and they were under enormous pressure and they needed players to stand up in key moments, Butters was superb. Miles Bergman was brilliant. Jason Horne-Francis was great. Connor Rosie was excellent. And Dylan Williams, with his ball use off half back, was outstanding. All young players.
Yep.
Like Rosie and Butters are the most experienced out of the group, but Butters has only played 75 games and Rosie 88 games.
They're their two clear best players.
Yes.
Butters and Rosie are Port Adelaide's two clear best players.
And Dersma was very good until he got injured.
Yeah,
really good. He's another young player.
Yeah.
So that's the exciting thing, is they've turned to the youth through the middle.
Yes.
But can still go, hey, we can use Travis Boak in there when we need him, and he was brilliant tonight. Ollie Wines for short bursts in there where he can use his size, doesn't have the run anymore in his legs at all. But that's the way they can do it.
Yeah.
Not dissimilar to what Craig McRae does with Scotty Pendlebury every now and then. Go, we need you in the middle for 5 minutes. Ken Hinckley's able to do that with Travis Boak, but the midfield now is Horne-Francis, Rosie, Butters, these types of players.
That's what makes the conversation around Ken so fascinating. And I know people at Port Adelaide, why is everyone talking about it? Well, the coach is off contract. He's been there 11 years. Clearly it's a talking point. Played in 2 prelims, missed the finals last year. Their best players are all the young guys. And you look at sort of Oliver and Petrarca when they became those guys. It was year 6, year 7.
Yeah.
Butters and Rosie are year 4, year 5. So all of a sudden now you've got this team that's ascending, and your star players are sort of headed this way on the bottom of their, well, it's hard to explain on radio, but trajectory going up is what I'm basically doing with my hands in the box. And you've got the coach that's at the end of the line. It sort of feels a little bit like, hang on, the answer for this group probably isn't going to be 2023.
No, and the answer for this group, I believe, should be still Ken Hinckley, because he's done it with a previous young group when Travis Boak was a young player, Robbie Gray was a young player, and he brought that group through to a near peak. Within a kick of Hawthorn in a prelim, you can say, well, that's not good enough, we want premierships, but he's taken a group of young, talented players to very near the pinnacle and turned them into champions. He could do the same again with Butters and Dersma and Rosie and Horne-Francis.
But will he be given the chance? And that's what, Mick, is it a different coaching exercise, coaching this year, knowing that, if you knew you had multiple years to run, you would say, we're in development mode, we're trying to get from here to there, whereas he needs to get as many wins as he can now.
Yeah, I think he knows him far better than me. I've only coached against him. And I've met him a couple of times. I don't think he's the sort of bloke that's going to change. He'll want to do the best for the club. He'll want to do the best for the players. He'll want to do the best for the supporters. That means winning as many games as you can, but still bringing through the players, getting it right for the whole football club. I don't see any selfishness in his body, because everything he's done, like, as an opposition coach, you'd go, I would have done this and I would have done that. But what I see is he is so strong on what his principles are, and he's stuck to them, and the players believe in it. I think the players are the ones that have let him down at times, and it's mainly been the big players in the big games, not the kids.
He dropped Scott Lysett a couple of weeks ago, remember?
You can see a clear cause and effect at the moment between this group playing for their coach. So all of a sudden, 4 in a row, they're 5-2 on the season. Port winners by 7 points. Back into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Zach Butters has been good enough to come straight out of the rooms with the coach to see us. Can we pry just at the start? What was the message from Ken? He must have been unbelievably proud of that performance. It was a huge win.
Yeah, Kenny was very proud, and I think we knew it was going to be a tough game going in, and it wasn't just going to happen, and it's probably going to go right to the wire. It's how St Kilda have been playing this year, and they're tough to score against, so I think he was just proud that we stuck at it, and eventually we got the result.
4 straight wins now. This is huge for where you are in this season.
Yeah, I think it all started a month ago, just getting a little tough win and doing the little things well, and I think that's just kept building and kept the boys connected, and I think we've just got momentum from that, and it's been able to flow on, and we've been able to play some consistent footy. And
just personally, is it great, satisfying for yourself to play so well on the big stage, on Friday night stage with so many people, so many eyeballs watching, and to perform like that as a team, but also for yourself?
Yeah, I guess they're the games you want to play in, the big games on Friday night and in Melbourne especially. So, yeah, I think it wasn't just me, Connor and Horney. I think we bounced off each other and we were all able to get going tonight and really drive each other and push each other out there. And, it's exciting to be a part of.
We're blessed to have you for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Zach, to Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Zach, well done tonight. Fantastic effort, a fantastic win. Can you take me back to quarter time, the conversations, either Ken Hinkley or the leaders or within that huddle, because probably we thought really outplayed in that first quarter by St Kilda. To turn that around and get the game back on your terms was terrific. What was the discussion like at quarter time?
Yeah, you're probably right. They outplayed us in the first quarter, and I think we just lacked a bit of composure. And they're hard to score against because they get so many numbers back and defend really well as a team. So I think at times we just had to either go quick and get some speed on it, or slow it down and find a mark and really be patient going forward and let our forwards reset. So I felt like once we were able to get our hands on the ball and then be a bit smarter with our ball, that helped us get back into the game.
It seems strange to say this, that you're one of the experienced players in that middle of the ground, but when you look around and it's you, Connor, and also Jason Horne-Francis perhaps starting in the centre bounce, at 75 games of footy, you do become one of the experienced ones. But what's that been like, actually, though, that young group, including yourself, taking over that midfield and taking real ownership of it?
Yeah, I think Josh Carr's been huge in that space for us and really backed us in and wanted us to go to work in there and take ownership of the midfield, and probably us starting to drive Ollie and Trav and really push them to get better and help us get better as well. So I think we've all bounced off each other, and I love going to training every week, and Rose is pushing me and Jason's pushing me, and I think we've got a good little trio, and if we can just keep making each other better, we can go a long way.
Zach, congratulations. I've been watching you since you've come on the scene. I love the way you go about it, the way you attack the football. And today, I thought you were outstanding in that loose football, just making sure that you kept St Kilda honest, or you got it yourself. Just tell me, what's the psyche in the club about Jason Horne-Francis and the booing that happens so regularly? How do you feel about that? And we might ask you, how do you think he feels about it? What about yourselves?
Yeah, it's quite disappointing, I think. You probably understand if it's against North Melbourne, and they probably have every right to. But yeah, it's quite disappointing for Jason. He's just a young kid who loves his footy and wants to get out there and play some good footy. So we support him, and I know he's much happier back home around his family, his partner and his mates. So yeah, I definitely think it affects him some days, and yeah, he doesn't enjoy it. I don't think anyone would enjoy it. So yeah, we just got to keep wrapping our arms around him, and we love him at the club and love what he's brought, and he was huge again tonight.
Oh, he was outstanding tonight. Didn't seem to affect him at all, but on the ground. But I was wondering whether you might tell us about when he comes off the ground. Do you think that does the club say anything about that? Like tonight, would you have said anything about it, or you just let him absorb it and come back off the ground and enjoy each other's company? But how do you reckon he's handling it after the game?
Yeah, I think when he plays like that, he probably doesn't think about it too much. But yeah, he's obviously, I don't think, like I said before, anyone would like that situation. And,
no.
But he's a competitive beast, and he loves going out there and competing. So I think as long as the club support him and he's got a good network now, that he'll get through this, and I'm sure if he keeps playing like that, he'll probably start getting a few more cheers.
Okay, could you just tell us a bit about Dylan Williams? Seems like it sort of just popped up, and all of a sudden tonight, he sort of announced himself.
Can
really.
kick a ball, Mick.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Yeah, he's a really smart, high IQ player, and he's got a lot of talent. And I think he put a really big pre-season in and worked really hard, and I think he just needed a few opportunities to showcase that talent, and I think over the last months he's come in and done a huge role, and he's one of my good mates at the club, so I love him out there playing with him, and he's got a nice left peg.
So he's come off the rookie list, or actually he's still on the rookie list, and he's made his play. So would you have played with him in Melbourne?
Yeah, he was bottom age Metro when I was top age,
right,
so
okay.
Played a bit of footy with him then, and he's got a lot of talent, and now he's really training hard, and his standards have gone to a new level, and I think he's seeing the rewards.
Zach, it's Kelly Underwood upstairs. Just a quick one to go back on Jason, just to clarify for us in the commentary box. This evening, when the booing was happening, why do you think they boo him?
Oh, Kel, you'll just have to go again there, Kel. It just dropped out.
You got us, Zach?
Yeah, I got you back now.
Just a quick one back on Jason. Why do you think they boo him?
I caught the back end of that question, so if you can hear me, I'll answer it. But not sure why they boo him, and I think they're probably trying to get in his head, and I think the footy fans should be cheering him. He's a special talent, and he works really hard. So I'm not exactly sure why, but as a club, you're a bit frustrated by it.
Zach, I saw a TikTok. I'm far too old to be on TikTok, but I did see a TikTok recently of your Port Adelaide teammates, and they were asked the question as to who the coach's pet was. And there was a unanimous vote that it all came back as Zach Butters. Can you explain a little bit about your personal relationship with Ken? You've spoken in the past, obviously, about being homesick at different times and the role that he's played in your life in Adelaide. How would you, describe what Ken means to you as a coach?
Yeah, I think he's just a bit of a father figure to me, and he probably knows when to get one up me and get into me and let me know I've got to be better, but he sort of knows when to hug you and get around you at the same time, and I think he's got a really good balance, and we push each other, and we love our footy, so we talk quite frequently about footy, and I think we've just built a good connection, and I love playing for him.
Will you get to spend the weekend in Melbourne now, given you play on the Friday night?
Yeah, I'm going to spend the weekend back home in Backsmarsh. I'm going to head up to Ballarat tomorrow and watch my mates, Darley versus East Point, so I've packed the jacket, so it should be a good day out there.
Oh, Zach, Ballarat, it's a beautiful place. What are you talking about?
I know, I played all my junior footy up there, so I love getting back there and watching my local club.
Who'd you play with up there?
I played for Darley in the Ballarat Footy League.
Oh, so you didn't come from Ballarat, though?
Yeah, originally from Backsmarsh.
Is it true you were a Bulldogs fan growing up?
Yeah, Bulldogs fan. Mum and Dad are both from the western suburbs, so...
Dougie Hawkins, they love Dougie Hawkins.
Yeah, I know Doug. He's quite frequently seen him in the local bakery, so we have a good chat.
Well, I'm glad you said bakery.
And just one last one, Zach. I've noticed, which I'm not sure there'll be too many dentists that are too happy with this, but you don't often play with a mouth guard. Did you have a little incident recently, and how do you go sort of getting around without sort of a mouth guard to protect the chompers?
Yeah, I did have a little incident recently. Snapped half my front tooth off at training, and I actually went to the dentist and got it fixed, and I even got a mouth guard made, and I promised her I'd wear it, and I haven't worn it yet, so hopefully my dentist doesn't listen to this.
Zach, you did hear what happened to Chad Wingard, didn't you? Oh.
Yeah, lacerated tongue. It doesn't sound great, does it?
I reckon pop that mouth guard in, can you?
Yeah. Mum's always on my back, so probably should listen to her.
Have you just never worn one? Is that sort of just not habit, or where's that come from?
Just haven't worn one. Last time I wore one was grade 6 footy, and I took it out before the game started. So,
apart from the snap tooth, everything else seems to be going well for you, Zach. We really appreciate your time on Grandstand AFL.
Hey, Corbin, can I just finish on a downer? Just to your left is Xavier Dersma. He's got that brace on the left knee. Do you know any more? I know he's a good mate of yours. It's the last thing he wants.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the extent or what the injury is, but I'm sure he'll get some scans in the following day. And hopefully he's back sooner rather than later. And he's been an important part for us this year. So, but he remained positive tonight and helped the boys on the bench. So he's a good teammate.
Good man. Thanks for your time, Zach.
Thanks, guys.
Zach Butters, with us from the Port Adelaide Rooms.
Just got one question about your TikTok. Were you on Mick's TikTok account? Is that where you found all that info out?
It's I'm not a big sharer, but it is very addictive. You can just sit there and scroll over and over again. But you should get on.
Look at Mick's.
board.
I wouldn't even know where to find it.
Look at Mick's face.
My phone, I ring up a number and I think he answers, or you answer, and that's me. That's what telephones are for.
Isn't that what a grandfather clock does? Go TikTok.
Good on you, Lingy. We're in the same.
What about Zach Butters as a player, just quietly? I mean, 10 out of 10 he got the coaches' votes against the Dogs a couple of weeks ago in Gather Round. 27 disposals, 10 contested possessions again here tonight. Just, he's, for a little guy, he's a little guy, isn't he,
small.
Lingy?
He's small, but he plays with a giant heart. A couple of the times in that last quarter, he had to body line that ball when he knew he was going to get smashed by a bigger opponent, and he did it, and he either halved it or won it. Oh, terrific player.
It's pretty easy to be a Zach Butters fan, isn't it? The way that he goes about it. And I just asked him about, obviously, the relationship that he has with Ken. There were a lot of talks about him early in his career. He's 22, he's still early in his career, but about the fact that he's a bit homesick. He talks about his family and, obviously super close with them. He had a difficult episode in his life involving his sister, which he's been very public and spoken about due to addiction. But they were worried about whether he would go home, whether he would go back to Melbourne, and the lure of obviously being closer to family and friends. And yet, even during COVID, with lockdowns and everything else, they've been able to make it work with him. And Mick, I'm sure you had players like this in WA, for example. And so any opportunity they get where they play on the Friday night and they're away, they'll let him stay a few days, comes back to the club on Wednesday, and he gets a chance to spend sort of 4 or 5 days back with his family. And it feels like something that clubs do much better these days than perhaps they did 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, well, no, I'd like to say that once you get your fitness up, 1 or 2 days mental training is being with your family. And coaching in the West, it was quite common for me to just say, look, spend a day or a couple of days or whatever. At Collingwood, it was really, I would say to a Daisy Thomas and a Scotty Pendlebury, look, I don't see them until Wednesday or Thursday. I remember Chris Lewis a couple of times. I'd say to him, see him on Friday night or mainly just to freshen them up. This is not round 1, 2 or 3 when you need the legs. It's more into the season when it starts to get a little bit colder and you're really starting to miss your family. I'd rather have a player mentally fit than physically fit every day of the week. Because if he's physically fit and he's mentally not attuned to it, you haven't got him anyway. So, and I don't say you've got to get that balance right, but he will go back far better, ready to play when he's had a couple of good days with his family, and then take it on board for the next week he plays.
And that's where you'd have to say, I mean, the Kangaroos have had a lot of changes since last year. But the Kangaroos failed Jason Horne-Francis, really, in that sense, because they clearly didn't make him feel comfortable at all in that environment.
Yeah, and I know I'm probably the hardest one because coaching in the West, you needed players to come over and commit themselves. And I get a bit narky about players that haven't cut the umbilical cord and I want to go home and all this sort of stuff. But when it's done, and when the club accept it, and you make your trade and you go, then that player then is obliged to then give his whole lot for that one particular club for a start off, and then if he changes, to do the same. I didn't have these players play with the other club. I actually had them when they were there. Anthony Rocker went to Sydney, and he was so close to his family. Moved back. I loved Anthony, and he played his heart out at Sydney, but he played his heart out for Collingwood. And there's others. There's Nick Davis left me at Collingwood and went to Sydney because he wanted to be home with his mother and his father. I didn't like it, but at the end of the day, there was a deal done, and this is what happens in football. You make a deal and you move on. The last thing you want to do is be burdened with they've left. And the big millstone around your neck, and you drag it along because the player's gone home. No, if you've done it and he's made the deal, you move on, and you keep going. I've had players leave the football club not to go home, but to go to other clubs. Danny Laidley went from West Coast to North Melbourne, won a premiership, and no one was happier than me because he couldn't get a game in front of McKenna and Worsfold, who won their premierships. Matt Clapway went to Carlton, won his premiership, etc., because he couldn't get a game in front of Brett Heddy. It happens. And when you've changed club yourself, I went from St Kilda to Richmond. You understand that there's a lot of different circumstances. I didn't go there because I lived near Richmond, let me tell you. It's simply, he's moved from Melbourne back, and it was untidy, as you just said, Cal, and it was left a bad taste in North Melbourne's mouth. But at the end of the day, what have they got for it? I'm not too sure what the outcome was with the draft, but nonetheless, the kid has made his decision, and good luck to him. And I just think that we need to grow up those that boo him.
Yeah.
Grow up.
So if Jason is unhappy with it and it affects him, and clearly from what we've heard from Zach, what we've heard from Ken, it's having a toll on him, and he goes home and he speaks to his family and they're unhappy with it, where do we go from here? So what happens the next time that Port Adelaide find themselves on the road, which will be in a...
They've got Essendon next week.
Well, it's going to happen every second week. It's going to happen, and for that
the
matter,
better he gets, the more they'll boo too, because he'll be more prominent.
And then they'll forget what down the track. They'll wonder, what are we booing for? What did happen?
Yeah, and then it'll be like Adam Goods. He'll need to take time away from the game because he needs a break because he's 18 and he can't cope with it. It's not like he went back. It's not like he went back to Adelaide to swan around as sort of the number one draft pick. Big fish in a small pond. He's back living with his mum and his stepdad is Fabian Francis, who he has referred to as his dad for the last 10 years. And they've got a little brother, a little sister. He's moved back into the family home at Christie's Beach. He's an hour drive away from Alberton. So he's living back with mum and dad, with that, with his siblings, and he's driving an hour to training and back every day.
But now, you said something about Adam Goods pre-match. You said that it's handled differently. You just see that Port seem to be handling a lot better than Sydney. I don't really know what happened with Adam Goods with Sydney, but I didn't hear them come out and like with Ken Hinkley's come out and really been very strong.
I think Sydney did. I think.
Oh, you think they did?
Yeah. I'm just saying more the leadership from the AFL.
The AFL, yes.
The league certainly did, nor opposition.
Oh, the AFL did absolutely nothing for Adam.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Absolutely nothing for Adam Goods, and that is another really poor point for the AFL.
I had, and this is not to go back to the Goodsy stuff. So this is just on Jason Horne-Francis. Is there anything in the psychology that the more we talk about it, the more people will go, don't tell me I can't do what
There's no doubt there's going to be an element of that. But the alternative is we just ignore it and then we say nothing. And then where does that leave us?
No, I know. I want to say, so I said tonight, I got sick of it and said, these people must have really boring lives. Get on with it. Like, it wasn't your club that he left. North Melbourne fans can do it if they want.
Unfortunately, the only way that really... Sorry, keep going.
No, I just think, but if he keeps getting the footy and he keeps playing well and he keeps doing that, in the end, I just wonder if fans will go, I can't be bothered anymore. Let's just get on with things.
Isn't it also for other people in the stands just to make it uncomfortable for people they're sitting with and say, hey, mate, why are you booing him?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but see, that's intimidating for a fan to go to another person that they don't know. Now, I think...
But that's how we get rid of, when it comes to the racist issues in the game, when players are racially abused from over the other side of the fence, the Indigenous players are saying, please, fans, call them out. Yeah. And you have to.
I think
Maybe it needs to be club officials then. Maybe people walk up and down the aisles and say, hey, what are you guys doing?
I hope that we get to a point where we call out any racial thing that goes on in the crowd. And the weight of numbers is in the favour of hopefully those who are prepared to call that out versus the one complete moron, horrible person.
So you need self-regulation, exactly right.
But when you've got a feeling of, is there 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people in the crowd right now booing, it can be quite intimidating to go, hey, you there, who I don't know, I've never met before, stop booing.
Yeah, it's like telling, they're idiots. It's like telling a 5-year-old kid, don't touch the lolly.
Yeah.
What's the 5-year-old kid going to do? So... that's what I came up with. I just think Ross Lyon's respected at St Kilda. The fans love him. If Ross Lyon says, please, we want to be a club that's respected. Please don't do this. I don't like it. Our club doesn't like it. It's not who we stand for. It's bullying in the workplace. It is absolutely bullying.
Port Adelaide winners by 7 points, 12-11-83 over St Kilda, 11-10-76 in front of 25,845 at Docklands. There were 5 lead changes, 4 in the second half. Port Adelaide fell behind twice before coming back to win it. The votes, Lingy in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
All right. As pumped as I was, and I'm so happy for him that he played well, and we are all favourites of his here, or we think he's one of our favourites, but he's not going to get the 2 or 3 votes. Jason Horne-Francis is just going to get the 1 vote tonight off me, Mick. I thought he was very, very good. 25 disposals. His clearances were the big one. That got everything going. 9 clearances, I think it was, in the first half alone. Ended up with 11. But he gets the 1 vote. 2 votes was the man who almost single-handedly changed the game for St Kilda and was threatened to take it over, and that was Rowan Marshall. He had 26 disposals as a ruckman.
Yeah.
Don't mind it when a ruckman like Rowan Marshall gets the footy. Had 10 tackles, 28 hit-outs as well. I just thought was superb through the middle of the ground.
Yeah.
But the 3 votes is going to go to the old man, the old experienced bloke, the former captain, 30 touches, 1 goal, 1, and I've just got this little one from Sir Swamp Thing on Twitter. I love Sir Swamp Thing. Players with 30-plus games of 30-plus disposals after turning 30.
Okay.
Check these names out. 30-plus games of 30-plus disposals beyond the age of 30. Craig Bradley, Scott West, Brent Harvey, Sam Mitchell, Gary Ablett Jr., and now Travis Boak. That is a pretty damn good group of players there. And Trav Boak gets the 3 votes. I thought he was superb tonight with his leadership, his play, everything that he did.
Can I outstat you with a statsman on
You
Twitter who
certainly
is
can.
Joshua Kay?
Oh, Swamp and Josh
Josh.
go head-to-head sometimes.
This one's for you, Mick. Door open for Collingwood to move to the top of the ladder for the first time since mid-2012. Whenever the Magpies get there, it will end the club's longest absence from the top of the VFL AFL table.
Is that right?
2012.
So they Pies against the Crows Sunday night might be on top of the ladder after round 7.
So it's the first time since when?
2012.
Right.
And if Josh says it, it is right.
7-point win for Port Adelaide tonight. 3 for Travis Boak, 2 for Rowan Marshall, and 1 for Jason Horne-Francis in the ABC Footballer of the Year. 5 games on a Saturday for the first time this year, so they all overlap and they're all sort of back to front. But 1:45 Eastern, the first game between Fremantle and Brisbane. That's up at the Gabba, where the Lions have lost only 3 of their last 40 home and away games.
We could almost write Fremantle off, with this game.
Yep.
This is the one they've got to show something.
Oh, are you writing him off for the season as well?
No, I did last week.
Okay.
Sydney Derby at the same time. That's just after 2 o'clock Eastern. The twilight game tomorrow is back here at Docklands. The Western Bulldogs and Hawthorn. Marcus Bontempelli. What a set of 200 games that he's put together. So a huge day
tomorrow
for the Bont tomorrow.
Come see that.
All right. Very good.
With your son and the grandkids?
That's
Dogs
exactly
fan?
right.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly right.
And then tomorrow night I'll be at the big one over at the G. Melbourne and North Melbourne. Alistair Clarkson's 2 teams. The Roos at the MCG, which doesn't happen all the time. What a Saturday night. And if that doesn't tickle your fancy, there's a big one over in the West where West Coast played Carlton. So some interesting games.
Imagine if the Blues lose that
tomorrow
one.
night. Sunday is where it's really at, though. So Sunday we've got Essendon and Geelong first up. Interesting game. But then the late one, Collingwood and Adelaide, which is looking every bit like a match of the round so far. So that's the late fixture, and sandwiched in between back here at Docklands, Richmond and Gold Coast. It's what happens when you have all these blockbuster games at the start. At some point, you're going to have to pay for it at the back end somewhere. Where
This was the beauty tonight, though.
Yeah.
It was.
There was a lot of mistakes, but it was just at each other. It was fantastic.
I think there's 3 really good ones, and then there's a few which you're probably more comfortable tipping.
I thought I'd pick 9 winners. I've already down 1.
I'm focused on the big game tomorrow morning though, Corps. Under 9s.
Oh.
St Mary's taking on Newtown.
Big one for St Mary's.
Yes, I dropped the first game by 2 points, so we need a win. Otherwise, the board will be having a
Might have
meeting
you
in the week.
Biggest win of
Cal.
the coaching career so far.
Oh, well done,
Score?
Cal.
20-3 Carnegie Chargers under 7s got up in basketball on Wednesday night.
It's like the shorts in the back of a newspaper. We got to go. We're out of here.
Highest score ever.
Port Adelaide by 7 points. Thanks to Andrea, thanks to Stu, thanks to Ben and to Hodgie. On behalf of our team, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, Kelly Underwood, I'm Corbin Middlemass. Port Adelaide winners by 7 points to start round